Chapter 1. The lawyer's pen moved across the signature line with the kind of finality that movies said you were supposed to feel relief about. My hand moved, the pen sliding across the paper in a motion practiced on 20 years of documents I hadn't read carefully enough. The pen was black. The signature line was printed in grey. The paper was so white it hurt to look at. The lawyer's pen moved across the signature line with the kind of finality that movies said you were supposed to feel relief about. My hand moved, the pen sliding across the paper in a motion practiced on 20 years of documents I hadn't read carefully enough. The pen was black. The signature line was printed in grey. The paper was so white it hurt to look at. "That's the final signature," the lawyer said, her pen stopping against the desk with a small click. Her name was Amanda or Miranda, or one of those interchangeable professional names that had become standard issue in downtown law offices. She had the look that 40 brought if you spent your days watching other people's lives come apart, a flatness around the eyes, a way of moving that meant nothing surprised you anymore. In 5 years she'd be me, I thought. In 10 she'd understand exactly how little 40 meant when you started counting backward from 60. She didn't look at me when she said it. She was already moving on, gathering the papers with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd dismantled 200 marriages before mine. Her assistant checked her watch, not obviously, but the micro-glance happened at the moment Amanda finished speaking. They were already 3 minutes behind schedule. 2 clients' worth of suffering, pipelined with professional efficiency. In 30 minutes, another woman would sit in the chair I was leaving, her hands as steady as mine, her face as composed, her entire life about to be divided into 2 stacks of paper. I gathered the papers into the file folder with the same care I'd use to handle something breakable. Cream-colored, 2-pocket, the kind that held lives when they stopped being worth living as singular units. 6 copies of the final decree. 6 copies of the moment my marriage ended. The folder felt heavier than it should. Paper shouldn't weigh this much. But then, this paper represented 20 years of accommodation of my body in rooms while my actual self waited outside. The folder was the weight of that. I'd spent 10 years reading what people wanted while they were saying something else. Amanda's entire afternoon was written in the set of her shoulders. She was thinking about the call she'd make at 4:45, the coffee she'd regret drinking at 3 p.m., and absolutely nothing about Ela Vaughn's erasure. I read her by paying attention to what people needed from me and becoming that thing. Amanda needed this to be over. She needed me to take my dissolution and leave quietly. I was excellent at leaving quietly. My hands were steady. "You can reach me if there are questions," she said. And I nodded because she expected some kind of response and because the silence in the office was the kind that begged to be filled with something human. Other voices made their way through the walls, a woman's voice, higher and tight, saying, "But that's not what he promised." A lower voice answering in the patient tone of someone who had explained this same fact 40 times already. The building smelled like every office I'd ever worked in, coffee that had been sitting too long in the break room, the particular stale recycled air conditioning smell that came from sealed windows and recirculated breath, paper, and underneath it, all a scent like money and endings mixed together until you couldn't tell which was which anymore. I'd spent 10 years in buildings like this. Marketing departments. I read what people wanted and sold them versions of themselves they'd never asked for. I'd been excellent at making myself invisible while doing it. Graham said it was a talent. He meant it as a compliment, I think. 20 years was a long time to be invisible to the person who'd taken vows to see you. The office building was downtown, which meant the lobby was all glass and echoing footsteps. I walked out into the May morning carrying the file folder like it was something sacred, like the papers inside were more important than the person who'd signed them. The sunlight hit my face, and I was cold. I'd been cold for so long that my baseline for temperature had shifted somewhere in the middle of year 5. The kind of cold that becomes your normal, that you stop noticing is wrong. But today, walking out into the May morning with the divorce finalized and the papers in my hand, I felt it clearly. The absence of warmth, the chill that came from standing alone on a sidewalk while the world moved around me. People flowed around me like water around a stone. No one looked at me. I was 44 years old, expensively dressed in ways that said nothing about what I wanted and everything about what Graham had wanted me to want. The cut of the jacket was Armani, the shoes were designer, the watch cost more than a month's rent on the apartment I'd just rented in secret. My hair was styled at a salon that didn't ask questions. My shoes were correct. My face was composed. I was the kind of woman that other people trusted to handle difficult things quietly. I was perfect at being overlooked. The drive home took 40 minutes via back roads. The apartment I'd rented was in an old Victorian in a neighborhood with actual trees and neighbors who minded their own business, the kind of place where people let things get wild around the edges without feeling like the world was ending. The landlord hadn't asked about my employment history or my marital status. I'd paid 3 months up front in cash, which was apparently the password for being left alone. I was invisible here too, but differently. Not because I was small enough to escape notice, but because I was nothing they expected to see, an older woman alone, a brief tenant, exactly the kind of problem that solved itself. Tom was away at university. Had been away, really, since the day he was born. I'd held him for exactly 6 minutes before he became what I needed to protect. And then for 18 years after that, he was what I had to not lean on so he could become someone better than I'd managed. Graham was in the house we'd built, in rooms I'd decorated to reflect his taste, in a life that had been reorganized to show as little evidence of me as possible. He would hire someone to change the paintings I'd chosen. He would replace the linens I'd selected with something more aligned with his actual aesthetic. He would forget the sound of my voice, giving opinions in a way that mattered. What I got in the settlement was the garden. I'd kept it secret. Tuesday and Saturday afternoons, while Graham thought I was in therapy, while my mother thought I was shopping, I came here and worked the soil myself. My hands got dark with earth. I planted perennials that would mark the seasons I actually felt, bought a wrought iron bench that cost more than I'd ever spent on myself, and sat in it alone while the world forgot I existed. For 2 years in stolen time I'd made something that was mine. Not Graham's, not Tom's, not the version of myself I'd learned to be for everyone else. Just mine. The perennial beds were organized by color and bloom time. Late spring purples, early summer yellows, deep midsummer crimsons, fall golds. Bleeding heart and columbine and salvia and summer phlox mapped out like a calendar of want. The wrought iron bench was positioned to catch afternoon light at the right angle. If you sat on it after 2 o'clock, the sun would hit your face and your hands would warm. I'd measured that angle with a protractor, a small rebellion. The garden was the only place I'd let myself want something without calculating cost. The garden was mine. It existed because I'd decided to make it exist, and no one had the right to unmake it. The house was quiet when I opened the door. I'd never lived in a quiet house. I'd lived in background noise, in other people's needs, in a life that moved according to a schedule that wasn't mine. The silence of the apartment was a new kind of cold, different from the absence of Graham's presence, because it was absence without the threat of return. I moved through it like a ghost through a space that had already been written off as empty, and eventually not worth trying to fill. The back door opened onto the garden, and everything stopped. Everything was exactly as I'd left it 4 days ago, except that it wasn't. The perennials were opening their spring leaves in the right order. The wrought iron bench was waiting in the same place, oxidizing slowly, becoming something more beautiful through the process of decay. The hawthorn boundary marked where my property ended. I'd planted it 2 years ago for privacy, for the thick branches that would create a wall between myself and the rest of the world. The boundary was hawthorn, and it wasn't supposed to bloom until July. The scent came first. Clove and almond and something older than names, something that made the back of my neck stand up. The hawthorn at the edge of my property was covered in white blooms, so heavy the branches bowed under the weight. Impossible in May. This much bloom on a single tree cost everything else. I stood in the garden and didn't move. You don't announce the impossible with noise. The tree was blooming. The scent was overwhelming, hanging in the air like something solid. Clove and honey and something darker underneath, something that reminded me of iron and soil and my own skin after a full day in the garden. I moved toward the tree like I was being pulled on a wire. The bark was cold when I touched it with both palms, colder than stone had any right to be in May sun. Something vibrated in the depths of the wood. Not a sound. Something deeper, something that traveled up through my hands and settled in my bones. The vibration was patient. It was ancient. It had waited my whole life for me to pay attention. I pulled back and looked at the tree the way I would look at a client whose story didn't match their eyes. Looking for tells. Looking for the mechanism. Winter damage didn't produce blooms like this. A mutation wouldn't smell like this, like something ancient had been living in the wood and was finally stepping forward. Mutations didn't hum when you touched them, something alive and purposeful waiting on the other side of the bark. Mutations didn't make your skin feel too small for everything happening underneath. I should have been frightened. I should have called someone. I should have done something reasonable people did when the world broke its own rules. Instead, I sat on the wrought iron bench and watched the hawthorn bloom. The sun was moving toward evening, the light turning golden. The garden was the only place I'd chosen for myself, the only space where I'd let myself want something without running the cost analysis. The impossible hawthorn was impossible in a garden that belonged to me. I didn't want to call anyone, didn't want explanations, didn't want to pollute this with reason and science and all the things that would make the impossible make sense. I wanted to sit here and let the scent wrap around me until I couldn't remember what the ordinary world smelled like. I wanted to understand what the thrumming meant. I wanted to be the kind of person who found impossible things in her garden and sat with them. The evening deepened. The blooms seemed to glow as the sky darkened, as though they were generating their own light, drawing power from somewhere else entirely. The scent intensified until the whole garden smelled like nothing but clove and honey, and that darker thing underneath, iron soil, the smell of my own skin after a full day in the earth. My skin went electric with something under the scent, something ancient and patient that had waited my whole life for me to stop being invisible and finally notice it was there. My phone buzzed. A text from Bex. "Are you actually alive, or should I call someone and stage an intervention?" My hands were shaking, but not from fear. Something like possibility. Being called towards something I didn't have the language for. "Come over," I texted back, and watched the hawthorn bloom shimmer in the gathering darkness. Bex arrived with wine and a joke about divorce that died in the telling. She was the only person who watched me disappear and called it by name. For 2 decades she'd been calling it, and I'd been denying it, and now here I was, invisible even in my own liberation. "The divorce is finalized," I said. And she pulled me into a hug. I let it happen. She smelled like coffee and her actual self. It was easier to accept comfort from her than to give it back. "You okay?" she asked. She knew I didn't do feelings. She asked the real question. "Are you actually okay, or are you shutting down?" "Come see the garden," I said instead of answering. We walked to the hawthorn, and Bex stopped. She stopped well, she gave moments time to breathe. The blooms were brighter now in the dusk, the light fading but the flowers seeming to generate their own radiance. Her hand found mine and held it. "That wasn't blooming last week," she said. "No. It's May." "Yes." She turned to look at me, and I loved her for the quality of her attention. The way she looked at the hawthorn, then back at my face. "Did you plant it?" I watched the blooms catch the last of the light, watched them glow from the inside. "No. It's impossible." Bex considered this. She was the kind of person who understood that impossible didn't mean unreal. "You're not freaking out," she said. "Which means you're interested. And you only get that look in your eyes when you're interested in something." That look. Bex had seen me interested exactly twice in our friendship. Once when I was 22 and had thought I wanted to be a photographer, before Graham had explained that it was a hobby for people with time. And again when I'd shown her the plans for this garden 2 years ago, when I still thought invisible work could be its own reward. She came out here on a Tuesday, and we sat together as I explained the whole map, where each color would peak, how the blooms would cascade from spring through fall, how I'd measured the bench angle for maximum afternoon warmth. She listened the way she always listened, like what I was saying mattered. "Maybe both," I said. We sat on the bench as evening fell, and Bex's hand found mine. It was easier to hold it than let go. She talked about therapy and traveling, and the kinds of futures that came after marriage ended. She talked about healing like it was a destination you could drive toward, like if you moved fast enough you could outrun the person you'd been. She had a plan for my life after Graham: book club, a warm vacation somewhere, maybe a therapist who specialized in life transitions, maybe eventually someone who would see me the way she had always seen me. I didn't tell her that moving forward meant leaving myself even further behind. I didn't tell her that the only thing that had made sense in 20 years was this garden, and it was mine now, and I had no intention of leaving it. But the hawthorn scent was too strong. The blooms were glowing as the sun set. I could barely hear her voice over something calling me from the threshold between worlds. Something patient. Something waiting. "I'm glad you're here," Beck said at one point. She wasn't talking about the garden. She meant, "I'm glad you're alive." She squeezed my hand once. "You're here. You're real." "I'm glad too," I said. And meant it. I was watching the hawthorn blooms, wondering what it meant that the impossible had arrived the morning I was finally officially free. Like the world had been waiting for the moment I stopped being married before it showed me what was possible. Like something ancient had been patient, had been watching, had known exactly when I would finally be ready to see it. When Bex left, I stood at the edge of the garden and watched her car disappear down the street. The light was failing, that moment in May when day surrenders to something else, when the line between evening and night becomes a threshold instead of a border. The hawthorn blooms generated their own radiance, drew power from somewhere that didn't follow human night and day. The air was thick with the scent, almost drinkable. My skin prickled with something under the scent, something ancient and patient that had waited my whole life for me to finally stop being invisible. I had spent 20 years being careful, being small, making myself so inconspicuous that no one could hurt me because no one could see me. I had been married to someone who looked right through me every single day. I had raised a son who learned early that my needs were negotiable, that my time belonged to everyone but myself. I had built a career on understanding what other people wanted and selling them versions of themselves they hadn't asked for. The hawthorn was blooming at the wrong time, in the wrong season, impossible and undeniable. For the first time in 2 decades, I wanted something without calculating the cost. I wanted to know what was on the other side of this threshold. I wanted to be seen. I stood at that hawthorn boundary as the evening deepened, blooms brightening, and I breathed the impossible and let it call to me. Chapter 2. Sleep had become optional somewhere around year 5 of my marriage. I'd learned to function on fragments, on the kind of rest that never quite reached the level of actual peace. By 2 a.m., 12 hours after Bex had driven away and the hawthorn had finally stopped glowing quite so intensely, I was lying in the dark cataloguing problems, running through scenarios, rehearsing conversations that would never happen in a voice that was increasingly not my own. Sleep had become optional somewhere around year 5 of my marriage. I'd learned to function on fragments, on the kind of rest that never quite reached the level of actual peace. By 2 a.m., 12 hours after Bex had driven away and the hawthorn had finally stopped glowing quite so intensely, I was lying in the dark cataloguing problems, running through scenarios, rehearsing conversations that would never happen in a voice that was increasingly not my own. My brain looped through the same impossible calculus. What if I accept? What if I refuse? What if I accept and regret it? What if I refuse and spend the rest of my life wondering? The hawthorn was calling me. It pulled from the bedroom, a tug like gravity, like hunger, like something warm calling to something cold. I'd been trying to sleep for hours. The apartment was small and quiet, filled with things supposed to be soothing. White noise from my phone, herbal tea cold on the nightstand, a book I'd been failing to read for 3 months. None of it was strong enough to compete with the pull from the garden. It was a physical thing now, a hum in my bones, a gravity I couldn't escape. Hunger itself. Want itself. Something fundamental had shifted, and there was no going back to the kind of sleep I used to know. Around 2:15 I gave up on sleep as a concept and went downstairs. The kitchen was dark and small. I drank water standing at the sink and looked out at the garden where the hawthorn had bloomed impossible and out of season. Even through the closed door, the scent was clear. Clove and almond, and that ancient thing that made the back of my neck stand up, drew my body toward it instead of away. The clock above the stove read 2:25. I stood there 5 minutes with my hands braced on the cool edge of the sink, trying to talk myself out of this. 20 years of marriage had taught me self-preservation. Stay calm, don't make scenes, don't ask for things you won't get. And here I was contemplating walking into a glowing garden in my sleep clothes, because a tree was humming at frequencies only my bones could hear. My brain screamed about psychosis, about grief-induced hallucinations, about what happened to middle-aged women who made impulsive decisions in the middle of the night. I didn't care. By 2:30 I was putting on my cardigan. By 2:35 I was stepping into the garden in my sleep clothes, barefoot, and the grass was wet and cold and everything felt sharp and clear and real in a way that daytime never did. The hawthorn bloomed brighter in darkness. It was impossible, which I'd established was my new normal. Impossible was supposed to get more manageable the second time you encountered it. This was the opposite of manageable. The white flowers generated their own light, creating a corona of radiance around the tree. The scent was so thick I could taste it on the back of my tongue. The air was almost visible with it. I moved toward it the way prey moves toward a predator that had already decided it was interested. No choice left. My feet moved. My hands reached. My body made decisions my mind observed. Both my palms pressed against the bark. The thrumming was deeper now, more insistent, running through my hands and up my arms, settling in my chest where I'd been numb for 20 years. The cold of the tree seeped into my skin, and I didn't pull back. The impossible was supposed to terrify you. Instead, I was steady. I was awake. I was alive in a way sleep was supposed to deliver but never did. The air around the hawthorn shimmered. Not a visual shimmer, not entirely. More like heat rising off pavement in July, that liquid distortion where you could see through something but not clearly. What I was seeing through was not one world or the other. It was both at once. The garden I'd planted with my own hands, the fence line marking my property, the apartment beyond. All of it grounded and human and small and real. And then layered over it like a second exposure, something else entirely. Something ancient. Something that didn't obey human laws of perspective or time or what should be possible. I gasped. My hands dropped from the tree. A man stepped through the shimmer, and my brain rejected what I saw because human eyes weren't built to see things like him. He was tall, taller than anyone had the right to be, and he moved through the threshold like the impossible was his native language. His clothes were from no era I could name. Leather and silk layered under something that might have been chainmail, but softer, more graceful, more like it was woven from light and intention rather than metal. His hair was dark and long, falling past his shoulders, and there was something in the structure of his face that made my human eyes want to reject what they were seeing. The bones were wrong. Not disfigured, not broken, just other. His cheekbones were sharp. His eyes were bright, irises shot through with colors nameless in any human language. When he looked at me, really looked at me, not the way most people looked right through me, but actually saw me, the brightness of his eyes went darker. He was beautiful in a way that was almost painful. There was a weight hanging off him like invisible armor. Weariness accumulated over centuries, worn into his shoulders like stone, sinking into his bones until you could see it in the way he held himself. When he looked at me, the whole night seemed to pause and recalibrate around the fact of his attention. He didn't speak immediately. He just looked at me standing there in my cotton sleep shirt and cardigan, barefoot in the grass, like I was the most important thing he'd ever laid eyes on. It was the kind of attention I'd spent my whole life being invisible to. Focused, deliberate, specific kind of seeing that made your skin prickle and your breathing go shallow. I held my breath. The night had gone completely still. Even the wind that had been moving through the garden moments before had stilled, as if the world itself was waiting for him to speak. "Ela Vaughn," he said. And his voice was like nothing I'd heard before. It was deeper than human voices went, deeper in a way that sounded like it was coming from the earth itself, with resonance and overtone underneath every word. Heir of the hollow, your blood calls the throne. The words seemed to carry weight, as if they were speaking themselves through him, rather than being spoken by him. When he said my name, the full name, Ela Vaughn, it felt like a key turning in a lock somewhere deep in my chest. My name had never sounded like that before. All my life it had been a placeholder, something to be spoken quickly and without emphasis. Here, in his mouth, in this threshold space between worlds, it was a declaration. The ground under my feet seemed to shift. When he said my name, I felt it settle into my bones, like it had always belonged there, like the bones had been waiting for this key. My name was a binding. My name was a contract. My legs went weak. I reached out and gripped the hawthorn trunk to keep myself upright, and the bark was still thrumming, still alive, still calling. How do you know my name? My voice sounded fragile. I didn't like the way it sounded. I was supposed to be competent. I was supposed to be the person who read the room, who held herself together, who calculated costs and moved forward without flinching. I've always known, he said. And there was no arrogance in it, just fact. Certainty worn smooth by time. The court has always known. You've been written into the bloodline magic since your ancestor made the first bargain. We've been waiting for you, Ela. I have been waiting for you. I. A single person who was apparently also a court. He was ancient, tired, regarding me like I was the only thing in the world worth seeing. Part of my brain that had spent a decade in marketing, reading audience psychology and crafting persuasive narratives, knew this was a line. Technique. Something designed to make a lonely, recently divorced woman feel wanted. This felt like truth. He stepped closer and explained while I stood there gripping the tree trunk like it was the only thing holding me to the earth. His voice never wavered. He spoke about the Hawthorn Court, the way a man speaks about something he has already mourned, with the resignation of someone who has spent centuries watching something beautiful die and has made peace with the ending. The court was dying. Magic was fading. The veil between worlds was collapsing slowly, inevitably, like a building losing its supports one timber at a time. There had been other heirs before me, bloodline heirs, women written into the magic since an ancestor made a bargain centuries ago. But they had been born into human families that didn't know their lineage, women who lived and died without ever knowing the weight of what they carried. With each death, the court grew weaker. With each generation, the magic dimmed. Until now. Until me. Until my body answered when the tree called. The bloodline magic wrote you into our story before you were born, he said. His eyes were tracking my face like he was trying to memorize it. Your ancestor made the bargain to save the court in the First Age. The price was that his bloodline would be bound to it forever, that every woman born to his name would carry the potential to be heir to the throne. But bloodline alone isn't enough. The heir has to choose it, has to accept the bargain, has to say yes. He paused and took a breath, and I realized he was afraid. Not of me, but of something else entirely. Of asking. Of hoping. Of losing. The weight of centuries of waiting settled on his shoulders for just a moment before he straightened. The bargain would bind us together, he said. Me to you, and you to the court. You would be queen. The magic would answer to your will. The court would have a ruler. Every spell, he said. And I listened to the weight of the words, the way they seemed to echo with the voice of someone who had been saying them alone for centuries. Every use of magic to support the court will drain me. It will cost years. Time that I won't live. Immortality isn't a human thing, Ela. It's a condition. For the Fae, immortality requires constant magic flowing through us like blood. Without it, we age like you do. Each expenditure would shorten my life. He was speaking directly to my chest, not my eyes. Like he couldn't bear to look at me while saying this. His hands were loose at his sides, and I noticed they were trembling. Just barely, just enough that I caught it because I was looking for tells, looking for the lie underneath the offer. But his hands weren't shaking from uncertainty. They were shaking from grief. I heard the lawyer brain clicking, calculating, running numbers on a cost that didn't have any good answers. How much? I asked. How much will it cost you? He didn't answer directly, which was an answer in itself. The silence stretched between us, thick as the hawthorn scent. When he spoke, his voice was so quiet I had to lean forward. The court has 3 years of sustained magic left, he said. The veil is failing. The magic is flowing out faster than we can contain it. In 3 years, the court will fail completely. Everyone in it will begin to age. I'll begin to age. Without constant magical feeding, without a queen to rule and direct that power, immortality collapses. He paused, and his eyes met mine. What met my gaze nearly broke me. A man who had been alone for centuries, watching his world die slowly, and here I stood, the key he'd been waiting for, and all he could think about was what it would cost me. You could extend that, he continued. You could extend it 100 years, 1,000. You could save the court. You could save all of us. You could. He paused, jaw tightening. You could save me. But the cost would settle on me. Every year you rule, every spell you cast through the bargain I age. I lose time. I lose years. The magic flows out of me to sustain the court, and once it leaves, I can't get it back. He was offering to age himself to death. For a court. For me. For someone he'd never met, whose name had been written into his magic before she was born, who he apparently had been waiting for across centuries of hoping that someone with her bloodline would finally arrive and agree to sacrifice him. The mathematics of it was horrifying. The selflessness of it was worse. I'm not a fantasy heroine, I said, voice sharp, defensive, the way it got when I was scared. I pulled my hand back from the tree. I don't have bloodline magic. I work in marketing. I've been invisible for 20 years. I don't have any of this. I don't want to owe you my life. He regarded me in the dimness. You think accepting the bargain means owing me something, he said quietly. But that's not how this works. The bargain doesn't bind you in servitude. It binds us to each other. You would rule, Ela. The magic would answer to you. I would be bound to support that rule. But that binding is my choice, not your debt. You're asking me to believe that, I said. You're asking me to trust you, and I just met you, and you're glowing. Something almost like amusement flickered across his face. I'm not glowing. You're seeing the threshold. The magic around the veil is brightest near someone who can cross it. So I'm glowing too? Brilliantly, he said. And his eyes were dark when he looked at me, dark and older than time. The fated pull hit me then, unnamed, irresistible. It was attraction and something deeper. My body recognizing something in him as mine, my skin going electric, every cell demanding that I reach for him. Magic meeting magic on a level my human brain couldn't process. My blood recognizing his blood, my bones understanding that something ancient and fundamental had just shifted. My heart pounded so hard I thought my ribs might break. My breath came fast and shallow. I wanted to reach for him. Every cell in my body told me to move closer, to touch him, to accept whatever was being offered, to say yes to all of this. That terrified me more than anything else that had happened in the last 24 hours. No, I said instead, and my voice cracked on the word. Absolutely not. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, they were darker. More in control. He was fighting the pull too, the bond pulling on him as hard as it pulled on me, and he deliberately stepped back from it. The pull is strong, he said, stepping closer, and I could smell him now. Cold stone and hawthorn and something like starlight, something that shouldn't have a scent but did. His voice was gentle in a way that made it worse. The bond wants you. But you're right to be cautious. Your caution is wise. The bond doesn't diminish choice, Ela. It tests it. Everything between us has to be chosen or the bargain won't hold. I trembled, and fear and hunger moved through me, the overwhelming unfairness of finding something I'd been hungry for my whole life, and being terrified of what it would cost to have it. The hawthorn scent was overwhelming. The night air was cold against my bare feet. The fated pull was a constant pressure against my skin, insistent, patient, inevitable. 20 years of invisibility lived in my bones. 20 years of being the wife who planned the dinners no one remembered eating, who kept the house running while her husband kept his own counsel, who read every room but was never seen in any of them. 20 years of making myself small, manageable, into the kind of woman a man could tolerate. And now here stood a man, a fae, ancient and impossible and real in a way nothing else in my life had ever been, looking at me like I mattered. Like I was the point. It would have been easier if he were lying. If this were a seduction, a manipulation, a clever con designed to prey on a lonely middle-aged woman at her lowest point, I would have recognized that. I've spent my whole life reading power plays and deception. It was the only superpower I'd ever developed, back when I still believed that understanding danger meant I could avoid it. This wasn't that. It was true. One night, I heard my own voice say, "I'll see the court one night. But I'm not promising anything." And I'm not. I stopped because I didn't know what I was refusing. My body lied to my brain with every moment that passed. My body wanted to say yes to everything. What I meant was, I need to understand the cost before I agree. I need to know what I'm choosing and why. I need to believe I'm choosing, not being chosen, not being bound by fate or magic or a bargain my ancestor made before I was born. "One night," he repeated. "Fair." When he took my hand, his skin was cold, the cold of something ancient and other, something that had never been human and would never be human. But his grip was specific, deliberate. Like he understood I needed to know he could hold something fragile without crushing it. Like he'd been practicing this moment for centuries. The hawthorn bloomed bright as starlight. The crossing began before I understood what was happening. My human clothes seemed to shimmer and shift, or maybe I was shifting, or maybe time was doing something strange, and I was staying still while everything else moved. My feet left the ground. The garden tilted and fell away. The scent of hawthorn intensified until it was all I could smell, all I could feel. Then there was a moment of falling, a moment of vertigo where up and down lost all meaning, and then the sensation of being reassembled, molecule by molecule, on the other side of something I didn't have a word for. The threshold sealed behind us with a sound like hawthorn blooming and reality shifting, and I understood in my bones what had just happened. I had stepped from the human world into the fae world, and there was no going back from this, not really, not in any way that mattered. The court was waiting. Kael was still holding my hand, and I had given myself one night to look at what he was offering before I said yes to the thing that would cost him everything. Chapter 3. The throne room was the most beautiful place I'd seen, and the most terrible. The throne room was the most beautiful place I'd seen, and the most terrible. It was vast in the way that human architecture wasn't built to be vast. The vaulted ceiling soared higher than any structure should logically support, woven from hawthorn branches and cold iron, the wood silver with age, the iron catching light in ways that made the shadows dance and multiply across the walls. Pillars of stone that wasn't stone rose from the floor, ancient and smooth, their surfaces carved with patterns so intricate that looking at them for too long made my eyes hurt. The light that filled the space didn't come from sun or flame. It was sourceless, ageless, light existing in places that had forgotten what time was. Everything was dying. The tapestries that hung from the walls were faded past any color I could name, threads unraveling at the hems like the fabric had given up maintaining itself. The courtiers who stood in small clusters watching my arrival were beautiful and strange, and they all looked thin. Something essential had been drained out of them, leaving the shape of beauty behind but not the vitality. I saw it in the hollow of cheekbones that should have been full, in the translucence of skin that caught light the way paper does before it burns. The air tasted like dust and old magic, and the particular cold that accumulates in places where life is running out. A cold that settled in your chest and made each breath feel like stealing warmth from somewhere it was needed more. Even the light seemed thin, stretched too far, trying to cover too much space with too little power. Kael guided me forward with his hand at the small of my back, and I felt the fated pull like a constant hum beneath everything else. Like my body was a tuning fork, and his presence was the note that made me vibrate at a frequency that was slowly destroying me from the inside out. My skin prickled where his fingers rested against my spine. I ignored it. Read the room instead, the way I always did when I felt powerless. Tells. Angles. What did the courtiers want? What were they afraid of? Who held the real power in this dying space? The throne was at the far end of the chamber. It was carved from something that wasn't wood or stone, something that caught the light like crystal and held it. The surface worked with patterns so intricate that looking at them for too long made my vision blur. Kael gestured. I sat. The chair was uncomfortable. Ancient, not built for comfort, built to make you sit upright and aware that you were being judged from all angles, from all moments of eternity that had led to this point. The seat was deep and cool against my thighs through the fabric of my jeans. It demanded posture. It demanded presence. The courtiers approached and they tested me. They spoke in a language I didn't understand, words that sounded like they had multiple meanings folded into each syllable. The kind of language where you could say 3 things at once and 3 different people could hear 3 different insults depending on their power level and their age and their investment in the outcome. The sound of it was like listening to glass chime in the distance, beautiful and unsettling. Underneath it all, a note of hunger. But I read them. I'd spent 44 years reading people, making myself small so I could observe what others wanted, what they feared, what they were willing to trade for. Their tells were different in this world, but they were still tells. I saw respect in how they held their shoulders straight, in the way they didn't quite turn their backs to Kael. I saw fear in the quick glances they threw at him, rapid as birds checking for predators. I saw hope in the careful way they were evaluating me, like I was a possibility rather than a ghost, like I was something that might actually matter. An older courtier, her hair white and her eyes ancient in a way that suggested she'd been watching people die for longer than human nations had existed, asked me directly in English, "Do you know what you are offering to do?" My lawyer brain had answers ready. I'd spent decades sounding confident, even when I was calculating which angle would hurt least. "I'm offering to listen," I said carefully, "not to commit." It was the distinction that mattered. I wasn't here to say yes. I was here to understand what yes would cost. There was a difference, and the courtiers seemed to understand it. I saw shoulders relax slightly, as though I'd passed some small test by not immediately agreeing to sacrifice myself on an altar I didn't yet understand. Kael moved to the space beside the throne, and began to explain the bargain in a voice that sounded like it was coming from the earth itself, resonant and final. Blood oath. My blood would seal my claim to the throne, would bind my life to the court in a way that was permanent and literal. It would let the magic understand that I was heir, that my body contained the bloodline that had been orchestrated since my ancestor made the first bargain. But the mechanism caught my lawyer brain and held it like a vice. His immortality powered the bond. The court was dying because magic was failing, and magic failed because immortals needed to spend it like currency to survive. To cast a spell. To hold their shape against the erosion of millennia. To keep the ancient pacts that kept the veil from collapsing into chaos. A queen required a regent to channel magic through her claim. The regent required the constant expenditure of magic to support the throne. Every spell cast to support the court, every use of power to maintain her rule, would cost him years. I watched the math unfold like a spreadsheet in my head, numbers that didn't add up to anything except disaster. "How long?" I asked. "How long do you expect the magic to last?" "We have 3 years before the wells run dry," Kael said. "If you accept the bargain and stay, if you let the court pour its remaining power through our connection, it will last 3 years. After that, the magic fails regardless of what either of us does. But you could extend that. You could find another way. The bargain is a chance, not a sentence." But we both knew it was a sentence. We both knew the math. I could calculate that 3 years of constant power drain would age him at a rate that would make him look 60 by year 1, look 80 by year 2, look like he was falling apart by year 3. I could calculate that his centuries would burn away like paper in a fire. The thought of it made something in my throat tighten, made my hands want to curl into fists. I didn't understand that reaction. I'd barely met him. They walked me through the court as the morning deepened into something that might have been afternoon. Fae time didn't work the way human time did, I was learning. The hours seemed to stretch and contract based on something I didn't understand, and my circadian rhythms were screaming in confusion. My body was running on adrenaline and residual magic from the crossing, and somewhere under that was exhaustion so profound I wasn't sure I'd ever sleep again. I catalogued everything, because that was what I did when I felt powerless. I noticed the gardens where plants were dying on the vine, their leaves grey instead of green, the edges curling in on themselves like they were apologizing for still existing. Their flowers wilted with something that looked like exhaustion. Petals thin and papery, colors muted to the point of invisibility. I noticed the cold iron worked into the architecture in strategic places, positioned like it was controlling power flows in a place like this, nullifying magic in zones where it might grow dangerous. The iron was worked into the mortar between stones, into the frames of doorways, into the corners where walls met floor. It gleamed with a dull silver light that seemed to absorb rather than reflect. I felt it even without touching it, a pull against the magic I didn't have yet. A nullification zone that made my newly awakened Fae blood feel faint and thin. I noticed the courtiers' true names written into a ledger in a library where the books were crumbling into dust, and I understood in a way that made my stomach drop. Names were power here. If you knew someone's true name, you had leverage. If you could speak it with authority, you could bind them. That was how a bargain worked in a place like this. Not through signatures on paper, but through the fundamental power that lived in the shape of a name. The ledger was open on a wooden desk that was older than any tree should be allowed to grow, and Kael let me read the pages without comment. I saw names written in a language I didn't understand, phonetic notations beside them, and I realized with a chill, these were constraints. These were the true names of every courtier in this place, and knowing them meant knowing their weak points, their leverage, their price. Kael showed me the threshold garden. Hawthorn in every direction, each one a potential crossing point, each one a place where the veil between worlds grew thin and permeable. The blooms were lush here, almost aggressively alive. The only part of the court that didn't look like it was in the process of fading. White flowers in clusters, so dense they nearly obscured the thorns underneath, and the smell of them was sharp and sweet, and made my eyes water. A smell that reached inside my chest, and pulled at something unnamed. "Can anyone cross from the human world?" I asked. And the question was careful because I was already calculating the answer, already understanding that random wasn't random in a place like this. "Only those with Fae blood," he said. His voice was quieter here, in the garden, like the hawthorn was listening. "Or those the court calls. Only those who are wanted, who belong here in some fundamental way. The hawthorn at your garden wasn't random. It wasn't a mutation or winter damage or bad luck." I understood then, in a way that made my entire skeleton feel like it had shifted slightly in its relationship to my body. The hawthorn at my garden hadn't been random. It had been the court calling. They'd been calling me specifically, always, since I was born, since my ancestor, which meant this bloodline wasn't new, which meant I'd been carrying Fae magic in my cells for 44 years and didn't know it, made the first bargain. I'd been orchestrated. I'd been written into the magic before I was born. I'd been called to this place across decades of waiting, and I was only now understanding that everything I thought was my life, my marriage, my invisibility, my competence that went unrecognized, might have all been preparation for this moment. But I didn't tell Kael that I understood. I didn't let my face change. I've been hiding for too long to start being honest now. I met some of the courtiers from Thorns' faction, the ones who held themselves like they already owned the throne they hadn't inherited. Beautiful and hungry and watching me like I was either the salvation they'd been waiting for or the obstacle between them and power. I read their tells and understood. They wanted the throne. If I didn't take it, there would be a succession war and the court would tear itself apart before the magic even finished failing. The court was unified only because they were waiting for me. I was the only thing holding them together. The weight of that understanding sat on my shoulders like I'd suddenly been asked to hold up the sky. The dying queen was absent. "She's resting," Kael said. And I understood the euphemism. Fading. She was in the process of death, and he was trying to save the court before that happened, because once she was gone, the factions would fight, and the magic would collapse and centuries of keeping two worlds apart would crumble into mythology. I touched the cold iron in the wall of the throne room. It burned against my hand, cold burn, the kind that made my skin ache as if I'd gripped ice for too long. I pulled back and flexed my fingers. My skin was still human. I wasn't magical yet. The cold iron didn't care. It burned anyway, just as proof that the Fae rules were real and physical, and they could hurt me. It made it all real. The dying court. The bargain. The cost he was willing to pay. That night, or what passed for night in the Fae court, where time didn't move in a way that made sense to my human brain, Kael brought me to a private chamber. Not his chamber, I noted. Not mine either. Neutral territory. The room was lined with maps of the court, the threshold crossings, the regions where the magic was failing fastest. Regions where the veil was thinnest and most vulnerable. I studied them while Kael arranged food and drink on a small table, and the maps told me what his words hadn't. The court was unraveling. The magic was failing in concentric circles from the center, and the edges were already compromised. "What happens if I say no?" I asked him. He set down the wine and bread he'd brought. The wine glowed faintly, tasted like starlight and danger when I risked a sip, and I was careful about drinking too much of it. I'd learned in enough stories that eating Fae food bound you, and I wasn't bound yet. Not officially. Not in blood. The bread tasted like nothing human, like air and light, and the concept of nourishment without any of the substance. I ate it slowly, calculating whether I was violating some rule about eating Fae food, but Kael didn't seem concerned. He was watching me instead, and I felt the weight of his attention like a physical thing. "The court fades," he said. "Within 3 years, the magic fails completely. I fail with it. The factions scatter. Humans don't notice anything except the threshold seals, and Fae become myth again. History becomes legend, becomes the kind of thing mothers tell their children who don't believe anymore." "That's not worse than it already is," I said. He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I felt that fated pull spike through my system like an electric shock. Like my body was a circuit, and his attention was the current that made me light up. His eyes were old, not old like a person ages, but old like a landscape ages. Like something that had been present for so many years it contained all of time in its geometry. "No. But it's not better either. The status quo is slow death. That's all it ever is." Calculated the options on the maps in front of us. Saying no meant the status quo, slow death, steady fading. At least it was honest. Saying yes meant I sacrificed him. His immortality. His centuries. His life, measured in the magic he was willing to spend to support a court and the queen he'd just met, who was apparently just a woman who'd been invisible in the human world 5 minutes ago. "I need terms," I said. "If I do this, I need to know. How many years are you willing to spend? How long do I have before you?" I didn't finish because I couldn't, because the thought of him aging, failing, dying made something in my chest tighten so badly I couldn't breathe. I didn't understand why I was having a physical reaction to the thought of a man I'd just met dying. "You're calculating what I'm worth," he said. "I'm calculating what you're willing to pay," I said. "There's a difference. You don't get to decide my debt. You only get to decide what you're willing to spend." He moved closer. I didn't pull away. His hand came up to my face, cool and specific, his thumb finding the angle of my cheekbone with a precision that suggested he'd touched a face 1,000 times before. I felt the fated pull like a physical thing, like gravity shifting, like the entire world had just recalibrated itself around the point of contact. His skin was cool against my skin, and I realized I'd been burning. My body running hot with adrenaline and fear and something else I didn't have a name for. We were going to kiss. I felt it in the way the space between us was narrowing, in the way my heart was pounding, in the way the room seemed to be holding its breath. I could taste him in the air between us, cold and ancient scent, like stone and starlight and the memory of winter. His other hand found the curve of my waist. I was drowning in the scent of him, in the cold of his skin, in his looking at me like I was worth dying for. No one had ever looked at me like that. Graham had looked at me with competence and mild contempt. My boss had looked at me with calculation. Bex loved me, but she looked at me with pity. But Kael was looking at me like I was the answer to something he'd been asking for centuries. Not yet, I said, and pulled back. I need to think. I need to decide. He stepped away, and I loved him for that, for accepting the boundary, for not pushing. That's when I understood that this wasn't a trap. It was a choice. And he was letting me make it. I keep one foot in the human world, I said. And the words came out like a negotiation, because they were. Bex. My phone. Visits. I need to know I can go home, even if I'm not sure I'm human anymore. I keep my name. No court name that changes my identity. And I need a timeline. Let me decide how long to stay before the blood oath is binding. He agreed to all of it. He agreed too easily, and I noticed but didn't comment, because I was still working through the implications. If he agreed too easily, it meant the bargain didn't matter to him as much as I did. It meant he wanted this regardless of the cost. It meant he had already decided to pay whatever price was asked. That he was willing to burn his immortality like paper just to have me here, looking at him like maybe I could learn to care about him the way he clearly cared about me. I stayed one more night in the Fey Court, in a chamber that appeared when Kael gestured. It smelled like hawthorn and cold stone and something deeper, something that reminded me of the earth after rain. I tried to sleep and failed. My mind was too alive, calculating angles, understanding that I was standing at the threshold of a choice that would reshape everything. By morning I knew what I had to do. I had to save the court. I had to save him. I had to say yes to the bargain and accept that saying yes meant I was choosing him over myself, or maybe I was choosing myself for the first time in 20 years, choosing something I wanted more than stability, more than safety, more than the small invisible life I'd been living. When I told Kael I was ready, he smiled, and it was the most hopeful thing I'd ever seen. Let's go home, he said. Let's go back to your garden and make this binding. We crossed at dawn, the hawthorn blooming white against the first light, and I returned to my human world changed. The fated pull was constant now, a hum in my bones, a gravity I couldn't escape even if I wanted to. I was one threshold away from giving my blood, from sealing the bargain, from choosing a dying court and an immortal man who'd been waiting for me my whole life. I was terrified. I was alive. I was ready to burn everything down to save something that had called to me since the moment I was born. Chapter 4. Kael. Caliph. The chamber was dying. Not all at once, but in the way old things die. Centuries passing, one fading moment layered on top of another until the weight of it crushes you. I stood at the window overlooking the court, and felt the stone beneath my hands give infinitesimally, as if the ancient building itself was learning to let go. The gardens had been full once. I remember them that way, hawthorn blooming white in the spring, magic thick enough to taste, courtiers moving through the halls with purpose and light. The wardrobes shimmered with fey glamour then, the air itself hummed at frequencies that made your bones sing. Music in the evenings. Laughter in the courtyards. That was 600 years ago, or 1600. Time stopped meaning anything useful when you'd been watching the same slow decline for long enough. Below, the threshold garden was barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom. The hawthorn there was the last place the magic was thick enough to thin the veil. Everything else had begun to calcify. Ancient bargains holding less, bloodlines thinning, the names themselves losing power. The courtiers moved now like things underwater. their movements slowed by the effort of existing in a world that was forgetting how to hold them. I'd stopped counting how many had faded entirely, become whispers instead of beings. 50? 200? The list had stopped mattering when I'd stopped believing anyone would arrive to remember it. The wine in my hand had gone cold hours ago. I was working on my third glass, not because it dulled anything, but because doing anything with my hands made the waiting feel less like surrender. The drinking itself was a kind of rebellion. A small one. I'd been sober for centuries, watching the court fail with clear eyes. I was tired of that clarity. I was tired of being the only conscious thing in a room full of slow-motion endings. She was answering the call. It was a touch against something deep, the way you feel a person's presence in a dark room before you see them. The blood bargain I'd woven centuries ago was calling, and she was answering. The hawthorn was beginning to bloom. The bloom was insistent, the magic of the hawthorn escalating from a whisper to a pull that made my teeth ache, that ran like current through marrow generations old. She was crossing toward the threshold now, drawn by something so deep she couldn't imagine refusing it. The hawthorn was singing, a frequency so high only those with the bloodline could hear it, a pull that connected my cells to hers across the veil. She had my daughter's eyes, not biologically, but through the blood magic woven centuries ago. The line was unbroken, even if thin. My great-great-great-granddaughter, 300 years removed from that initial binding, carried the call written into her DNA before she was even whispered into being. Every cell in my body recognized her as mine, as the answer to a question I'd stopped asking so long ago I'd convinced myself I'd never meant it. I turned from the window and dressed. Took longer than it should have. My hands weren't steady. I caught them in the glass, veined and ancient, the fingers of someone who'd forgotten how to move with certainty. The hands of someone who'd spent so long not reaching for anything that reaching itself was betrayal of everything I'd accepted. Anticipation, after centuries of feeling nothing so precise. I was terrified. I was alive for the first time in decades, and the terror was electric, a live wire running through bone-deep exhaustion, making me feel like I was made of something other than dust and time. The clothes were formal. Black silk that whispered against skin gone thin, cold iron at the cuffs that bit into my wrists like a reminder, the ring that marked me as regent. Trappings that meant nothing anymore. The court was dying regardless of what I wore. But the human in her, the part of her that still thought in the language of surfaces and symbols, would read these clothes and understand power. Would see the age in them, the weight of centuries made visible in the cut of fabric, in the way the iron fit a wrist that had learned to wear immortality like a second skin. She would understand I was offering something real, that I was offering myself. The realization hit like cold water. I'd been thinking about this bargain for centuries as a thing that happened, to me, a sacrifice. The cost of attempting to save something already lost. But pulling on the iron-bound cuffs, the shift came. I wasn't the mechanism. I was making a choice. The passivity that had served me so well was shattering, and what was underneath it was hunger. I wanted her to be real. Not the bloodline, not the prophecy, not the heir the magic had been calling for. Her. The specific person, the one who was actually arriving. The hawthorn bloom was urgent now. I could feel her crossing the threshold veil, feel the magic shifting to accommodate her body, recognizing her bloodline with a pull that resonated in my marrow. The call had known her. She was answering. She was coming. I moved down through the court's passages. The halls were cold and thin-aired now, where the torches barely held their flame because there wasn't enough magic to sustain even light. The stone walls breathed with ancient cold that had seeped into them over centuries of diminishing heat. My footsteps echoed in spaces that should have been full of sound. Courtiers' conversations, the rustle of silk, the low hum of sustained magic, the sound of a living realm. But the court had learned to be quiet, the way dying things do, conserving energy for the slow fade. The courtiers were still sleeping, most of them huddled in their quarters, fading slowly into the stone itself. Sometimes I wondered if they were sleeping or if they'd simply learned not to move, saving what little remained. I didn't wake anyone. This moment was mine. This moment was sacred, the first sacred thing in longer than I could calculate, sacred because desperation had found its object. The threshold garden came alive as I entered it. The air temperature shifted first. The moment I crossed the invisible boundary, the chill lifted. The hawthorn were responding to her approach, their blooms opening in a cascade of white that made the pre-dawn look like starlight cut through black silk. The magic was electric, singing at a frequency I'd almost forgotten how to hear, a frequency that lived in the oldest part of my immortal bones. Every cell recognized it. Every cell remembered being young enough to feel that pull without fear. And then she was there, stepping through the veil into the hawthorn glow, and I understood why the bargain had been specific to her. It wasn't her bloodline. It was her. She was 44 years old, and she was real in a way that most people stop being real after 30. She was wearing sleep clothes, human, soft, practical, and her hair was tangled from sleep, and she was reading the room as if trained for it her whole life. She clocked me looking. She clocked the pull. She clocked the danger. And instead of fleeing, she stepped closer. "Hello," she said. Her voice was steady. Rye. Like stepping into a fey court in the middle of the night was something she did regularly, and was mildly annoyed to find it more complicated than expected. "I assume you're not a hallucination, which means I need to start taking this seriously." I couldn't speak. This was what had been written into the bloodline magic. Not an heir, but a woman who would read power and find it insufficient. Who would look at immortality and a dying court and an ancient stranger and think, "I can solve this," the way some people look at broken things and see possibility instead of waste. She extended her hand. "I'm Ela. I'm sure you already know that, but I'm starting this off like an adult in the room, not like a fantasy character, so." I took her hand. It was small and warm and specific. Her palm was callous from a pen or a mouse, from a life lived in the human world where she mattered just enough to have one work as her primary identity. The callus on her right index finger told me she'd written things by hand, things that mattered enough to ink. Her fingers tightened on mine with the kind of grip that came from reading power dynamics and deciding not to be passive in them. The kind of grip that said, "I understand what this is, and I'm choosing it anyway." "Kael," I said. "Welcome to the Hawthorn Court." "You're regent," she said. Not a question. I read the hawthorn. It was very clear. "Yes." "Is the court usually dying this visibly, or is that for my benefit?" Something in my chest that I'd thought was dead, that I'd spent centuries being intentionally dead, cracked open. She was perfectly her. Pragmatic, dry, competent, reading the situation, and deciding to be functional about it instead of afraid. She was the first thing in centuries I wanted to choose instead of accept. "It's dying," I said. "The fact that you're here doesn't change that. But it changes the timeline." "From how long to how long?" "From decades of slow fade to—" I did the math in my head, the real math, the one that accounted for the magic I'd need to spend to keep her alive and the court stable. 20 years! Perhaps 100 if you're as strategic as you appear to be. She nodded. She didn't flinch. She simply recalibrated her understanding of the situation and moved forward with it. Ela Vaughn, 44, freshly divorced, was the practical heir to a dying fey court, and she was already thinking like a queen. "Right," she said. "Show me the rest." I kept her hand as we walked deeper into the court. The touch was an anchor. I was terrified I'd wake up and find her gone, find this moment resolved back into centuries of waiting. Her hand was real and warm and heavy in mine. We passed one of the older courtiers in the east corridor, a woman named Kael, who'd been with the court since the Second Age. She emerged from shadow, her form barely holding coherence. "Is this?" Kael's voice was thin. "Is this real?" Ela turned to her without hesitation. "I'm real. I'm still figuring out what I am to the court, but I'm not a hallucination." Sale's ancient, tired eyes searched Ela's face. You have the look of someone who can make decisions. I do, Ela said. I'm good at solving problems. Then, Sale said carefully, you should know what you're inheriting. 87 are fading. 7 have already gone this year. This is what we've become. That's going to change, Ela said. Not aggressive, just factual. Not because I have magic, I don't yet, but because I won't accept it. Because I don't know how to accept it. Sale's expression shifted, something like hope, dangerous and fragile. She released her hold on the corridor wall and stepped forward, the movement less flickering now. The regent hasn't wanted anything in so long. I forgot what it looked like in his face. No, I said quietly. I hadn't wanted anything. Wanting is a trap for the dying. But you do now, Sale said, reading the connection between Ela and me like she'd been waiting centuries for the answer. Which, I realized, she probably had. Yes, I said. I do. Sale nodded slowly. She didn't say anything else, but she straightened her spine, not the quick straightening of relief, but the slower, deliberate straightening of one fading thing that had just remembered how to choose hope instead of accept oblivion. As Ela and I moved deeper into the court, showing her the throne room, the failing gardens, the courtiers who were holding their shapes, I felt something I hadn't felt in decades: purpose. Not purpose imposed by duty or magic. Purpose that came from choosing, from this specific woman reading the dying court and deciding that saving it was worth her time. The throne room was ancient stone and hawthorn woven through with cold iron. The architecture was deliberately liminal. Neither fully fey nor fully human, a threshold space designed to hold the weight of 2 worlds simultaneously. The room itself felt thin, like the magic supporting it had worn gossamer fine. The throne itself was cracked. Not metaphorically. A hairline fracture ran down the stone center, glowing faintly with leaking magic, the glow stuttering like a failing heartbeat. How long? She asked, touching the crack with a careful finger. The magic sparked against her skin, not painfully, but with recognition, the way a lock recognizes a key. Weeks. Maybe a month if the magic holds steady. I didn't soften it. She deserved the truth, unvarnished. The throne is the anchor for the court's magic. When it fails, the binding fails. Everything falls. She examined it as one looking at structural problems in a building she was considering purchasing, with an eye toward what could be salvaged and what would need to be replaced entirely. Running her finger along the fracture, reading it the way some people read maps. Can you repair it? Not without another immortal sharing the cost. Or without someone being crowned to share the burden. I paused, watching her. Or without someone being willing to bleed for it. Literally. Blood Mage Bane's power back to the stone. She didn't flinch. So that's the real mechanism. Blood binds power to the throne. That's not romantic, that's practical. Both, I said. In the Fey world, practicality and romance are often the same thing. Power is a kind of love, if you understand what love costs. We walked through the chambers. Courtiers I hadn't seen in weeks emerged from doorways, testing her, reading her, trying to understand if she was salvation or another false hope. Some of them were barely visible, faded to the point where the light shone through them. Others were still coherent, still holding their shapes, still functional. We ended the walking tour in the private viewing room, a space I rarely used because viewing the court's slow death had become unbearable. The walls here were lined with glass, unobstructed sightlines. I'd built it to see everything clearly, to never be able to hide from what was happening. It had been a kind of self-punishment for 400 years. But I needed her to see it. I needed her to understand what she was choosing, the scope of what she'd be saving, the weight of the responsibility she was about to accept. The room overlooked 3 sections of the court simultaneously. Gardens to the north, where nothing grew anymore because there wasn't enough magic to sustain even desperate life. The soil itself had turned grey, not from neglect but from magic depletion. The central chambers to the east, where the courtiers lived in increasing isolation, their chambers fading from gold to dull stone as the magic that sustained their quarters diminished. And to the south, the threshold gardens, where the hawthorn was beginning to glow in response to her presence, the white blooms brightening even in the pre-dawn grey. "How many are fading?" she asked. 87 currently, I said. 7 have faded completely in the last year. Some into nothing. Some into memory, still here, but not coherent enough to communicate. And you've accepted that? Yes. She turned to me. Her eyes were sharp, assessing, reading, finding the architecture of my surrender. You've made peace with murder by inaction. No one had ever said it to me so bluntly. No one had dared. Yes. That's going to change, she said. If I stay.
Yes.
Not because you're going to suddenly become proactive, but because I won't let you accept it anymore. I don't accept it. I won't learn to. She was right. She was absolutely right. And I felt the weight of that, the relief of it, the terror of it, the sensation of someone else deciding to want what I'd stopped believing was worth wanting, to fight what I'd made peace with. I know, I said. She turned back to the window, and I watched her look at the dying court like she was already planning how to save it. Like the problem was a matter of applying enough strategic thinking, enough will, enough choice. Like impossible was a state of mind rather than a fact. I was falling in love with her. Not because of the bargain, not because of fate or magic or the bloodline call written into her cells centuries before she was born, but because she was looking at impossible things and refusing to accept that they were impossible. She was looking at a century-old man who'd given up and deciding he didn't have to be given up anymore. She was looking at a dying court and seeing a problem to solve rather than a tragedy to witness. She was going to change everything. After she'd retreated to rest, I sat in my chamber and allowed myself to fully feel what I'd been holding at bay for decades. The terror.
The hope.
The absolute certainty that I was about to spend the last years of my immortal life burning for someone who didn't yet know I'd chosen her centuries ago. The phone would be a problem. The human world access would be a problem. Thorin would see her connections as weakness, would use them as leverage. But watching Ela read the courtiers, the way her mind moved through the geometry of power, the way she refused to accept loss as foregone, I understood what I'd woven into her bloodline. Not just a call, but the only thing that could save the court. A woman who understood power from both worlds and believed that understanding was enough to change the outcome. The math was brutal. Every spell to sustain the court would cost years from my immortal life. Decades compressed into a handful of human years, time accelerating the closer I got to the end. Maybe 50 years left if I was careful, and the magic didn't devour more than expected. Maybe 100 if the early cost was low, if the binding settled easily. And then I would age, the aging that came when an immortal poured his essence into a failing realm, fast, visible, mortal. It was the best trade I could possibly make. I would sleep soon. For the first time in decades, I would sleep without the weight of pretending the court wasn't dying, without the exhaustion of acceptance that had calcified my bones. The bargain was written. The centuries of waiting were ending. Tomorrow, when the sun rose on the threshold garden, a woman who didn't yet know she was orchestrated would bind herself to save a court she'd known for less than 2 days. In binding herself, she would bind me to the future in a way no amount of immortality ever had, would make mortality into something like a mercy. And I would finally have something specific to burn for. Something worth the cost. Something that made the ending not just an ending but a choice. It was enough. I sat at my window and slept for the first time in true decades. The real, deep sleep of someone who'd finally stopped pretending. Not the half-conscious vigil I'd kept for centuries. Not the exhaustion of pretending to live. When I woke, she was still there, unconscious in the chamber next to mine, bound to me now by magic, and by choice, and by the centuries-old bargain finally bearing fruit. The hawthorn was still blooming outside the threshold, its white flowers glowing faintly in the pre-dawn, singing at frequencies only those with the bloodline could hear. The court was still dying, but it wasn't dying alone anymore. And that was everything. Chapter 5. Ela. 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 I woke in a bed that wasn't mine, in a room that smelled like hawthorn and something ancient, with a clear head for the first time since the hawthorn bloomed at my garden's edge. Sleep had reset my skepticism. The fated pull was still there, a low hum under my ribs, constant as a heartbeat. The drowsy acceptance from last night had burned off. I was thinking like a lawyer again. A lawyer who'd walked into a trap but hadn't decided if it was beautiful or just well packaged. I sat up slowly. The linens were cool and fine. Expensive. Human expensive. The mattress held the shape of my body. I'd slept hard deep, the kind of sleep you don't get when you're grieving or afraid, the kind you get when some part of you has already made the choice your conscious mind is still arguing about. I got out of bed and found clothes that fit perfectly. Faye provided, or Kael had scanned me for measurements while I slept. The thought should have unsettled me. Instead, I filed it. He was watching. He was planning. Good information. Lawyer information. The clothes were fine. Soft trousers in a grey that matched my eyes, a sweater that moved like water. I pulled my hair back and walked to the mirror. The face looking back at me was my own. 44, lined around the eyes, the jawline still sharp, but softening at the edges. I'd expected the Fae world to change me more fundamentally, to strip away the human wear and polish me into something ageless and Fae. Instead, I was still Ela Vaughn, just in a better-fitting wardrobe. Still myself, which meant I could still choose. That was important. The throne room was massive and cold, full of the smell of stone that wasn't stone. Stone that breathed. Stone that held memory. Kael stood perfectly still, the way ancient people stood when they had centuries to spend. His face was neutral, perfected over 600 years. But I could see the effort. A microscopic tension at the corner of his mouth, his eyes tracking my entrance without following. I have questions, I said. Real ones. Not the polite ones. His mouth curved. A smile, but it was sad at the edges. I expect nothing less. I'd practiced this walk. The trick. Ask the thing they don't want to answer, like you already know the answer and are just giving them the chance to confirm. Kael had been honest about the attraction, the bargain's shape. Now I needed to know what that honesty cost. When you cast magic to support the court, what exactly happens to you? He took a breath. A human gesture, which meant it cost him something. The magic is in the blood. In the essence of immortals. We are magic in a way humans are not. When you spend magic, you're spending yourself. Burning through the fundamental thing that keeps you alive. Specifically, a small spell, a light, a mending, costs a day of life. A moderate one, a few years. A large working, a decade or more. The court requires constant support. The gardens need feeding, the boundaries reinforced. The people need. He stopped. The court is dying, which means constant magical expenditure. Constant burn. I did the math quickly, the way I'd always been good at doing math when it mattered. How much magic? How often? How old was he? How long could an immortal sustain themselves, and a court that was already 90% failed? How long do you have? I asked. If I stop spending magic on the court, centuries still. If I continue as I have been, perhaps 50 years, perhaps 100. The calculation becomes difficult when you're not sure of the variables. And if I'm here, if the bargain works, if I bind myself and feed the court, then the drain lessens but doesn't stop. We would burn more slowly. Together. So if I love you, I said, my voice careful, and we stay together, I'm choosing to watch you age fast. I'm choosing to watch you burn. Yes. He didn't soften it. Didn't offer a consolation. If you choose me, you're also choosing to lose me. Relatively soon. Within your lifetime. I let that sit for a moment. The throne room was so quiet I could hear something moving in the walls. The court itself, maybe. Breathing. Dying. The trap was visible now. The beautiful part was, he wasn't lying. He was showing me the teeth, the cost before he even asked me to pay it. That took an honesty I didn't usually associate with ancient, dying regents of fey courts. That's not a bargain, I said. That's a trap. Yes. He met my eyes fully for the first time. It is. A beautiful one, though. And the alternative is watching me fade anyway. Slowly. Without you. Without anyone. Alone in a dying court, burning through centuries watching people I've loved disappear. The rationality was worse than manipulation. He wasn't pretending this was good for me, wasn't lying about the cost. He was offering a choice between two forms of loss, his slow death alone and eternal, or his fast one with company. With me. Letting me choose which loss I could afford to witness. Show me the dying regions, I said. I need to understand what I'd be saving. The gardens were devastating. That was the word that kept coming up, devastating. Plants still growing, but thin, as if remembered into existence rather than alive. The earth was pale, drained like old skin. The light thin, filtered through something that tasted like copper on my tongue. Even the hawthorn was struggling, blooms anemic, thorns less sharp. The air tasted wrong, too thin, like high altitude or a space where oxygen had been withdrawn and stalled at barely breathable. My lungs worked harder. Every breath felt like labor, my diaphragm fighting pressure that shouldn't exist. I took shallow breaths, the kind you take when afraid to use up what little air remains. How long has it been like this? I asked, touching a plant barely coherent. It felt like cobwebs, fragile and abandoned. The leaves turned to dust under my fingers. The gardens have been failing for about 60 years, Kael said. Before that, they were just declining. The decline has been happening for about 300 years. 300 years. The number was too large to picture. I'd lived 44 years, and I could barely account for what I'd lost in that time. He'd watched a kingdom die in slow motion for 10 times that. When did you stop trying? I asked. About 250 years ago. He didn't look at the failing plants. He looked at me. It became clear that the decline was accelerating, not stabilizing. That it wasn't a temporary fluctuation, but the beginning of the end. At that point, hope became cruel. It became kinder to accept. I understood the logic of it. I'd done the same with Graham, stopped trying, stopped hoping, stopped believing that things could change. But hearing it said aloud, hearing an ancient immortal admit to giving up because trying would hurt more than surrendering, made it real in a way strategy and calculation couldn't touch. When did you stop wanting? I asked. He was quiet for a long time. That's the same question, I think. I filed it. This is what I'm choosing to change. Not just save the court. Change him. Make him want again. Give him something to burn for besides survival. Then he took me to the chambers where the courtiers who were fading lived. The woman was sitting in a window seat, looking out at a garden that had been beautiful. She was barely visible, I could see through her, the way light passes through old glass. The afternoon sun came through her shoulder. She didn't cast a shadow, but her eyes were sharp, alert, present. Alive the way only the dying are. "Hello, Ela," she said. Her voice came from far away, like it was traveling through water. "If you stay, I'll have one more generation before the fade takes me. That's enough." I couldn't think of anything to say to that. What does a person say to someone asking you to save them by accepting a personal cost so large you can't calculate it? I stood there in my borrowed clothes, in a fey court I'd been in for 48 hours, and felt the weight of other lives depending on my choice. The weight was physical, pressed down on my chest, made it hard to breathe. "How long have you been fading?" I asked. 40 years, she said. I've watched the others disappear ahead of me. Watched them thinner, until nothing was left but memory. I've known this was coming since the decline began. Knowing doesn't make it easier. But it makes you grateful for one more generation with the people you love. Grateful for the chance to matter one more time. The weight had been abstract until that moment. Now it had a name and a voice and eyes that wanted things though her body was disappearing. 40 years of patience in it, knowledge of what was coming. The hope that if I stayed, if I bound myself to Kael, she might get another 40 years watching the court survive. We walked deeper. The stone beneath my feet felt warm, alive. Kael showed me the stone at the heart of the court, the thing holding the magic, and it was cracked. Fractures spreading through something that should have been unbreakable. I could fit my fingers into the largest crack. The stone felt feverish, like skin at infection's edge. The cracks glowed with residual magic leaking out. Silver light, moonlight on water, the color of loss. Visible only if you knew how to look. He did. I was learning. This is the problem, he said quietly. This is what happens when an immortal's will fails. The magic that holds everything together is fed by belief, by intention, by choosing to keep it intact. When I stopped choosing, when I accepted that the court was dying, the magic started to agree with me. The stone was giving up, cracks spreading from inside, from the loss of will that held it together for centuries. If I refuse, I said, everyone here dies. Yes. Eventually. Slowly. If I accept, you die faster.
Yes.
He was standing still. His stillness was how he held himself together when he wasn't holding the court together. His control was perfect as surrender. A man who stopped fighting gravity and decided to fall slowly, so no one would notice. Why didn't you just refuse the bargain? I asked. Why not just let it end? Let them all go at once instead of drawing it out? It took a long time. The silence got heavier, building pressure like water behind a dam. I could feel him calculating which truth would hurt less. Because I'm a coward, he said finally. Passivity is easier than choosing death. If you choose me, you choose to spend your life watching me pay the price for the court's survival. You become the one who carries the weight of my sacrifice. And I engineered that centuries before you were born, the bloodline magic, fated pull, all of it, which means I'm not a hero sacrificing for you. I'm a manipulator who's rewritten the rules so that your choice to save my court is also a choice to destroy me. Your agency is built on my centuries of planning. Your free will is a trap I set. The cruelty hit me fresh, even though I'd suspected it. He'd orchestrated this centuries ago, and I was paying the psychological cost, carrying the weight of his sacrifice. Even with genuine love, he'd built a trap where my choice cost him immortality and me his death. No wonder the bargain was beautiful. It was perfectly terrible. And the worst part was knowing that he knew how terrible it was, and he was offering it anyway because the alternative was worse. I asked for time alone, and he gave it without comment. He didn't push, didn't manipulate, didn't try to convince me while vulnerable. He accepted that I needed space, the way you respect a person's grief. The respect was its own seduction. In my experience, people who respected your boundaries were the ones who could really hurt you. The chamber was high in the court, overlooking the threshold garden. The hawthorn bloomed in response to me, more blooms than this morning, flowers opening like they were breathing in. I could see the veil weakening, the boundary between fae and human growing permeable, thin. The sight should have terrified me. Instead, I sat on the window seat and did what I always did. I calculated. Graham had erased me. 20 years of being a woman visible to no one, not even to myself. I'd been so busy being invisible that I'd forgotten I could be seen. Kael was offering to see me. Not because I was convenient, or because I completed him, or because the prophecy required it. Because I was specific and real and strategic, and that was enough for an ancient dying regent to burn. Enough for him to engineer a bloodline spell centuries ago, to have me here now in his court, aware of exactly what he was asking. The cost was his life. But the alternative was my continued invisibility. Stay in the human world, return to the routine that had erased me, the law practice where I was competent but unmemorable, the empty house with empty rooms. Become a ghost in my own life. Watch myself fade the way the court was fading, present but thinning, less real, less able to touch anything that mattered. Or step into the Fey world and become visible, necessary, powerful, chosen. A queen in a kingdom that needed me. Someone who mattered in a way the human world had never allowed. The cost was also my life, in a different way. Staying in the Fey world meant real estate change, identity change, human world access limited to visits. I was trading visibility in the human world for power in the Fey one. Trading safety for stakes. Trading the slow death of invisibility for the fast burn of being alive. But the court would die without me. The people in those chambers, the faded courtier with her patience, the strategists and healers and historians would all disappear. Kael would fade alone, the last light going out in a kingdom of ghosts, waiting for a bloodline heir that would never come. If I refused, everyone died slowly. I would carry that choice for the rest of my life, the knowledge that I could have saved them and hadn't. That I'd chosen safety over significance. If I accepted, Kael died on an accelerated timeline, but the court lived. The courtiers lived. I got to be visible. I got to be wanted. I got to matter in a way the human world had never let me matter. I got to choose myself. That's what it came down to. Not rescue. Not sacrifice. Cold, clear choice. I would rule the Fey court and let Kael age and die because that was better than the alternative. Both of us invisible. Everyone invisible. Me spending 20 years in a house with empty rooms, erased so slowly that by the time I died, nothing would be left but the ghost of competence. I stood up. Looked at my reflection in the dark window. 44. Overlooked, underestimated, invisible. 44 years was long enough to know I wanted to burn rather than fade. The cost was worth it. I've spent 20 years being erased, I said to the empty room. I will not spend the next 20 invisible. I sent for Kael. He arrived with carefully neutral expression, learned over centuries. The neutrality was paper thin. Hope underneath, small, fragile, learned to fear its own name. Fear, the absolute certainty I would refuse. And underneath, the knowledge he deserved refusal. That he'd built a trap and knew it, and was asking me to walk into it. I accept the bargain, I said. But on my terms. I listed them like negotiating a business contract. Human identity, access to Bex, my phone, my connection to the world I'd come from. No erasure. I would be visible in both worlds, claimed by neither. The blood oath at sunrise. Queen in waiting, not regent, not victim, not sacrifice. Queen. The woman who chose. Done, he said. On your terms. Always on your terms. Are you sure? I asked. Once I bind you, you can't undo it. This is the choice you were designed to make, which means it's not actually a choice, which means I'm binding an immortal against their will to save a court that's already half dead. Which means I'm becoming part of the same trap that was set for you. His eyes were very dark in the low light of my chamber.
Ancient.
Tired. But awake in a way I hadn't seen before. Like something in him had come back to life just by watching me consider this choice. I'd been waiting for this for centuries, he said quietly. Waiting for someone who understood the trap and walked into it anyway. Waiting for someone who was not trying to save me. Waiting for someone who was saving herself. You are the one I've been waiting for, Ela. And I'm sure. The weight of that, the waiting, the centuries, the bloodline spell woven before my great-grandmother was born, should have made me angry, made me feel manipulated, used, engineered. Instead, I felt seen. Known. The way you feel when someone has really looked at you and decided you were worth burning for. That the loss of immortality was a small price for the chance to watch you choose power. It was seductive, that feeling. And dangerous. And true. Tomorrow at sunrise, I said. Tomorrow at sunrise, he agreed. After he left, I sat in the dark and felt the bond hum. Not romantic yet. Something more fundamental. Recognition. Understanding. We were both walking into this trap with our eyes open, choosing it because the alternative was worse. He understood what it cost, choosing to pay it. I was choosing to let him, which made me complicit, not innocent. But I was 44 years old. I'd given up on innocence a long time ago. I slept without dreams. When I woke, the hawthorn outside my window was blooming white against the faylight, heavy enough to bow the branches. The court was waiting. The sun was rising. The veil was thin enough to step through. Time to cross over. Chapter 6. Ela. Ela. The clothes the court had provided were perfect in a way that made me suspicious. Fay-made, obviously. The fabric moved like water against my skin, catching the light with a texture alive. Black silk with silver threading, tailored at the waist with precision no human seamstress could achieve. Looking down at myself, the threads had been sewn in patterns that meant something. Runes, maybe, or the old language the court used when binding. The garment fit my body as if they'd spun it around me specifically, following the arc of my ribs, the width of my shoulders, the way I stood when I wasn't trying to shrink. My hair had been braided with hawthorn blooms that smelled like honey and midnight and something else. Something green and alive that made my mouth water. The braids were intricate, woven with silver wire that caught the light. When I moved, the weight of them was unmistakable, the blooms brushing the small of my back. In the mirror before leaving my chamber, I didn't see Ela Vaughn, the invisible ex-wife. I saw someone else entirely. Someone the court had decided to acknowledge. Someone they'd dressed for power. The threshold garden at sunrise was different from what it had been in darkness. The hawthorn blooms were white gold in the light that wasn't quite sun, and the temperature was dropping in anticipation. Maybe in response to what was about to happen. The magic knew. The court knew. The whole liminal space between worlds was holding its breath, the way the air holds before a storm breaks. That pressure sat in my teeth. In the base of my skull. Pressure, not pain. Something older, something that recognized magic the way my body recognized cold water or the exact moment before orgasm. The threshold was alive, and it was waiting for me to do something irreversible. Kael was waiting with a selection of courtiers, not all of them, but the ones that mattered. The ancient ones, the ones who had the most to lose if this failed. They stood in a loose circle around the largest hawthorn tree, the one that straddled the threshold more precisely than the others. Its roots had split the earth on both sides of the veil. When they saw me, they bowed. Not submission, something older. Question. Would I be queen, or a visitor they were pretending to respect? Would I have the spine to take what they were offering, or flinch? I didn't curtsy back. One sharp nod, chin down and up. Authoritative. It felt like lying, but it also felt like the truest thing I'd ever done. We bind, Kael said. His voice was formal, old magic wound through the words like frost crystals forming on glass. Frost patterns spread across the air as he spoke, actual frost, visible and real, blooming from his mouth outward. Ela Vaughn, heir of the hollow, I offer the blood oath. Will we bind? The silence that followed felt like falling. All those courtiers, all that ancient power, waiting for me to refuse. To ask for clarification. To hesitate. The words came to me, not taught, but woven into the magic itself, the bargain waiting for my voice to speak them into existence. They fit in my mouth like I'd always known them, like they'd been written for me specifically at the moment of my birth, waiting 44 years to be claimed. I bind, I said. My voice was steady. Blood to throne, throne to blood. I am queen in waiting. You are regent. This court is ours. Kael's expression shifted. Something in him broke open, a crack in the immortal reserve that had held him together for centuries. He held out his hand, and I extended mine, the silver threads in my sleeves catching the light. There was a blade there, cold iron, which I'd learned nullified magic, but was still just cold and sharp against human skin. He held it carefully, almost reverently. The blade was old, pitted with time, inscribed with words I couldn't read. "This won't cause lasting harm," he said quietly. "Only for me." "I know," I said. "I'm choosing it anyway." He cut me with ritual precision. Small cut across the heel of my palm, deep enough to bleed freely. Cold iron, then sting, then my blood welling dark against pale flesh. I didn't flinch. The small violence that was also a vow. My blood fell on the hawthorn root, each drop hitting with an audible tap that seemed to echo across the threshold. The magic surged. Kael's hand was glowing, not externally, but from within. The immortal essence burning through his skin. I saw through his fingers, the structure of his bones outlined in light. We clasped hands, blood to blood, and the world went white. Pure white, the kind of white that erases distinction between sky and earth and air, and everything in between. It burned. It didn't hurt. The burning was beyond pain, it was transformation, it was atoms rearranging themselves in real time. The hawthorn blooms exploded, the only word for it. Not opened, not bloomed, but exploded into light so bright I couldn't see past it, couldn't think past it. The magic was visible, singing at a frequency that lodged in my teeth and bones, in the base of my skull, in the spaces between my ribs, in the liquid core of my spine. Centuries of waiting compressed into a single moment of yes. The weight of centuries of failing courts and dying magic and slow erosion. The cost settling into the magic like gravity. The bond sealed. Like a second heartbeat settling into my chest. A rhythm not mine but undeniably in me, threaded through every cell, permanent as blood. It synchronized with my own heartbeat, two separate rhythms finding their harmony, then locking into sync. The sensation was overwhelming, like drowning and being saved simultaneously. Like being split open and then carefully, precisely sewn back together with threads of light. The bond sang with his despair and his hope and the weight of his sacrifice. The binding was not with a stranger. It was centuries of waiting, with ancient failure, with a man who'd learned to accept death and was now learning through me to want life again. I was bonding with all of that, and I was choosing it, eyes open, knowing that this choice would reshape both of us in ways I couldn't yet measure. The light faded slowly. Colors bled back into the world like watercolor on wet paper. The hawthorn blooms settled, still glowing faintly at their edges, as if they'd caught fire, and were still burning it out slowly. The court bowed. Not questioned. Not conditional. They bowed, and I wasn't heir anymore. I was their queen, and they swore what was left of their loyalty to the fact that I was here, I was chosen, I was real. My hand was sticky with my blood, and Kael's was glowing faintly at the edges, the light fading incrementally. The bargain was sealed. I was bound to the Hawthorn Court and to him. The single largest commitment of my life, made in full consciousness of the cost. The weight of it settled into my bones, present, like wearing a crown that was somehow inside me instead of on my head. The courtiers dispersed slowly, still processing what they'd witnessed. Soren approached me and bowed, a full bow, the kind that acknowledged my authority, not my position. "Your Majesty," he said. The title fit differently now. It wasn't an honor granted. It was a fact. "Then help me understand them," I said. My voice still catching slightly from the magic's aftermath. "The ones who are fading, the ones who are loyal, the ones like Thorin who are waiting to see if I'm salvation or just another false hope. I need to know the landscape before I can start healing it." "As you wish," Soren said. The power had shifted. I wasn't a visitor anymore. I was the queen, and the court was going to move the way queens decided it should move. They gave me human clothes. The divorce clothes, the ones I'd worn the day the hawthorn bloomed. Jeans and a sweater that smelled like my own world, like detergent, and the jasmine sachets I'd kept in my bedroom drawer. Wearing them again was betrayal and return to something true simultaneously. The court's concession to my dual nature. They were acknowledging that I had a world they couldn't fully touch, that I had anchors they couldn't cut. They gave me a phone, which shouldn't have worked in the Fae court but did. The modern flat screen, its weight in my palm, felt obscene here. Another small magical concession to the fact that I was part of both worlds now. The phone was a lifeline. The phone was also a tether, each call reminding me of what I'd left behind. I called Bex while my hand was still bleeding from the oath, the small cut barely visible but undeniable. I needed to hear her voice while the blood was there, while the magic was still fresh on my skin, while I could taste the threshold on my tongue. She answered on the second ring, as if she'd been waiting for the phone to ring, as if she knew something had changed. "Where are you?" Her voice cracked with panic. "It's been 2 days. 2 days, Ela, and you just vanished. No note, no message, your car's in the driveway, your phone went straight to voicemail. Graham called me. Graham called to see if I'd heard from you. When was the last time he called about anything?" "I'm okay," I said. "Better than okay." "Where are you?" She was trying not to cry. I could hear it in the way her voice hitched on the word "ah." She wanted to hold on to anger because anger was safer than fear. "Ela, I'm not joking. I nearly called the police. Your ex-husband was more concerned than you left me any reason to be. I can't explain. Not in a way you'd believe." I pulled the sweater tighter around myself, aware of how small this chamber was, how far away from her. "But I'm okay. I promise I'm okay." The silence on the other end was terrible. Long enough that I thought she'd hung up. Her breathing was audible, the kitchen sounds behind her. The hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the clock we'd bought together at a farmer's market 6 years ago when we were both newly divorced and convinced we'd never need rescuing. That clock, ticking away in her house without me, nearly broke something in me. "Come home," she said finally, her voice shifted to something older, something sadder. "Whatever is happening, wherever you are, just come home. Come back and we'll figure it out together." "I am home," I said. "Not the human world home. A different home." "But I'm home, Bex. I'm genuinely, truly home for the first time in my life." "Is it a man?" Her voice shifted again. All of it was there. The concern, the recognition, the part of her that knew me well enough to guess. "Ela, if someone took you, if you're being coerced, if he's using you, if this is some kind of complicated situation you're afraid to admit." "No one took me. I chose." Blood from my palm fell onto the dark stone of my chamber floor, each drop hitting with a soft tap. I walked into a garden and chose this. I spoke words and chose this. I bled and chose this. I'm safe. I'm loved. For the first time in my life, I'm seen. Bex, he sees me. Not what he wants me to be. Not what I could be if I changed or lost weight, or had a better career or hadn't wasted 20 years. Me. Exactly this. Incompletely, messily, exactly this, and he wants it. Her breath hitched. She was crying, trying not to let me know. "I hope he knows how lucky he is," she said. Voice soft. "I hope he knows what you gave up. I hope he knows you gave up everything to choose that." "He does," I said. I made sure of that. I made him say it out loud. "Don't forget me," she said. That's when her voice broke entirely. "Whatever happens, wherever you are, please don't forget that I love you. Don't let him be everything." "I won't," I said. "I promise I won't." But I knew I was lying. Not about the promise. I meant the promise. The court was settling into my bones. Kael was becoming the gravity that held my orbit, and I was becoming someone who couldn't walk back into her kitchen and be the same woman who'd left it. I was changing, and she knew it, and we both grieved it in the silence between our words. "I love you," she said. "I love you, and I'm terrified, and I don't know what to do with that." "I love you too," I said. "And I'm terrified and in love, and I've never been this sure of anything." "Both things are true." "Both things are true," she echoed. "Okay. Okay, I'll hold on to that." "I'll hold on to you." 60 seconds of breathing together across whatever distance had opened between us. "I have to go," I said finally. "The court." "I know," she said.
Go.
"Be home. Be the queen or whatever you are now. But call me. Even if it's just to say I'm still here, I'm still yours, call me." "I will," I said. "Bye, Ela." "Bye, Bex." The phone went dark in my hand. The grief came fast and complete, a wave crashing over me without warning. I was losing the world I'd known, even if that world had been slowly erasing me. Losing Bex's everyday presence, her voice, her knowing laugh, the way she could read the shift in my breathing and know something was wrong. Losing anonymity in a coffee shop. Losing the person I'd been married, the person I'd become after, and all potential versions of myself that only existed in my human life. But the court needed me. Kael needed me. The bond in my chest sang, "You are chosen, you are here, you matter." That frequency was louder than any loss. The grief and the joy existed simultaneously in my chest. I mourned the human world and celebrated the Fey one. Said goodbye to Bex and embraced the court. Grieved Graham, who I'd spent 20 years with and never truly known, and embraced Kael, who I'd known for only days but who saw me with a clarity that was painful. Both true. Both real. Both mine to carry. I pulled myself together. Court was waiting for their queen. They'd prepared a chamber for us. Kael's chamber, now ours. It was massive and old, the ceilings so high they disappeared into shadow, the stone ancient textured like breathing. The air smelled of hawthorn and stone, and something deeper, green and wild, the smell of standing in a forest at night. The window overlooked the threshold garden, and at night, the hawthorn blooms glowed like captured starlight, emitting a faint luminescence that had no source I could identify. The bed was enormous, draped in fabric the color of moonlight. When I touched it, it was warm. Kael had already warmed it for me, the way some men might prepare a bath. The consideration of it made me want to cry all over again. "We don't have to," Kael began when I appeared in his chamber that evening. He was trying to give me an out, respect boundaries I hadn't explicitly set. Care in that attempt was its own form of seduction. He was standing by the window, silhouetted against the glow of the blooms. "The bond is sealed. We've fulfilled the bargain. You don't owe me anything else." "I'm not ready for that," I said. "But I want to sleep near you. Feel you breathing. Know you're real." Something in his face shifted. Relief or hunger held at bay. Both. "All right," he said quietly. So, we did. We lay in the same bed, chaste but present for each other. The weight of him beside me, the physical pressure of another body in the space I'd occupied alone for 2 years, was enough to make me want to cry all over again. His heartbeat came through the bond like a second pulse synchronized with my own. His breathing hitched when he started to relax, then caught again. I'd disappear if he actually slept. He gripped consciousness, gripped the reality of me beside him. The effort of it, the desperate hope of it, made my chest ache in a way that had nothing to do with the oath and everything to do with him. "You can sleep," I whispered into the dark. "I'm not going anywhere." "I know," he said. But he didn't sleep for a long time. He lay awake beside me. We were two strings that had been plucked and were now resonating in harmony, unable to stop. I didn't disappear. I dreamed of hawthorn blooming, of the court's magic healing itself gradually, piece by piece, the way a broken bone heals with patience. The blooms were expanding, spreading across the threshold garden like a spell blooming outward, undoing centuries of rot. In the dream, I was the center of it, and the magic was flowing through me the way blood flows through veins. Then the dream shifted. Darker. I dreamed of Kael aging and dying in my arms. The dream started normal. We were in the garden, and the light was fading, turning that peculiar fey gold that seemed to come from the earth itself, rather than the sky. But then it shifted without transition, the way dreams do. His hand in mine went thin, the skin papering and translucent, the bones prominent under tissue paper skin. The veins were visible, blue tracking across the back of his hand. His heartbeat became erratic, jumping and skipping like a faulty transmission. The moment when he stopped being warm was unmistakable. His hand in mine became the hand of a corpse. Not cold yet, but cooling, the way heat drains from a body in stages. When the dream twisted into nightmare. When I felt his hand go cold in mine, the specific moment an immortal stops being immortal. He was there through the bond, pulling me back. Not his voice, but his presence, wordless. It was okay to be afraid. The fear was part of the choice. He was real and present, and not going anywhere yet. The dream dissolved like watercolor in water. I woke in the dark, gasping, my heart racing, and his arm was around me. "I'm here," he said quietly. His voice was rough with his own disrupted sleep. "I'm here. I'm not leaving." "I felt you dying," I said, my voice shaking. "In the dream, I felt you." "I know," he said. "I felt it too, through the bond. But I'm here now. I'm warm. I'm breathing." He took my hand and pressed it against his chest, right over his heart. I felt it beating there, strong, steady, alive. The proof of it under my palm. "Alive," he said. "Until I'm not. But not now." I woke once more in the middle of the fey night and watched him sleep. He'd finally surrendered to it, really slept, not just rested. He looked younger when he wasn't holding himself so carefully, less like an ancient thing desperately pretending to have hope. His face in sleep was almost undefended. The tension around his eyes eased, the lines around his mouth softened into something almost boyish. I could see the centuries-old regent stripped away, leaving just the man underneath. I realized I was falling in love with this man, this ancient regent who'd orchestrated my entire existence from centuries away and was now lying next to me, trusting me with the rest of his mortal life. The falling in love was happening too fast, too completely, in a way that terrified me because I'd already felt it shift him, already felt the bargain beginning to work its arithmetic on his immortal body. I reached out and traced the line of his jaw with my fingertip, barely touching him, terrified of waking him. His skin was warm. Real. Human. The texture of human skin was different. Thinner, more fragile, subject to time and sun, and the slow erosion of years. I'd never noticed it before, but I was noticing it now. He was becoming more human the moment he became mine. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm sorry for what this is costing you." But he'd made the choice too. Through the bond, I felt him sleeping peacefully beside me, accepting the cost of it. That was somehow worse than if he'd been afraid. I laid my hand on his chest and felt his heartbeat. Steady. Human. It would not last forever, but long enough for me to fall completely in love with him. That was its own tragedy. The tragedy of choosing something that couldn't be kept. For the first time in my life, I understood what it meant to choose something that could be taken from you, to choose it anyway, knowing the cost was written into the bargain itself. "I chose this," I said to the dark. "That makes it mine. That makes it real." The bond hummed in agreement, and I went back to sleep with my hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat, feeling the time I had left with him. Decades maybe, if we were lucky. Centuries if magic could hold back mortality, but it couldn't. Feeling everything I was gaining and everything I was sacrificing measured in the rhythm of his breath. The weight of the choice settling into my bones, heavy and warm and absolutely certain. When morning came, fey morning, gold grey and timeless, the court was waiting for its queen. Chapter 7. Ela. 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 Kael's study smelled like centuries. Ancient parchment and dried herbs, and a particular dust that accumulated on things older than human memory. The shelves held codices that weren't bound anymore, just stacked, their spines cracked from age. Some volumes were so old the pages had turned translucent. The magic woven into them faded to almost invisible threads. His desk was carved from something that wasn't quite wood, warm to the touch in a way that suggested it was still alive. Roots maybe, or whatever the Fae equivalent was. The hawthorn scent was stronger here, mixed with something colder. Iron, maybe, or the mineral smell of deep earth. The study was the most itself I'd seen the court, like stepping into the bone structure of Kael's mind made spatial. Ancient and ordered and built to last. He sat across from me, patient and formal, watching while I filled page after page of a human notebook with Fae court hierarchy. The absurdity of it. A 44-year-old woman from the human world, writing notes in Staples brand paper while navigating centuries of magical politics, should have been embarrassing. Instead, it made me competent. Someone had to translate this. Someone had to write it down so the structure became visible. I was doing something useful. Making something chaotic into language. That was power in its way. The power to name things, to make them graspable. The notebook was filled with my careful handwriting, boxes and arrows. Family trees that were really power maps. Names I was learning to pronounce. Soren the strategist. The healer whose actual name I hadn't been given yet. The historian who moved like time itself was patient. And Thorns, Kael's phantom threat, hanging over every conversation like a sword that hadn't dropped yet. This makes no sense, I said, circling a name and drawing arrows between factions. The page was a web now. Bloodlines, oaths, old debts rendered in blue ink. Why does Thorns have 3 factions when the others have bloodline-based allegiances? Thorns built his faction on personal loyalty rather than magical inheritance, Kael said. He was amused. I could hear it in the edge of his voice, the way his mouth curved slightly. He's been here for 400 years, which means he has time to cultivate people in a way bloodline courtiers never will. Personal loyalty is more durable than accident of birth. I made a new note. Thorns, political threat. Built alternative power structure. More dangerous than inherited factions, because it requires active maintenance, active choice, active belief. So he's the one the courtiers look to if you fail. If the court dies.
Yes.
And he wants the throne. He's wanted it for 300 years. I looked up. Kael watched me like I was the most fascinating thing in the world, which should have been flattering and instead made me deeply suspicious. He was looking at me like I was a solution to a problem he'd accepted was unsolvable. Like finding the key after centuries of a locked door. I didn't like being anyone's solution, even choosing it. Especially then. Let's back up, I said, setting the pen down. You said the court was dying because there was no agreed-upon heir. You said the factions were waiting for succession chaos. That Thorns was waiting for you to fail so he could claim the throne. That all makes sense as a political problem. It is. But then I got here and you bound me to you with a blood bargain instead of just, I gestured at nothing, frustrated. Solving it like a functioning regent would. Why didn't you appoint someone? Why didn't you give them stability? Why didn't you just decide that someone was heir, magic the oath binding, and eliminate the uncertainty? His shoulders moved, a shift that might have been a shrug on a human. On him, it was the ghost of one. Because I was accepting the death. I didn't believe in saving it. When you stop believing in something, the magic stops believing in it too. The court's magic is fed by intention. I had no intention. So the magic began to fail. That's going to be a problem, I said. I meant it. The court's decline wasn't just magical or political. It was spiritual. Kael's passivity had infected the entire realm like a slow poison. He was waiting for death, so everyone was waiting for death, so nothing was growing and everything was fading. The courtiers couldn't act decisively because the regent wasn't acting. The magic couldn't regenerate because the person feeding it had already surrendered. Breaking that pattern wasn't going to be a matter of competence or strategy alone. It was going to require forcing someone who'd given up to start wanting again. It was going to require waking an immortal who'd been sleepwalking toward oblivion. "I know," he said. He said it like someone saying a prayer. Like he'd known this for a long time and had made peace with it. "I know it is." The fact that he could acknowledge it without defending himself was worse than if he'd fought me on it. He knew what he'd failed to do. He knew he'd failed his own court. He'd failed the people who depended on him to believe in something. And he'd made peace with that failure in a way that meant accepting it was the righteous thing to do. Failure was mercy. I stared at him across the carved not-quite-wood desk, at an immortal who'd decided to die slowly instead of live fiercely. He'd bound himself to someone with fire because he'd run out of his own centuries ago. I had roughly forever to undo centuries of his surrendered will. This was going to be impossible. I demanded to meet the courtiers properly on day 5. Not as a visitor. Not as the heir they were testing. As their queen. The throne room filled for the formal court session, and they arrived like a shift in pressure. They filed in slowly, cautiously, uncertain about me. The ancient ones came first, the ones who'd been here long enough to remember when the magic was strong, their faces lined with the weight of centuries. I recognized the healer from the hall, the one who'd given me water and spoken in a language I wouldn't understand. The historian came next, her eyes tracking me as a new chapter in a book she'd been writing for longer than nations existed. The younger courtiers came after, the ones who'd only known the declining court, who'd never seen what strength looked like. Soren, the strategist, stood to Kael's right, expression neutral. Thorns' faction was represented by observers in the back, watching with the specific hunger of people who understood that power was shifting. That shifted when I sat down. I didn't sit like a guest in the uncomfortable throne. I sat like I owned it, made to fit exactly this space. The throne was ancient and hard and cracked at the edges, carved from something that looked like bone but felt older. I traced my fingers along the armrest as I settled in, and the moment my body touched the seat fully, the temperature changed. A hand closing around my chest. Not threatening. Claiming. The magic acknowledged me. It rose to meet me like water finding its level, like a breath drawn after centuries of holding still. The throne knew me. Or was beginning to. The courtiers' reactions rippled outward. A shift in posture here, a tightening of hands there. They were testing if I would perform the role or become the role. I chose the latter. I straightened my spine and placed my hands on the armrests, and the magic settled into my bones like a tuning fork struck at the right frequency. The first dispute was minor on its surface. A merchant fae who wanted to harvest moonflowers from a land-bound fae's sacred garden. The merchant needed the flowers for income. The land-bound fae needed them for spiritual practice. A classic negotiation problem dressed up in fae magic instead of human commerce. The merchant spoke first. She was young, fae young in a way that could mean anything, but her voice held the desperate pitch of someone approaching irrelevance. "My lord, my lady," she corrected. "The moonflowers are the only crop that grows silver in our climate. They're worth more than anything else I can harvest. Without them, I'll fade into the commons. I'll become no one. I'll lose the rights to my own name." It took me a second to understand what she was saying. In the fae world, a name was currency. Lose your economic relevance, and you lost the thing that kept you tethered to identity. You faded. You became forgotten. The landbound fae stood next. She was older, grounded, her skin looking like it was made of root and soil. "Those flowers have grown in my family's garden for 300 years. They're sacred to us. They mark the seasons. They're how we speak to the earth. If she harvests them commercially, they stop being sacred and start being merchandise. I'll lose access to the magic that keeps my family anchored." will fade instead. Both of them faced the same death, just framed differently. I listened to both without interrupting, reading their actual needs beneath what they said. The merchant's hand shook, barely controlled. She couldn't make eye contact. She was terrified, not just of my judgment, but of the room's judgment. She'd built her whole identity around harvesting, and losing access to the moonflowers meant losing the thing that made her name worth knowing. The land-bound fae stood straighter, chin tipped up. Not terrified, but desperate in a different way. She fought to protect something sacred, and losing that meant losing the tether that kept her grounded. Her fear was existential. If the sacred became commercial, what did she become? Both afraid of fading, framed differently. I understood that fear. I'd been fading in my human world, becoming invisible, nameless, irrelevant. The human world just didn't have a magic system that made fading literal. The merchant feared poverty, not just poverty but irrelevance, becoming one of those people who faded because they had nothing to contribute, nothing that marked them necessary. The land-bound fae feared violation. Her sacred space contaminated by commerce, what mattered to her cheapened by transaction. The thing that made her matter would stop mattering. The merchant can harvest half the garden, I said. My voice was calm and clear. The throne gave me a register to work from, something to anchor in. Rotated yearly so the flowers regenerate. In payment, the merchant publicly credits the land-bound fae's garden as the source of the finest moonflowers in the realm. The land-bound fae's sacred space becomes famous across the fae world. The merchant has a marketable story that keeps her relevant. The land-bound fae's spiritual practice is protected and elevated. Everyone gets what they need instead of what they asked for. Silence. The kind that meant people were recalibrating their understanding of what was possible. Both parties accepted. The court voted unanimously to validate my decision. It meant something. They believed in the choice, not just obeyed it. The queen-in-waiting was becoming queen. Kael watched me with an expression that made the bond flare hot. Like a physical touch, like he reached for me across the distance and I reached back. His pride was palpable, a weight that nearly buckled my knees, the bone-deep satisfaction of watching someone do something he'd convinced was impossible. And underneath it, want. That flavor of want that came from watching someone do the impossible, and recognizing in them the person he'd been. One of the courtiers whispered to another, loud enough for me to hear. "She's not the heir. She's the queen." I didn't change my expression, but the bond hummed. The throne room cleared, and the weight of what I'd done settled like a stone in my chest. I'd solved a dispute using human negotiation in a fae system. I'd proven that my strategy worked. I'd shown the court that a queen-in-waiting could become a queen through competence, not through bloodline or magic or inheritance. But I'd made promises. To the merchant, to the land-bound fae, to every courtier who witnessed my decision. The court would be different. Justice would be strategic and power would serve those who held it. Soren waited for me in the hall outside the throne room. He moved with the ease of centuries of knowing exactly how powerful he was and choosing not to use it carelessly. "The courtiers are pleased," he said. "Some are shocked, but all are pleased." "How long until Thorn tries to challenge me?" I asked. "Weeks, perhaps. He'll want to see if you can sustain the momentum. If you crack, if you show weakness, that's when he'll move. But right now, you're new. You're competent. You're not failing." "Not yet," I said. He inclined his head, not quite a bow, but acknowledgement. The court has not had a regent willing to think strategically in a long time. Kael is ancient, but he stopped thinking before you arrived. You've reminded us that passivity is choice, that choosing differently is possible. He left me in the hall, and I stood with my hands shaking, processing the weight of what had happened. I wasn't playing a role. I was becoming the role. The court was watching, waiting to see if I'd crack. I was terrified, not of failing, but of succeeding. That evening, Kael brought wine to the shared chamber. Good wine, the kind that tasted like starlight and made everything warm and slow. The glass was etched with symbols I didn't recognize, and the wine glowed from within, luminous. He poured carefully, like serving required all his attention. He sat across from me like he was terrified I'd vanish if he got too close, like the last 72 hours might collapse if he moved wrong. The fear was genuine, not performed. His hands were careful, his movements deliberate. He was trying to take up as little space as possible, believing that if he stayed small, stayed quiet, I wouldn't disappear. That was remarkable, he said. You read the real dispute beneath the stated one. I was too wired from the court session to deflect with humor. My heart was still racing, my mind running through the implications of the decision, the way both parties had accepted it, the court's unanimous vote. I had a good teacher. I taught you court hierarchy. You taught yourself how to lead. There was an opening, an opportunity for something to shift between us. I met his eyes. Your passivity isn't a flaw. It's a choice. You chose to let the court fail. I'm choosing to save it. There's a difference between accepting death and choosing life, and you'll have to learn that difference fast if this court survives. I know. He moved closer, just barely. That's why I chose you. The attraction was loud, vibrating through the bond, making my skin feel too tight, making my breath catch. I could have let it escalate. The chamber was warm. He wanted to. I wanted to. The bond was singing for it, two bodies in proximity and power and mutual recognition. But I wasn't ready. He needed to understand something first. Not yet, I said. We're not doing this yet. He stopped, stepped back. Fair. But the intimacy was there in the stopping, in his respecting the boundary it set without question or guilt. We were working in partnership, moving through the same problems from different angles. We understood each other's moves before they happened. He could read my strategic thinking because he'd been strategic himself centuries ago before he'd stopped trying. Before he decided it was easier to surrender. Tell me about the fading courtiers, I said. The ones like the woman I met. The ones you couldn't save. So he did. For hours he talked about his failures. The courtiers he couldn't save. The magic he didn't spend because he was accepting the death. The years he'd let slip by waiting for the court to fade. He talked about a healer exhausting herself trying to save people from a magic she couldn't fix because the regent had already accepted they should die. He talked about a scholar who'd stopped writing because what was the point of recording the decline? He talked about centuries of watching something he loved disappear slowly and choosing to do nothing because it felt like wisdom. His voice was low, rough with disuse. Not performing vulnerability but stumbling through it. He told me about a courtier named Maeve who'd asked him directly, hundreds of years ago, if they should accept the decline or fight it. He'd said to accept it. Maeve faded within a decade. I listened. Not to fix it or solve it. Just to let him say the things he'd never been allowed to say. That passivity was a kind of suicide, that accepting failure was easier than fighting, that he'd been slowly dying for longer than I'd been alive. That every courtier he couldn't save was a weight he carried, and he'd chosen to carry it as penance rather than act. That centuries of surrender had calcified into something that looked like wisdom but was cowardice wearing a philosophy. The wine cooled in our glasses. The night deepened. A hawthorn scent grew heavier, more present, the house itself listening. By the time the night was deep and the fey darkness had settled around us, I told him about Graham, about 20 years of being invisible in my own marriage, about the way disappearing became normal. So being seen felt like a gift instead of a basic right. I told him about coming to the Fey Court and feeling like I'd woken up from a very long dream where I wasn't allowed to matter. Where my opinions didn't move markets. Where my strategic thinking was translated through a husband who'd take credit for my ideas. Where I'd learned to make myself smaller and smaller until I almost disappeared entirely. It's dangerous, I said. I'm starting to love you, and you're going to age and die because of me. You're going to spend the rest of your immortal life becoming mortal, and I'm going to watch it happen, and I'm going to be responsible for it. I know, he said. He reached for my hand, and I let him. His skin was warm, still radiating the temperature of someone living fully. It is dangerous. I am going to age and die. And I'm choosing it anyway. I was dying slowly before you came. At least this way, I'm choosing who I'm dying toward. We slept with my back against his chest, the bond singing in the dark. Not speaking, but harmonizing. Something had shifted. We weren't just bound by magic. We were bound by witness. He'd shown me the weight he carried, and I'd shown him the invisibility I'd learned to live inside of. We'd named the cost to each other, and we'd chosen it. When I woke in the Fey morning, that strange twilight time that passed for dawn in this place, his arm was around me, and he was already awake, already holding on like he was terrified of the moment I'd leave. His heartbeat was steady against my shoulder, present. I didn't leave. I had a court to rule, and a regent who'd finally learned that surrender wasn't wisdom. The wise thing was to burn while you still could, to pour every remaining year into making something beautiful before the light went out. Being seen, being chosen, being loved by someone specific was worth the price of time itself. The bond hummed as he held me in the half-light. In the Fey world, time moved differently. Minutes felt like hours, hours felt like heartbeats. But this morning, for the first time, I didn't feel like I was running out of it. Time was beginning. And that was everything. Chapter 8. The dining chamber glowed. That was the only word for it. Not from torches or candles, but from the walls themselves. They had learned to remember warmth over centuries. They gave off a soft luminescence that required no fuel, no flame. The persistent magic of a place where people had loved and laughed and celebrated before everything slowly began to fail. Kael sat at the head of the table, and I understood then that he rarely used this room. The dust had been real when I first arrived, the air old, as if it had been holding its breath for decades. Tonight, though, he'd had it prepared. The silver had been polished. The chairs, tall, intricate things carved from something that wasn't quite wood, had been dusted and arranged. He'd done this deliberately. An offering, perhaps. Or a test. His hand brushed mine as he guided me to a seat not at the foot of the table but beside him, close enough that I could feel the warmth of him, the bond thrumming like a second heartbeat in my chest. The table held his inner circle. Not the courtiers who whispered in corners or the factions jockeying for advantage, but the people who had stayed when staying meant watching everything he'd built decline into ash. They had accepted slow failure rather than sudden abandonment. These were the loyal ones. The ones who hurt. The careful way they held themselves spoke of precise control, a lifetime of managing hope and disappointment in equal measure. These were not the desperate or the trapped. They had chosen, repeatedly, to stay. Taine was first to speak. 400 years old, maybe more. I'd stopped trying to calculate Fey ages. It was a different kind of time than human time, and comparing them made my head hurt. He was the strategist, with silver at his temples and eyes that suggested he was already 3 moves ahead of whatever game we were playing. He wore that intelligence lightly, but you could feel it working behind every word he chose. His gaze held something gentle, the kind of gentleness that came from understanding too much for too long. The well-rotation system you proposed is sound, he said. He spoke through me, as if testing the words in the air between all of us, letting them settle and be examined like an architect examining a wall's load. It requires both factions to maintain the resource together. No hoarding. No hidden reserves. No collapse when one side decides to drain more than their share. He leaned back slightly, the faintest curve at the corner of his mouth. Also, you said it with confidence while being visibly terrified. That's valuable. A leader who's not sure of themselves is more interesting than one who is. Heat rose in my face. He'd seen through the calm facade I'd worked to maintain. I was terrified, I admitted. I'm still not sure I understand what I'm looking at. The mechanics, yes. But the cost, the actual cost to each faction when When what? Lyris asked. Not confrontational, just genuinely curious. She was younger by Fae standards, maybe 2 centuries old, my contemporary by human measure. Her hands were scarred from work, the kind of deep scars that came from holding dying things together, from trying to stitch meaning back into lives that wanted to fall apart. She wore those scars like credentials. When it fails, I said. Because it will, eventually. Systems fail. That's the only guarantee. I need to know what happens next, and I don't. I'm working without a safety net, without a backup plan. The silence that followed wasn't uncomfortable. It was the kind of silence where intelligent people were thinking. Kael's attention settled on me like a hand at the small of my back, steadying me or claiming me. Maybe both. The bond hummed between us, and I wondered if he could feel my anxiety through it, or if he was just offering silent support the way he'd learned, over centuries, to offer what little he had. Lyris leaned forward, and the scarring on her hands caught the light. It's the only thing that will keep magic stable without depleting anyone's reserves, she said. Her voice carried the weight of someone who had spent centuries trying to fix things the court's current system broke. You understand the cost of scarcity. That's not theoretical for you. I lived on credit cards for 3 years, I said. After Graham got the job in Toronto, I was freelancing, doing marketing for smaller companies, but nothing was reliable. Paying interest on the interest. Watching the debt grow faster than I could earn. You end up stealing from your own future. You tell yourself it's temporary, but temporary becomes permanent if you're not careful. Lyris's expression shifted, not pity, something more like recognition. How old were you? 38. 39 when it got bad. And you clawed your way out, she said. Barely. I took a corporate job. Sold the house. Paid off what I could. Graham helped after. I paused. The words kept coming even though I wasn't sure why I was telling them this. He felt guilty. Like he'd dragged me into a hole. Which he kind of had, but it wasn't malicious. He just wasn't built for instability. Some people aren't. And you are, Tane observed. Not with judgment, just fact. I'm built for surviving instability, I corrected. That's different. That's not preference, that's just. What happens when you have to? Lyris tilted her head. Yes. Exactly that. And by the time you realize what's happening, the options have narrowed so much that you're not choosing anymore. You're just surviving. She reached out and touched the back of my hand. Warmth flowed through the contact. Then you learn that being someone who survives is different from being someone who thrives. That they require different skill sets. I hadn't expected kindness from them, exactly. But this was different. This was seeing. These ancient fae creatures could have dismissed me as a human playing at court, could have nodded politely and dismissed my ideas entirely. Instead, they were listening like I had something worth hearing. They were answering as if I'd asked them something real. Merrin, the historian, was the oldest by far. Something about her suggested centuries, stretching back to when this court was first carved out of the liminal space between the fae and human worlds. Her eyes were dark and still, like water that had held reflections for so long that it no longer distinguished between what it showed and what it was. She hadn't spoken until now. When she did, her voice came from somewhere deep. From memory that carried the weight of actual history. The court has forgotten how to imagine recovery, she said slowly. We accepted failure as inevitable. We learned to live inside the collapse, to make peace with decline. We told ourselves it was acceptance. Wise. Graceful. She paused, and the pause was heavy. It was surrender. She turned those still eyes toward me. You don't accept anything. You look at what's broken and ask why it has to stay that way. That's not learned. That's just you. That landed differently. That landed hard. Kael shifted beside me. The careful control it took for him not to reach for my hand thrummed through the bond. The tightness in his jaw was protection. Or something else, pride mixed with terror. Through the bond, a fragment of emotion reached me. This is what I was afraid of. That she would see what I cannot do, and she would do it anyway. I wanted to touch him then, wanted to say something that would ease the tight line of his mouth. But I held still, because this wasn't the moment for that conversation. Then Soren. He'd been quiet until now, watching me with an intensity that made something in me understand why humans wrote legends about the Fae. He was beautiful in an architectural way. Sharp cheekbones, power held carefully under his skin like a sword in a sheath. Young by Fae standards, though that meant ancient by human measure. Something in his bearing suggested he'd held the line when everyone else had wanted to retreat, had made hard choices when surrender would have been merciful. When he looked at me, recognition flickered. He was seeing something in me that I hadn't yet learned to see in myself. "You're fierce," he said simply, and his voice was warm, without edge or agenda. "The court has been dying because we've been gentle. We thought gentleness would preserve what we loved, but all it did was let it fade more slowly. You won't accept anything. You'll fight for what matters. That's what we need now. Not magic. Fighting." My throat tightened. These ancient people with centuries of power and magic running through their veins were placing hope on me like I was a load-bearing wall, trusting me not to crack under the weight. The enormity of it was visible, and I couldn't breathe around it. "I don't know if I can keep that promise," I said. And I meant it absolutely. "I don't know enough about your court, your magic, the history. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to misunderstand things that matter. I'm going to disappoint you." "You already have," Tane said with something that might have been humor. "You called the essence magical energy in our first council. But you also asked why it mattered before you proposed a solution. Most rulers just solve. You listen first." He lifted his wineglass. "To disappointing us strategically rather than catastrophically." "You came here instead of running," Lyris added quietly. "You accepted the bargain when you could have refused it, could have walked away. You've held court and listened to disputes with actual care. You didn't phone it in. That's not nothing." She paused. "That's everything." I felt my eyes sting, which was ridiculous. I was a 44-year-old woman who had been married for 2 decades, divorced, and dropped into a fairy court in the space of a week. I did not cry at dinner parties. But this wasn't a dinner party. This was something else entirely. The dinner dispersed after that. Polite, formal goodbyes. The ancient courtiers exchanged looks that held centuries of understanding. Tane lingered long enough to tell me something about the well-masters I'd need to understand before the next council. I made a note on my skin, literally, with a pen Lyris produced. This magic system required institutional knowledge, not just raw power. Lyris touched my hand, and warmth flowed through the contact. Not intrusive, a blessing, a healer's way of saying something that words couldn't carry. For a moment, the bond between her and me flickered. "You are not alone. You have been alone, but not anymore." Then it faded, and she was a scarred Fae healer in a dying court again. Maren bowed, actually bowed, a deep thing that required her to acknowledge hierarchy. When I tried to return it, she stopped me with a gesture. "That's not for you," she said. "Not yet. When you've held the throne long enough to feel the weight, then we bow to each other. For now, you bow first." It should have felt like pressure. Instead, it felt like permission. Only Soren hesitated at the door. The light caught him, highlighting the line of his jaw, the careful stillness of someone trained to hold power without letting it spill everywhere. "You resolved your marriage well," he said quietly. "Without anger. With kindness. That's not what most people do." He was saying something important, showing me that he saw me as someone who had loved someone else first, and that knowing didn't change his assessment. That he could see the cost I'd paid and wasn't measuring it against his own worth. "He couldn't see me," I said. "His loss," Soren said. And meant it completely. "And Kael's gain." He tilted his head slightly. You're good for the court. More than that, you're necessary. But... He paused, choosing words with care. The cost matters. Make sure you know what it is. Then he was gone, and I was alone with Kael. We were alone in the chamber, and Kael didn't move toward me. He stood at the far end of the table, waiting for something. Permission, perhaps. Or the space to breathe, to organize whatever he was about to do. Through the bond, I felt his anxiety like a second heartbeat. Urgent and sharp and utterly transparent. You're worried, I said. No. He turned to face me fully. I could see him more clearly now, the faint lines around his eyes, the way exhaustion lived in the set of his shoulders like something permanent. How long had he been carrying the court's weight alone? Centuries? How did you survive that kind of loneliness? The bond showed fractals of it. Moments of sitting alone in great halls, watching magic fade, accepting that he'd failed, that everyone had suffered because of his passivity. I'm terrified. The honesty of it was almost violent. What? That you'll realize there are options. He said it like a confession, like he'd been holding this fear for so long that speaking it felt like opening a wound. Soren is formidable. Stronger than me in ways that matter. Younger. He hasn't failed everyone he's tried to help. He can give you decades where I'm giving you years. He's fey enough that the cost won't destroy him the way it's destroying me. Stop. I stood and moved closer. The distance between us felt important, like crossing it was a choice that mattered. You've watched me operate in this court for a week. You've watched me think. Do you think I settle for available? Do you think I look at a man and choose him because he's convenient? No. His voice was rough. Which is precisely the problem. You'll want the best. And I'm not. You're the only one I want, I said. And felt something in the bond lurch at the truth of it, felt it sing recognition through my whole body. Not because there aren't other options. Not because I've narrowed down my choices to default. Because you're specific. Because when you look at me, I'm not a marketing problem or an invisible wife or a woman who took a wrong turn and is lucky anyone would have her. I'm Ela. Specifically and only. You see me with the same clarity I see you. That's not negotiable. He reached for my face, his hand careful at my cheek. Something broke open in his expression. The vulnerability of it caught me off guard. Centuries of control shattered at a few true words. The bond flared with that undeniable pull, the fated mate thing manifest in my body's immediate response. The rush of heat, my breath catching, the particular ache that started somewhere behind my sternum and spread outward like fingers unclenching. We were close enough to kiss. His warmth surrounded me, I tasted the air between us, counted the breath space between absolute surrender and control. I pulled back deliberately, though it cost me something real. Not yet. But soon. His laugh was frustrated and real, worn at the edges, the laugh of someone who'd been holding something too tightly for too long. You're going to kill me. No, I said, and reached up to touch his temple, the line of exhaustion there. The bargain will do that. I'm just making sure it's worth the cost. I'm just making sure that when it happens, you know you were chosen. Specifically. That I saw you and I wanted you anyway. Something in his expression shifted. The fear didn't disappear, but it gentled, became something smaller and more manageable. And if the cost is more than you imagined? Then I'll know going in. I'll choose it anyway. Night found us in the shared chamber. I liked this space. The way the walls held the faint glow of fey magic, the window that overlooked the court below, the bed that was too large. I thought about sharing it differently, about what it would feel like to have someone next to me who actually wanted to see me when the lights came down. He was at the window when I found him. Lost somewhere far back in time. Through the bond, fragments reached me. Centuries of watching the court decay, the slow knowledge that he'd failed it, that he was failing it still. The weight of old oaths and older griefs, all of it stacked on his shoulders like stones you carry because you don't know how to set them down. His exhaustion had a particular flavor. Not the tiredness of the overworked, but the deep soul-level fatigue that comes from carrying hope no one else believes in. "I'm here," I said through the bond. Not words, just the feeling, the intention, the bare fact of my presence. The warmth of me, the solidity, the refusal to disappear. I chose this. He turned slowly. His expression was raw. Defenses down, nothing to soften the lines around his eyes or the careful set of his mouth. When he looked at me, I saw it clearly. The man holding the court together through sheer will and older magic, who'd watched centuries of people leave or die, who'd stopped expecting anyone to stay. "You chose the court," he said quietly. "I chose the court through you." I reached up and touched his face, and the gesture was so simple and so new that it felt like opening a door in a house I'd been walking through for decades without seeing. His skin was warm, familiar already. "Because you saw me. Because you offered me a throne and a choice, not rescue." His breath hitched. I felt it through the bond, the moment he allowed himself to believe it might be true. "I've been alone for so long. If you—" "I'm not leaving." I pulled him down to me, and my voice was steady, deliberate. "The cost is too high. You're aging, the years I can see this is taking from you. I see it. And I'm still not leaving." He broke slightly. The fear that had been holding him upright for centuries seemed to slide, just an inch, just enough for him to lean. I wrapped my arms around him and held tight, the way you hold things you're determined not to lose. Something precious enough to anchor you. Through the bond, I caught the full weight of it. The centuries of watching the court fade, watching good people leave or die, watching immortality become a slow defeat instead of a gift. The loneliness of it. The particular exhaustion of being the last one holding the line, the last one who still believed anything could be saved. And under it all, the bone-deep terror that everyone leaves. Everyone does eventually. That's the nature of immortality. You outlast everything, everyone, until you're alone in a court of ghosts. "I see you," I said through the bond, letting it carry everything I felt. Specifically. Not the court, not the regency, not the necessity. You. The man who's been alone so long you forgot anyone could stay. He pulled me close enough that there was no space between us. His hand tangled in my hair, careful, like I might disappear if he held too tight. He whispered something into my shoulder. My name, or a prayer, or thank you in a language older than words. We didn't kiss. We held each other as the night deepened, as the court settled into its nighttime magic, as the walls around us seemed to pulse more slowly, more gently, as if even the room itself was learning to rest with us in it. Slowly, slowly, he stopped shaking. The tension in his shoulders eased. The tightness in his jaw released. I felt it all through the bond, the way my presence anchored him, convinced some part of him that maybe he wasn't alone anymore, that maybe the loneliness had an end date now. That maybe, after all these centuries, someone had chosen to stay. Sometime near dawn, he slept. Actually slept. Not the thin, vigilant rest I'd learned he usually managed, the half-consciousness that kept one part of his awareness always listening for disaster, always braced for the next thing to break. I felt it when it happened. The shift in the bond, the loosening of his constant guard. His breathing deepened. His heart rate slowed. The hand tangled in my hair went slack, but he didn't let go. I stayed awake and watched him, and made a promise I wasn't sure I could keep. You are not alone anymore. You are not failing. You have failed before, yes, but not now. Not while I'm here. And I will not let you believe either of those things again. The bond thrummed in agreement, in recognition, in simple acceptance. It was still learning how to speak, the fated mate pull, the magical binding, the human choice layered underneath it all. I was beginning to understand its language. The way it spoke in warmth, in certainty, in the simple fact of presence. By morning, the fear hadn't vanished. Fear was too old in him to disappear in a night. But it had softened. It had been held and survived, and that, I thought, was enough to start with. Chapter 9. The throne room held the smell of crushed grass and old stone, real, grounding things. Fey magic had a particular relationship with the physical world. It didn't transcend matter so much as deepen it. The stone walls weren't cold here, they were alive with something, responsive to the people moving through them. I could feel them breathing, waiting to see what I would do. I sat in the throne and felt the weight settle into my bones. A week of this. 7 days of being wanted, of being needed, of being the person everyone in this room looked to for answers. A week of the slow intoxication of mattering. Of being visible in a way I'd spent 20 years erasing. The throne itself was carved from hawthorn wood but wasn't. It was older and harder, warm with the weight of centuries. The cushion was silk, deep green. When I settled into it, the magic in the fabric recognized me. It was intimate in a way that made my breath catch. The stone beneath my palms was warm. Hers, the court seemed to say. She's chosen us. Believe it. The dispute today was more complex than the ones before. 2 ancient courtiers, vassal and crone, both with legitimate grievances, both representing factions loyal to the court for centuries. The resource they fought over was magical essence from a shared well, the kind that didn't regenerate quickly, the kind that if depleted completely would take years to recover. I'd been settling disputes all week. Smaller things, boundary conflicts between districts, allocation of court labor, a question of precedent when a minor house had been reorganized. Those had been arithmetic problems. This one was arithmetic, with consequences written in centuries of grudge and loyalty. Vassal was sharp-eyed, dangerous. The kind of warrior who'd learned to be patient because speed had failed him once. He moved to stand before the throne with the easy confidence of someone who'd stood in this room for longer than I'd been alive. "You're asking me to choose," he said. "The well isn't large enough for both. One faction strengthens, one weakens. That's the reality. Don't dress it up." Crone rose beside him, not in solidarity but in tension. They watched each other like predators, wary but not openly hostile. The space between them held centuries of managed competition, the kind that hadn't yet tipped into open war but lived one crisis away from it. "And weakness means death," Crone added. She was gentler in bearing, but her voice had teeth, the voice of someone who'd lost things and learned to make peace with loss without forgetting the weight of it. "You cannot save both of us." "Not fully. So who do you choose? Whose people matter more to you?" The court went very still. I felt the weight of anticipation, not anger exactly, but something deeper. A test. They'd all known this moment was coming. The ones without access to the well watched to see whether I'd choose based on faction power, personal relationship, or loyalty. The ones with a stake in the outcome waited to see if my answer would be the beginning of their survival or their slow decline. The room watched. Every eye, every calculation. This was a test. Not of my magic, they'd stopped expecting that long ago, but of whether I could think like a ruler, hold power without letting it corrupt my judgment. Whether I understood that being needed meant understanding the difference between ruling a people and ruling for them. I thought of the maps I'd studied at night. The way a marketing executive breaks down market problems into unseen solutions. The way you find the third path when the 2 obvious ones are both failures. I thought of the dozen times I'd been dismissed by clients and colleagues because I was female, middle-aged, easy to overlook, and how I'd learned to see around their blindness to the actual problem underneath the noise. "You both need the essence," I said slowly. My hands didn't shake. My voice was steady. It carried the throne room the way Kael's did. "That's true. But you don't both need to maintain it alone." They waited. The court held its breath. Vasil's expression didn't change, but I caught the shift in his posture. A single muscle along his jaw that tightened. Interest. Or suspicion. "A rotating keeper system," I continued. "Each faction provides a well-master every lunar cycle. They work together to maintain the supply, protect the source, Manage the distribution fairly. You're not competing for a limited resource anymore, you're partners in managing it. The well doesn't deplete because one faction is hoarding. It stabilizes because you both have a stake in its survival. Weakness stops mattering when you're co-responsible. I felt the silence like held breath. The kind that meant I'd either solved something or made a terrible mistake that would unravel everything Kael had built. The courtiers were motionless. Even the guards at the chamber's edge had stilled. Then Vasil's mouth curved. Not a full expression, but genuine rather than polite. That requires trust between us. Yes, I said. But you've been working around each other for centuries. You already know how to do that. This just gives you a reason to do it visibly. A structure instead of a stalemate. Crone turned to look at Vasil fully. Something passed between them, not warmth exactly, but recognition. The acknowledgement that I'd found the thing neither of them had been willing to offer the other. A reason to work together instead of in opposition. A way to survive that didn't require one of them to wane. A structure that made collaboration strength instead of weakness. We accept, she said. Her voice carried the same finality as Vasil's. The court validated it. The moment of acceptance rippled through the throne room, the way sound changes when a door opens, the way air shifts. The ancient courtiers recognized that the court had shifted, that something new was possible. Not salvation, not yet. But possibility. A crack in the edifice of death that had seemed inevitable. I was powerful. I was needed. Standing in the weight of that, standing in the center of the room while everyone looked at me, while everyone's survival seemed to depend on my thinking and my choices, I understood what addiction felt like. This was the drug. Not the magic itself, though that thrummed under my skin like a second heartbeat. Not the beauty of the court, though the light through the high windows seemed to deepen when I was on the throne. But this. The moment when a room full of ancient, powerful beings recognized my thought as their salvation. When I spoke a solution, and it became reality. When I was, for the first time in my adult life, not translucent. Not background. Not the wife of someone else's story or the employee of someone else's company. I was the story. I was the center. Every person in this room knew it. 20 years of being looked through had left a hunger I hadn't named until it was fed. 20 years of saying smart things in meetings that got attributed to men, of being the only woman in the room who understood the actual problem underneath the stated one, of watching my ex-husband take credit for the marketing strategies I'd built. All of it swallowed down and forgotten because that was what you did. You didn't matter. You endured. Now I mattered. Not because I'd been rescued. Because I'd earned it. Because I'd walked into a dying court and I was making it breathe again. You look alive, Kael said afterward. We walked through the gardens and he watched me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Something like pride. Something like hunger. Something like fear. He moved beside me without touching, but the bond between us hummed like a tuning fork, responsive to my euphoria. I feel alive, I said. And then, because I was learning not to hide the sharp truths, because he'd asked me to be honest, and I was learning to believe that honesty was safe. I've spent 20 years being invisible. A husband whose gaze slid past me like rain off glass. 20 years of it. Who could sit across the dinner table and not actually see me. Now I'm in a room and everyone is watching. Everyone needs me. Everyone wants to know what I think. He reached for my hand. The touch was careful, deliberate, warmth up my arm. Not the bond's flare, just his skin, warm and solid and present. You love this. Terrifyingly, I admitted. I could get drunk on it. The power, the attention, being needed. I could wake up in a month and realize I've become someone I don't recognize. Someone who rules because she's addicted to being seen, not because the court actually needs her or because it's the right thing to do. I can feel it already, the hunger for it. The way I don't want to step down from that throne. We'd reached the clearing where the hawthorn trees grew thick, their white blossoms heavy with the approaching night. The air smelled green and complicated. "The court needs you," he said.
Just fact.
"But do I need the court?" I pulled him closer and felt the bond respond, hum with approval at the proximity. The magic between us sang, mine and his, and the strange third thing that lived in the space we'd made together. Or am I just afraid to go back to being invisible? Am I just running toward the opposite of what hurt me, without actually knowing if this is real or just another form of escape? He didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was low, thoughtful, in a way that suggested he was taking the question seriously. He turned me to face him, one hand settling at the small of my back. "I think you came here because the court was dying. I think you were willing to bind yourself to it out of recognition. You saw something worth saving, and you chose to try. That's not addiction. That's purpose." "And what if you're wrong?" I pressed. "What if I'm just a woman who was erased for 20 years and finally found a place where people notice her? What if I'm not actually chosen, I'm just the only option available?" "Then you'd be human," he said simply. "And the court would still be saved. Your motivations don't matter if the result is survival." It should have felt cynical. Instead, it felt like permission. Like he was saying, you don't have to be pure. You can be hungry. You can be selfish. And you can still be the queen. I stepped toward him, close enough to feel the heat of him, the bond making itself known in my blood. His hand came up to my cheek, and I could feel the faint tremor in it. Fear, not of me, but of losing me. Of this moment, this fragile equilibrium between restraint and hunger. "I'm not choosing the court," I said. "I'm choosing life. Specifically and visibly. And you're part of that." He reached for my face with both hands, and this time I didn't pull back. We kissed, real, hot, specific, loaded with weeks of restraint breaking. The bond flared bright enough that it should have been visible, surged with recognition and hunger. His mouth was demanding and careful at once, like he was trying not to break something precious, like he was still afraid I'd dissolve. I kissed him back like I was real, like I was staying. But some part of me was calculating, aware of the high in my blood, the way my mind was already reaching forward to the next problem, the next dispute, the next moment I'd be needed, still controlling it. That part of myself that had learned, in 20 years of marriage, how to watch from a distance, while my body moved through the required motions. I broke the kiss reluctantly, feeling the bond resist, feeling Kael's hands tighten against my skin. "Soon," I murmured against his mouth. "But not yet." "You're going to drive me mad," he said. And there was no darkness in it, just frustration and hope, and the kind of longing that made the bond between us ache like a recent wound. "Probably," I said. "I'm rather good at it." That night, I couldn't sleep. The high from the court session was singing in my blood, endorphins and adrenaline, and something else, something that felt like magic seeping into my bones, making me strange to myself. My skin felt thin. My thoughts moved at twice their normal speed. I could trace the entire pattern of the throne room in my head, could see 3 moves ahead in the political game I was only half understanding. And there was something else. Something I'd caught in the shadows of the throne room just as the session was ending. A conversation that didn't belong. A quality of attention that was wrong. I wandered the court instead of lying awake in the chamber. The halls were different at night, stranger. The magic that the Fae took for granted pooled in corners, stretched and breathed in ways it didn't during the day. In the daylight, the court was a place of stone and light and ordered hierarchy. At night, it was something else. Something older, something that predated the careful structure Kael had built to make it habitable. At night, the court remembered what it had been before it was dying. I moved without a particular destination, letting my feet find their way. The chambers I passed were dark, their occupants already settled into the Fae equivalent of sleep. The magic in the walls hummed, the way the court breathed around us. It was almost like being inside something alive. I passed one of the smaller courtyards where a hawthorn threshold stood, The boundary marker Kael had explained to me. The thin place where the Fey world and the mortal world met. The blooms were pale in the darkness, luminous. I paused without meaning to. The air around the threshold felt wrong. Not dangerous exactly, but restless. Unstable. Like standing too close to something stretched thin, something holding pressure from both sides. The magic pooled there, but it wasn't settling into stillness the way it did in the rest of the court. It flickered. A moment of visible shimmer, as if the membrane between worlds had hiccuped. The hawthorn trees themselves leaned inward, catching themselves from falling through. I watched for 3 breaths, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't. When I moved closer, the shimmer steadied. The air went calm. But I could feel the echo of it. Something small failing, something barely holding, something that whispered of future rupture if it wasn't attended to. I didn't understand what I'd seen. I filed it away with 1,000 other things in this court I didn't yet know how to read. A problem for tomorrow. Not tonight. I heard the voices before I realized I was listening intentionally. They came from one of the smaller council rooms, the ones off the main corridor. The door was ajar, the voices just loud enough to carry. The human queen is settling disputes well, someone said. A voice I didn't recognize. Female, I thought, with the layered accent that suggested old Fey stock. Too well. She's making the court stable. My breath caught. I stilled. That's not our goal, a second voice answered. This one was familiar, or close enough that I recognized the cadence, the underlying accent that marked Thorns' faction. The quality of the voice held arrogance, certainty that they were speaking to someone who understood, who was on their side. Someone they'd already convinced. We want the court weak. We want succession chaos. An unstable court is a vulnerable one. A dying court is a kingdom waiting for conquest. Kael was obliging us by dying slowly. Now she's refusing to let him. She's making it stronger every day she's here, the first voice said. The courtiers who were half gone are rallying. They're investing in her vision of survival. Then we moved the timeline forward. The second voice was cold. Colder than the night air. What do we have on the bargain? The blood binding should be limiting her somehow. It should be costing him, aging him, and she should be feeling it through the bond. Is she? There was a pause. The kind of pause that meant the first speaker was wondering whether to answer, whether this was a test or a genuine question. No sign of it, the first voice said finally. The bond is alive and full. If anything, she's making him stronger. Then Kael lied about the bargain's nature, or he's hidden something from us about what it actually does. Either way, we need to accelerate. We need to force her hand before the court becomes too stable to topple. I didn't hear the answer. I was already pulling back, not breathing, moving to the shadows the way I'd learned to move. Invisible. The hunter becoming the hunted, becoming invisible again. My heart hammered so hard I was afraid they'd hear it through the stones. The threat I'd felt as vague unease suddenly had a face, a direction, a purpose. They were talking about me. They were talking about the bargain like it was a weapon to be wielded against me, against Kael. Like my presence in the court was an active threat to their plans. Like they'd expected the bargain to limit me, to age him, to create the instability they needed to move in. I found Kael in the study, surrounded by old maps. He was marking something on one of them with a careful hand. A route, maybe, or a territory. Coastlines. Water patterns. The boundaries between the Fey court and the mortal world. He looked up when I entered, and I saw the moment my expression registered with him. He stiffened. His jaw went tight. The hand holding the pen went still. What's wrong? There are people in the court who want it to fail, I said. I moved to stand beside the maps, grounding myself in their reality. Specifically want it to fail. I heard them talking about wanting succession chaos, about moving a timeline forward. They know about the bargain somehow. They think it's limiting me or that it's a weakness they can exploit. He set down his pen slowly, very slowly. The sound of it hitting the stone table was loud in the sudden quiet. Thorns faction, he said. Not a question. Yes. I was sure of it. The accent, the way they were speaking. I picked up one of the maps, studied the markings. Boundaries. You knew? I suspected. He moved to stand across from me, the map spread between us like a chessboard. They've wanted the throne for centuries. When I began to accept death, accept failure, they became bolder. They thought I would die and leave chaos behind. A court without leadership, without an heir, without anyone strong enough to hold it together. In that vacuum, they planned to move. To take what they'd always thought was theirs. And instead, I'm making the court stable. Yes. The map in my hand showed the court at its center, the Hawthorn threshold at its heart, radiating outward with territories I didn't yet understand. Alliances. Weak points. The geography of power that I'd need to learn if I was going to survive what was coming. I made a decision in that moment. The kind of decision that hardens something in your spine, that changes the game from defensive to protective. The kind of decision that marks a before and after, even if no one else knows it's happening. I'm going to protect this court, I said. I'm going to keep it from failing. And I'm going to protect you from them. He moved around the table and pulled me against him. Not gently. Like he needed to feel that I was solid. That I was real. I know, he said. And I could feel him believing it. I know. You're going to have to tell me everything, I said. Everything about Thorns faction, about the court's politics, about the bargain, and why they care about it so much. All of it. Because I need to understand the game I'm playing. Not tonight, he said. And I could feel him thinking, feel him deciding something that cost him. Tomorrow. I promise you. Tomorrow, no more secrets. I wanted to call him on that. I could feel that he was still holding something back, that there was a conversation brewing underneath his words, something heavier than political faction disputes. Something about the bargain itself, maybe. Something about the cost it carried, and why he'd been so willing to accept it. But tomorrow felt like a long way away, and tonight I needed to know he was safe, needed to feel his heartbeat steady under my hand. Tonight I needed to believe that I could protect him from people who'd been playing the long game for centuries. I let it pass. For now. We went back to the chamber, and I lay awake through most of the night. Not anxious exactly, but wired. Alive in a different way than the power high had made me. I ran calculations in my head. Thought about well masters and rotating systems and how to make the court strong enough to withstand what was coming. I tried to map the politics the way I'd mapped markets, finding the leverage points, the hidden connections, the way power actually flowed instead of how it was supposed to flow. Thought about the way I'd been invisible in my own marriage. The way no one had taken me seriously until I had a title and a throne. The addiction to power was singing in my blood. But underneath it now, something harder was growing. Something that felt like purpose. Something that felt like protection. Something that felt like I finally had something, someone, worth fighting for. Something that felt like rage. Somewhere in the court, Thorns people were watching. Maybe celebrating what they thought would be an easy kill. Maybe already plotting the next move, the accelerated timeline, the way they'd capitalize on my presence, once the bargain finally broke Kael down. And tomorrow I would begin to protect what I loved from everything that wanted to destroy it. The game had shifted. And for the first time since arriving in this court, I felt like I understood the rules. Chapter 10. The maps I'd been gathering lived on the small table near the window, fragments of the court's old power. Where the ley lines ran, where the magical reserves pooled, which factions controlled which territories. I'd been pacing the chamber in the quiet hours, unable to turn my mind off, unable to stop thinking 3 moves ahead. I'd been calculating. The work was careful. I'd spent years in corporate strategy, learning to read the invisible patterns in market share and territorial control. Fey politics wasn't so different. Power pooled in the same places, loyalty fractured along the same lines, vulnerability showed in the same gaps. But the stakes here were different. This wasn't about quarterly earnings or market share. This was about a court that was literally dying, magic pools that were running dry, factions that had learned to accept slow defeat instead of fighting for survival. I'd begun mapping the leyline network 3 nights ago, copying what I could see from Kael's old records, filling in the rest through observation and inference. The lines didn't run evenly through the hollow. They pooled heavily in the north. Thorns territory, I'd discovered. Unsurprising that he'd built his power base on the richest magical ground. But the south had thin, desperate wells, and the western territories that the old loyalists held were becoming barren. It wasn't strategic weakness. It was attrition. Over decades, the magic had redistributed itself, following power like water finding the lowest point, and the result was slow starvation for anyone without the strength to hold the richest wells. When he came to the chamber that evening, I had everything spread out in front of me. Not haphazardly, but carefully. Every route marked, every resource annotated, every vulnerability flagged with small marks in a notation only I understood. Arrows showing where power flowed and where it pooled. Colored lines for the factions. Notes about which territories could be strengthened, which partnerships could be negotiated without escalating into open conflict. Where the real leverage points were, the places where one small push could shift the whole balance. He stood in the doorway and watched me work. I could feel his attention like weight. After weeks of being seen by him, I'd learned the difference between his gaze on my body and his gaze on my mind. This was the latter. That particular intensity he got when I was revealing something he didn't expect from me. "Come here," I said. "Look at this." He moved into the candlelight, and I spread the maps further, creating space for him beside me. He settled with the deliberation of someone prepared to stay a while. "The magic replenishment plan," I said, pointing to the north. "Thorns holding 3 major wells. He's using them to maintain his faction, sure, but he's also overextending. If a faction holds too much concentrated power, it becomes a target. It also becomes a vulnerability. The magic pools get thin from constant draw." I traced the line down the coast. The old loyalists could negotiate a resource-sharing agreement, present it as mutual interest. Stability benefits everyone. They get access to the northern wells in rotation. Thorin gets guaranteed access to the western territories during the dry season. It looks natural. It looks like the court healing itself organically. "An alliance strategy," he said quietly. "More than that. It's the foundation for a self-sustaining system. Right now, every faction is competing for the same finite pool of magic. It's a race to depletion. But if we create redundancy, if every territory has access to multiple wells, if every faction has backup sources, then the court can stabilize without any single power base feeling threatened. They're not giving up control. They're gaining security." I looked up at him. The candlelight caught the planes of his face, shadowing the exhaustion that lived in the hollows beneath his eyes. He looked ancient in that light. Not beautiful ancient. Worn ancient. The kind of ancient that comes from centuries of watching things fail because you were too passive to save them. "This would take decades to implement," he said finally. "Building that kind of trust." "Yes," I gathered the maps, reorganizing them into clusters. "Which is why I'm doing this. You're aging because of me. The bargain is costing you in a way that gets more visible every day. So yes, I need to make sure those decades matter. That they're not wasted on trying to save something that's fundamentally broken. That every year I take from you buys something real." He was silent for a long moment. Then, "I was afraid you would choose to go back. Once you understood the cost. That you would decide the human world was safer. That I was a beautiful mistake, not a reason to stay." I met his eyes directly. "That ship sailed. The moment you offered me a throne and asked me to choose, I chose. I'm here. And I'm not leaving because things got complicated. He sat beside me on the low bench, and his shoulder nearly touched mine. The displacement of air around him carried warmth. But I waited. I'd learned that sometimes Kael needed space to gather the courage to speak the things he'd been holding inside. I need to tell you something, he said finally. The words came slow, like he was translating them from a language I didn't speak. About why I knew specifically. About the bargain. About how it came to exist, and why I was so certain you were the answer. My chest tightened. I'd sensed it coming for days now. The weight of something unspoken between us, the shape of a secret that was getting too heavy to carry alone. My body stiffened even as something in me, some part that understood more than I was consciously acknowledging, braced for a confession I wasn't ready to hear. The bond thrummed with his anxiety, his fear, the weight of whatever he'd been carrying. About how long this has been planned, he continued quietly. About whether you were really the choice, or if you were the answer to a question I asked a long time ago. But he stopped. Not yet, he said. And the conflict in his voice was sharp enough to draw blood. The sound of a man trying to protect something precious and failing. You need to understand more of the court's magic first. The binding magics, the old names, the architecture of the bargain itself. Then I'll tell you the rest. I owe you that much at least. The context before the revelation. I let it go. I'd already sensed that there was something he was withholding, some piece of the story that would matter, some truth that would change the way I understood what was happening between us. The kind of truth that would remake my choice, would force me to reconsider. But right now, I didn't want to know it. Right now, I wanted to stay in the space where we were building something together, where his past failures didn't feel like betrayals waiting to surface, where I could still believe in the possibility of his love being straightforward and uncomplicated. Okay, I said. But soon. Soon, he agreed. I promise you. I woke in the deep night to find him at the window. This was becoming a pattern. His need to watch the court, to hold vigil over it. The way immortality had given him insomnia instead of peace. I'd begun to understand that his sleeplessness wasn't restlessness. It was guilt. The kind that doesn't let you rest, because resting feels like complicity in failure. The weight of all those centuries showed when he thought I was sleeping, when he let his guard down to just stand and stare at the place he'd failed to save. His shoulders carried the burden of centuries of acceptable defeat. The line of his spine was rigid with the effort of holding something up that had started to crumble centuries ago. I got out of bed slowly, not wanting to startle him. The chamber was cold. The night in the Fey Hollow carried a different quality of cold than the human world, something that lived in the bones rather than on the skin. I pulled a robe around myself and went to him. I went to him without speaking. I'd learned that sometimes silence was its own form of communication. Words would break the privacy of what he was doing, standing sentinel over his dying court, holding vigil with an ancient grief that had no name anymore. "What's wrong?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately. His gaze was fixed on the darkened gardens below, where the hawthorn bloomed pale in the starlight. When he did speak, his voice was raw. "I'm afraid I will break you. My age, my failures, my passivity, all of it is catching up. And you're tying yourself to that. Binding yourself to a man who couldn't save his own court, who was content to watch it die rather than fight. You're not breaking me." I stepped into his arms, and he pulled me close immediately, with the urgency of someone grabbing at a lifeline. His arms locked around my back, and I felt the tremor in his grip, the way his body was fighting to hold me without crushing. He pulled me close, like if he held tight enough, he could prevent me from disappearing. Like my presence was the only thing that made the waiting tolerable, the only thing that made the long vigil worth keeping. "You're seeing me," I said quietly into his chest. "That's the opposite of breaking. I've watched the court die because I wasn't strong enough to save it," he whispered into my hair, and the words shook through him. For centuries I told myself it was inevitable. That the veil was failing, that humans were multiplying, that magic was depleting. I told myself there was nothing to be done. I was going to let you fail too. That was the plan before you came. Accept death, accept failure, accept that I would drag you down into the same decline I'd accepted, and I would have deserved it. I pulled back to look at him. The starlight coming through the window was enough to show me the cost that centuries had extracted. The faint marks of old battles lived in his face. Thin scars that would never fully fade, the palimpsest of wounds that had been inflicted and healed and forgotten by everyone except him. The depth of exhaustion that lived in the hollows beneath his eyes, the kind of tired that no amount of sleep could cure. But you didn't, I said. And I reached up to touch his face, tracing the line of his jaw with my fingertips. I came, and you let me choose. You didn't make the choice for me. You offered me a throne and asked me what I wanted. You put the decision in my hands instead of taking it from me. That's strength. That's a kind of strength I've never seen before. I love you, he said. And the words landed like a confession of something dangerous, something that could unmake him if I didn't choose carefully. I'm terrified I'm trapping you. That I'm convincing you to choose something that will destroy you slowly, the way it's been destroying me. You're not trapping me. I'm choosing this every day. And tomorrow I'll choose it again. I reached up and kissed him, and this time there was no restraint in it, no careful boundary we'd established to keep things manageable. This was real. Hot, specific, loaded with weeks of waiting and need that had been building in the space between us. The bond surged bright beneath my skin, and the fated mate thing sang through my blood like it was learning a new language, like it was becoming more than just attraction and more than just magic. Like it was becoming choice, the deliberate, conscious decision to be here, with him, despite everything. He pulled me closer, lifting me slightly so I was pressed fully against him. I let him. Let the kiss deepen. Let my hands find the fabric of his shirt, let myself hold him the way he was holding me. Let him understand that I wasn't going anywhere, let the fear that was eating him alive settle just slightly because he could feel, in the way my mouth moved against his, in the way I didn't pull back, in the way my body answered his, that I meant it. That I was choosing him consciously, with full knowledge of the cost. But when he reached for more, when his hands started moving toward the fasteners of my robe, when the urgency in his grip shifted from reassurance to need, I broke the kiss. It cost me. My body was singing with it. Every nerve ending alive, every part of me responding to the hunger in him and the hunger in myself. The simple, desperate need to stop waiting and just surrender to this, to let the bond manifest fully and stop pretending we could hold back from what we both wanted. One more night, I said, breathing hard against his mouth. My voice was shaking. Just one more. Then I'm yours completely. He groaned, a sound that was part anguish, part need. You're going to kill me. No, I said. But tomorrow is going to change everything, and I want to be ready for it. I want to meet you at the midpoint, knowing exactly what I'm choosing. Not in the heat, not in the urgency. Awake and aware and deliberate. He nodded slowly, forehead pressed against mine, breathing as hard as I was. One more night. We held each other instead. Not the passionate urgency of a kiss, but something deeper. The kind of intimacy that comes from being seen fully and not rejected for it. We stood at the window with the starlight falling across our tangled bodies, and the bond glowed between us, a thread of warmth that was beginning to glow brighter. His centuries of loneliness met my decades of invisibility and understood something in common. Two people who had learned to accept being unseen, finally finding someone who wanted to look, who insisted on looking, who saw everything and wanted it all anyway. We didn't speak. We didn't move from the window. We held each other in the darkness, while the court slept below us and the bond hummed with quiet certainty beneath my skin. Neither of us slept. The night stretched out in that way the Fey nights could, elastic and endless, and we stood vigil together instead of standing vigil apart. I woke before dawn. Kael was still asleep, his hands still tangled in mine even in unconsciousness. The tension in his face had eased. Sleep was doing what waking peace couldn't. In sleep he looked younger. Not vulnerable, exactly, but temporarily released from the weight of centuries. His breathing was steady, his jaw unclenched, and for the first time since I'd met him, I could see the man he might have been if immortality hadn't carved all those years of exhaustion into the lines of his face. I lay still, not wanting to wake him, watching the slow dawn light make its way across the chamber. It came in pale and grey, the quality of light that belonged to both night and day, neither quite here yet. I traced the bond in my mind and felt it respond, pulsing with warmth and recognition. The thread between us was getting brighter. I could feel it now even without reaching consciously for it. It was becoming almost visible, almost solid. Wordlessly, I sent everything I couldn't say aloud, everything I needed him to feel even in sleep. I choose you. Specifically and fully. Whatever comes. I know the cost, and I choose it anyway. He stirred in his sleep, his grip on my hand tightening fractionally. His breathing shifted, and I thought for a moment he was waking, but then he settled back into sleep. A small half-smile crossed his face, the sleep smile of someone who was dreaming something good, and I memorized it. I memorized the exact shape of it, the angle of his sleeping face, the trust required to sleep like that with someone, hand tangled with theirs. I pulled back slowly, carefully, to watch him. This man. Ancient, broken, beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with fey beauty and everything to do with the person I'd discovered underneath centuries of acceptable failure. The weight of loneliness he'd shouldered without complaint. The way he'd taught himself not to hope because hoping had become too painful, and then I came and made hope possible anyway. I made promises to myself as the light began to come up. I would protect this court. Not because it was my inheritance, not because the blood bargain demanded it, but because it mattered to him. I would learn its magic with the same precision I'd learned to read balance sheets and market trends. I would master its politics, learn the names of power and the history of faction loyalty. I would identify the weakness in Thorns' control and find the pressure point to neutralize his faction without ever needing to name my strategy aloud. I would hold the line where he'd accepted defeat. I would refuse the slow decline he'd surrendered to, would prove that survival wasn't just possible but inevitable if you fought for it with intelligence instead of passivity. I would protect Kael from the fear that was eating him alive. The conviction that his love for me was a doom, that his bargain was a trap, that choosing him was choosing a form of slow starvation. I would protect him from the loneliness he'd accepted as the price of immortality, from the belief that being ancient meant being fundamentally alone. I would show him that centuries of failure didn't negate a single choice made now. That loving someone despite the cost wasn't weakness. That the aging itself was a kind of proof that he'd finally chosen something worth paying for. And I would not let him live in the belief that his choice to love me was a trap, that his bargain was anything less than the most important thing either of us had ever done. I would make sure he understood that I'd seen the cost with clear eyes and chosen it anyway. That I was choosing him not despite his age, but including his age, with full knowledge of what it meant. I got out of bed and went to the mirror. The woman looking back at me was unfamiliar and entirely myself. Powerful. Loved. Chosen. Alive in a way I'd never been while Graham was alive, while I was playing the role of wife to someone who could never see me, who could look directly at me and still see someone else in my place. Who looked through me like I was glass, like I was invisible, like I didn't matter enough to focus on. This woman in the mirror mattered. This woman was wanted. This woman was seen. I'm not invisible anymore, I thought. I'm not erased. I'm standing in the light and I'm choosing to stay here. I'm choosing this city, this court, this man who looks at me like I'm the answer to a question he's been asking for centuries. The bond sang in agreement, a bright thrumming in my chest that felt like certainty. Kael stirred behind me, and he reached for me without needing to ask, his arm coming around my waist automatically, pulling me down beside him. We lay in the dawn light with our bodies close and our eyes open, not needing words because the bond was speaking for us. It was humming with something that felt like recognition, like the magnetic core finally understanding what it was pulling toward. Like two parts of a broken thing finally finding their place against each other. I felt the bond in every breath. It was getting stronger by the hour, becoming more than just a pull between us and starting to feel like a truth. like the ground beneath our feet finally becoming solid. By tonight, this would be impossible to deny. By tonight, the bond would manifest fully. The fated mate thing would stop being potential and become inevitable. The change would be physical, irrevocable. We would be bound not just by blood and magic, but by the actual transformation of what we were to each other. Our bodies would recognize what our minds had already chosen. The heat would become undeniable. But right now, in this last moment before everything changed, we were still choosing. Still in the space where it was a decision and not a compulsion. Still the authors of our own story, before the fated mate bond wrote the ending for us. We were still in the moment where love was a choice, not a certainty. I held him close and felt the clock ticking toward the midpoint, toward the moment when I would stop being able to pretend this was anything other than the most important thing that had ever happened to me. When everything I was would align with everything I wanted, and there would be no pretense left, no distance, no safety, no possibility of going back. Tomorrow, everything would shift. The bond would manifest completely. The heat would become undeniable. The cost of loving him would become visible in ways I couldn't yet imagine. The aging that had seemed theoretical would become real, would become the actual, measurable, visible measurement of what this love was costing him. But today I would hold him and let him sleep a little longer, and I would be ready for what was coming. Today I was still choosing. And when the bond manifested, when the fated mate thing became inevitable, when the heat became impossible to deny, I would be ready. The court would know. The bargain would complete. Everything we were would finally be visible to everyone watching. And I would stand in that light, crowned and chosen, and refuse to be invisible anymore. Chapter 11. The court chamber was full when the messenger arrived, and I knew it wasn't a coincidence. This had been orchestrated by someone who wanted the maximum number of witnesses when the challenge came. Thorns' messenger stood in the center of the great hall with the deliberate poise of someone coached to project authority from a position of inferiority. He wore the grey and bronze of Thorns' faction, military colors rather than courtly, appointed choice. The message was in the clothing before he'd spoken a single word. The court chamber was full when the messenger arrived, and I knew it wasn't a coincidence. This had been orchestrated by someone who wanted the maximum number of witnesses when the challenge came. Thorns' messenger stood in the center of the great hall with the deliberate poise of someone coached to project authority from a position of inferiority. He wore the grey and bronze of Thorns' faction, military colors rather than courtly, appointed choice. The message was in the clothing before he'd spoken a single word. The court chambers had always felt large, but never oppressive. The walls were pale stone, high and vaulted, with narrow windows that let in the grey light of the hollow's always uncertain sky. The Hawthorn throne sat on a raised dais, ancient oak, carved into shapes that resembled growing things, branches and thorns frozen in wood, reaching in all directions. I sat there now, robed in silver that caught the light, and Kael stood to my left with his hand on the back of my chair. The space felt different now that I'd been here long enough to understand its weight. The court had organized itself around our presence, loyal factions on the right, neutral observers in the center. Anyone with doubts or allegiances to Thorn clustered toward the back. The geography of loyalty made itself visible in where people stood. The regent Thorn extends his greeting to the Hawthorn Court, the messenger said. The formality of his words was violence. Each phrase was careful, precise, empty of warmth. And he brings a matter for the throne's attention that requires immediate resolution. I gestured for him to continue, keeping my body still, my face neutral. Silence was the strategy here. Let him fill the space, let him reveal more than intended in his eagerness to be heard. The messenger moved forward. The calculation lived in his steps. Not aggressive enough to threaten, but forward enough to be heard. Positioning mattered. The Northern Territories have a dispute with the current regent, he said, his eyes cutting to Kael. A matter of authority and legitimacy that cannot be resolved through negotiation. Thorn proposes trial by magic to settle the question of rightful rule. Unless the Hawthorn Court fears such a trial? The question was a trap well constructed. Refusing a trial by magic would look like weakness. Accepting one would cede ground to Thorns' faction, where magic was the only language they knew. The court tensed. I read it in the shift of weight, the hunched shoulders. Everyone ran calculations, positioning themselves for whichever outcome promised survival. Kael's hand moved to the back of my chair. Magic gathered in the space around him. His power was recognizable now, thick and golden, moving like liquid through the chamber. It coiled around him in invisible patterns, visible only to me because I'd learned how to see it. He was preparing to defend, making it clear the trial would not be one they could win. I reached up and covered his hand with mine. Not submission, but an anchor. A request for restraint. He stilled, and the magic settled, though I felt the tension in his forearm as he held it in check. I hear your demand, I said. My voice carried the flatness of a business decision, devoid of emotion but not authority. But a trial by magic assumes the Hawthorn Court cannot answer any other way. It assumes our only language is the same as yours. The messenger's jaw tightened. His right hand flexed, an unconscious gesture that told me his masters had coached protocol but not body language when plans unraveled. He'd expected me to capitulate or let Kael handle it. Instead, I'd claimed agency he wasn't prepared for. You're afraid, I continued, watching his tells with the precision I'd once used to read markets. Shoulders shifting back, bracing for a blow. Pupils widening. A micro-expression flashing before he could control it. Surprise edging toward panic. Desperation masquerading as authority. You're testing if we're strong enough to break. If we're not, you win the court without fighting for it. The messenger flinched. A tightening across his shoulders, a glance away. I'd read him too well, and the accuracy was its own threat. In Fey courts, the ability to read intentions from micro-expressions and body language was a power. One that existed outside magic, one that couldn't be countered with shields or swordwork. The Hawthorn Court does not answer challenges in the old way, I said, standing. The movement was deliberate, smooth, the kind that came from understanding your own power. My robes moved with me, silver fabric falling straight, and I descended the high seat with Kael close enough to feel the heat of him, but not close enough to suggest I needed his presence to legitimize my words. This came from me. We answer them with something Thorns Court cannot buy, alliance, I said. My voice carried across the chamber without effort. The words landed cleanly, one by one. I've observed that human territories are encroaching on the western borders of both our courts. The boundary between our world and theirs is thinning faster than either faction has acknowledged. We've wasted resources fighting each other while a mutual threat grows on the periphery. I moved forward, crossing the space between throne and messenger, with the deliberation of someone who understood every movement was being watched. Thorns Court holds the northern magical wells, the richest reserves of power in the Hollow. The Hawthorn Court holds the threshold magic and knowledge of how to strengthen boundaries. Alone, we're both vulnerable. Together, we're insurmountable. I stopped a few feet from him, close enough he had to meet my eyes. I propose a resource-sharing agreement, territory trade combined with a joint defense pact against the human faction. Your court gets guaranteed access to our boundary magic and our threshold knowledge. We get access to your northern wells during the dry season. Neither court feels threatened because both gain security. The messenger's face had gone pale. The color drained from his cheeks. This wasn't the confrontation he'd prepared for. This was competence responding to threat with strategy instead of magic, and it had caught him unprepared. I'll need to consult with the Regent Thorn, he said. There was real confusion in his voice now. His authority had frayed visibly in a few minutes. Of course, I said, with an ease that suggested we'd both accomplished our purposes. But tell him this, if the Hawthorn Court survives by learning to be clever instead of merely old, he might want to consider whether age without intelligence is worth defending. The court erupted into movement. Not chaos, but the organized chaos of factions recognizing a shift in power. Courtiers clustered around the messenger, offering opinions and observations about the proposal. The neutral observers drifted toward the loyal factions, drawn by the pull of strategy. Someone called for a vote, Soren, I thought, though I couldn't see him clearly, and I stepped back to let the court do what they hadn't been allowed to do in decades. Make a choice that mattered. The vote was decisive. Not unanimous, but decisive enough that even doubters recognized which way the tide was moving. The proposal would stand. The joint defense would be proposed formally. Territory would be negotiated through official channels. The messenger left within the hour, his commission fulfilled in a way he'd never anticipated. He'd come to force a trial by magic, and instead he was leaving with a peace treaty no one had known they wanted until I'd offered it. When the court finally dispersed, the energy shifted. Relief was visible, like a string that had been drawn too tight, finally allowed to go slack. But underneath it, I felt the realization. The old rules had changed. Magic wasn't the only currency anymore. A woman who understood strategy and power could be more formidable than centuries of accumulated magical force. Kael was quiet as we left the chamber. The palace corridors had emptied, everyone occupied with conversations about the resource-sharing agreement, territories, new partnerships. The torches burned steady along the stone walls, and our footsteps echoed against the floor. I found him in the private chamber overlooking the court, the space that had become ours without us ever explicitly claiming it. The windows were tall, nearly floor to ceiling, and they looked out over the Hawthorn gardens where pale flowers were just beginning to show color in the fading light. He was pacing when I came in. Restless movement that had nowhere to go, energy coiled and ready for something that wouldn't come. When I came in, he turned toward me. The conflict was written across his face like a map of territories at war with each other. His jaw was tight. The muscles along his shoulders were knotted. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We averted the war. The court is stable. We bought us time to consolidate power." "You made me unnecessary," he said. The rawness in his voice cut at something inside me. Not the accusation, but the fear underneath it. The terror of realizing that the thing he'd held onto as his purpose had been proven irrelevant. "You made the entire premise of my position obsolete." I moved closer. "That's not what I—" "No, you're right," he cut me off. There was a kind of desperate relief in the interruption, like he'd been holding something so long that he needed to let it break loose. His hands came up, fingers spread, then closed into fists. "You read that threat and solved it with people. With strategy. With the kind of human competence I'd lost centuries ago. The way a true ruler does. And I stood there and let you do it. Because I realized that you were stronger in that moment than I was. Your mind was sharper. Your judgment was better." He sat on the edge of the chair nearest the window, and I moved closer. That's when I saw it. The new lines in his face. Fine, barely visible in the candlelight, but present. They ran from the corners of his eyes like he'd been squinting against a bright light for hours. The shadows beneath his eyes had deepened, not the exhaustion of sleeplessness, but something else, something older. The lines around his mouth had deepened too, and there was a looseness to the skin along his jaw that wasn't there this morning. My voice dropped. "The magic. You used it for the trial threat. When you were standing there, preparing to defend against them." He didn't answer. His silence was confirmation. I sat beside him on the bench, moving carefully like he might break if I wasn't gentle. And then, slowly, I traced the new lines with my fingertips. They were real, faint wrinkles in skin that had been smooth that morning. The aging I'd known was coming, made tangible now. Made visible in a way that couldn't be argued away. "This is new," I whispered. "Don't," he said, pulling away. The rejection was sharp enough to sting. His hand came up between us, not threatening but protective of himself or me, I couldn't say. But I reached through the bond instead, wordlessly. I didn't need words anymore. The bond between us was a physical thing, a thread of warmth connecting my chest to his. I sent everything I could feel through it. The shock of it, yes, but also the fierce grip of understanding. The acceptance. I see. I understand. I'm not running. The bond flared between us with the weight of his fear and his resignation. It was bright enough that I could see the gold thread connecting us, could watch it pulse with the force of what we were both feeling. The hawthorn light from the window caught it and made it glow. He stood up. The movement was sudden enough to break the moment. He went to the window and put his hands flat against the glass. Every time I defend this court, I age. Every time you rule it, I become less necessary. It's the nature of the bargain. The magic has to come from somewhere. It comes from me. I stood too. The room felt very small, the space between us charged with something that was becoming impossible to ignore. Then tell me how to stop. You can't, he said flatly, without turning around. You can only accept it or leave. Those are the only choices the bargain allows. I'm not leaving, I said. The words were solid ground. They were choice made manifest. I'm not going anywhere, Kael. I saw your face age today. I saw what it costs you every time you defend this place. And I'm choosing it anyway. He turned then. The fear was in his eyes. Real, raw, terrifying. The kind of fear that comes from loving someone enough to understand exactly what you're risking. The bond hummed between us, urgent and alive, visible now as a faint gold thread that only we could see. It pulsed with the rhythm of our hearts beating out of sync, trying to find a common cadence. Neither of us reached for anything else. We just stood there in the half-light, in the space between evening and night, while the weight of what he'd just told me settled into my bones. The aging was real. It was visible. And I was choosing him anyway. The late night found me awake and restless. Sleep was impossible. My body was too alive, too aware of what was coming. I knew where he would be. The window of his chamber overlooked the hawthorn gardens, and the hawthorn was beginning to glow. It did that in the thin hours, when the veil between worlds grew permeable. The light was pale gold, almost white, the kind of light that belonged to neither day nor night but to something in between. As the night deepened, the light grew stronger, the threshold itself breathing. He was there, silhouetted against the glow, when I came to him. His shoulders were rigid. His hands were braced against the window frame, holding something up that was trying to fall. You should go, he started, without turning. Before you what? I moved closer. The bond was singing now, visible as a thin gold thread between us. It glowed like hawthorn light. Love me? You already do. The bond flared between us, brighter now. Visible in a way it hadn't been before. Not quite solid, but almost real enough to hold. I took his hand. The contact sent heat through my entire body. Every nerve ending came alive. My breath caught. This close, the pull of the fated mate bond was a physical force, like gravity finally recognizing which way was down. His hand was warm, his palm calloused, his grip desperate when he squeezed mine. Tomorrow, I said. The word was a promise made tangible. The word was inevitable and certain and mine. We stop waiting tomorrow. You don't understand the cost, he said. There was anguish in it now. Not just fear, but something deeper. The terror of watching someone choose you, knowing exactly what that choice would cost them. When you watch me age. When you watch me grow old. When you watch me die while you're still. I do understand, I said. I turned him toward me, lifting his hand to my face so his palm was against my cheek. I understood it the moment I saw your face age. I understood it the moment you used magic to defend something you love and paid the price in wrinkles and lines and the weight of centuries made visible. And I'm choosing it anyway. He pulled me close. His arms came around me with the force of something that had been restrained too long. But he didn't go further. The boundary held. His hands stayed on my back, pressing me against him but not reaching for more. Not yet. Tomorrow would break it, would shatter the careful distance we'd been maintaining. But not tonight. Tonight we were still choosing this, still in the space where it was a decision and not a compulsion. I rested against him. His chin came down to rest on my hair. The hawthorn light was brightening now, growing more golden as the night thinned toward what came after. In a few hours, the threshold would be fully open. In a few hours, the bond would manifest in ways that made choice irrelevant because inevitability would take over. But right now, we were still ourselves. Still authors of our own story. "I've spent my whole life being erased," I said quietly into his chest. 20 years married to someone who could look directly at me and not see me. No one used their immortality for me. No one aged for me. You are giving me the only thing I ever needed, to be chosen, specifically and completely. The cost doesn't matter. It will matter, he said. When you watch me age, when you watch me die. Then I'll choose you every day until it happens, I said. And I'll start right now, tomorrow night. His grip on me tightened fractionally, like he was trying to hold me in place against the pull of what was coming. The bond was glowing steadily now, visible between us as a warm, insistent light. In the hawthorn gardens below, the pale flowers were beginning to shine brighter as the threshold strengthened, as the veil thinned and the worlds drew closer to each other. We stood at the window as the night deepened, and the boundary between worlds grew thinner. The bond hummed with electricity and certainty. My heart was racing, not with fear but with the wild anticipation of something I'd been running from my entire life finally becoming unavoidable. The pull was growing stronger with every breath I took. Warmth spread from my chest down through my limbs. Tomorrow, everything would shift. The bond would manifest completely. The pull would cross from promise into truth, from something we could still deny into something neither of us could escape. The cost of this love would become visible in ways I couldn't yet imagine. In lines on his face, in the weight of his aging, in the knowledge that every day he chose me was costing him a piece of his immortality. But tonight, as the hawthorn light brightened and the veil grew thin, I held him close and let myself feel the full force of it. The pull. The choice. The absolute certainty that this was the only thing that ever mattered, and I was going into it with clear eyes and a willing heart. "I'm not going anywhere," I whispered. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. The bond spoke for both of us, gold and urgent and alive, as the threshold hovered on the edge of manifestation, and we waited for dawn. Chapter 12. The bond woke me before dawn. The bond woke me before dawn. It wasn't the soft hum I'd grown accustomed to over the past days, that gentle thrumming beneath my ribs that marked Kael's presence in the far corners of the court. This was something else entirely. A pull, urgent and undeniable, centered in my chest, and radiating outward through my limbs until every nerve ending sang with the knowledge of him. I lay in my chamber, appointed with hawthorn wood furniture and windows opening onto the threshold garden, and I didn't move. I lay still in the grey pre-dawn, and let the sensation build, flood through my body like water finding its level, carve a path through all the careful barriers I'd been constructing since Kael had first materialized at my garden's edge. This was what the Fae meant by binding. Not metaphor, not poetry written in a book I'd never read. This was real magic, alive in my blood and veins, pulling me toward him with a force that made breath difficult and rational thought impossible. His wanting reached me. Not his thoughts, not telepathy or intrusion, but his hunger. The bone-deep ache of restraint held for weeks while I negotiated the parameters of the bargain, moved through the court learning its rhythms and dangers, shared his chambers at night and feigned sleep to avoid the choice the bond was quietly, relentlessly demanding I make. The wanting tasted like pain. The connection binding us transmitted everything, undoing me in ways I hadn't prepared for. The pull wasn't violent. It was patient. Inexorable. The kind of force that didn't demand so much as it simply was, and everything else had to reorganize itself around it. I rose without dressing fully. Wrapped a robe around myself, dark linen cool against my skin, and moved barefoot through the hawthorn corridors. The court was silent at this hour, that liminal space between night and day when the Fae slept, when the magic hummed lower. The threshold garden was my destination. I followed the pull down the familiar passage, past the library where Kael had taught me the names of the Fey Court's 12 houses and the genealogies marking centuries of power, past the war room where I'd spent yesterday committing bloodlines and grievances to memory, tracing my own family tree backward to find myself rooted in this world long before I'd known it existed. The air shifted as I approached its chambers. It carried that distinctive Fey quality. A thickness, a charge, like the moment before lightning strikes. The hawthorn trees outside his windows were luminescent, their branches outlined in pale gold that seemed to emanate from the wood itself. The veil was thin here, thinner than anywhere else in the court. This was the threshold between worlds made manifest, where he spent his nights waiting. I didn't knock. The door opened without a sound. Magic answered magic, the bond drawing us closer. I stepped into the chamber where Kael stood at the window. Starlight caught the sharp lines of his face, the angle of his jaw, the weight of centuries he carried like smooth stones in his pockets. He wore dark trousers and an open linen shirt, absolutely still, one hand braced against the windowsill, as if he needed the anchor. When he sensed me, he turned slowly, as though he'd been waiting long enough to question I would come. "You feel it," he said. Not a question. A statement of fact. "I feel you," I answered. And the bond flared between us. Visible now, a shimmer of faint gold light spilling across the space separating our bodies like water finding cracks in stone. His eyes tracked the shimmer, took in the reality of what had been growing in the dark between us. "I came because I'm done pretending I can manage this alone. I came because the alternative, lying in that bed and feeling this and doing nothing, is killing me slowly." His exhale was sharp. Ragged. Ela. "Don't apologize," I said, moving toward him. The air grew heavier as I crossed the chamber, charged as if the very atmosphere recognized the weight of the choice I was making. "Don't remind me of the cost. I've counted it 100 times. I know the price. And I'm choosing this anyway. I'm choosing you." The words hung between us. I saw them land, saw him fight the instinct to second-guess me, to retreat into passivity. I'd had weeks to learn the shape of Kael, his refusals and surrenders, the way he held himself rigid when proximity threatened to unwind his careful control. I'd learned to read the micro-expressions preceding his vulnerabilities. This time he didn't resist. He closed the distance in a single movement, his hand coming up to cut my jaw. The touch was careful, tender, cracking something open in my chest. Something I'd been holding closed since Graham signed the divorce papers. The question in Kael's touch asked permission, and I answered by kissing him first. The bond flared white gold, searing through my veins like lightning. The chamber filled with light, not hawthorn glow, but something deeper, more vital. The fey magic living in Kael's blood responded to my touch, to the acceptance I was offering. The air changed, the shadows bent toward us, the hum starting low in my throat. His mouth was warm against mine, the kiss holding weeks of restraint. Restraint he was finally allowing himself to break. His kiss was specific to me. Not a generic claiming, not a lover's cliché, but him. The taste of hawthorn and ancient earth, the particular pressure of his mouth against mine, the exact way his fingers trembled as they curved around my neck. I'd read enough in my years to know that fated mates fit together like logic. This was what I hadn't expected, being known. Coming home to a place I'd never been and recognizing every corner. He pulled back just enough to look at me, and his eyes were dark with want. "If we continue," he said, rough-voiced, "there is no negotiation left. The bond will settle entirely. The court will know what we are to each other. You will be fully bound." "I know," I said. "You will be my queen in fact, not ceremony. Marked. Known. There will be no going back from what your blood will announce." "Yes," I said. And I meant it with a clarity that cut through every doubt I'd harbored in the dark hours. That's what I want. I want to be known. I'm done being invisible. He moved me toward the bed with purpose. The chamber doors sealed themselves behind us, magic responding to his will, his need, the intensity of what was building between our bodies. The bed curtains drew close, softening the magical light to something golden and intimate. I shed the robe and watched his breathing catch. 4 decades of life had left marks on my body. Stretch marks from carrying Tom, a scar on my left ribs from a childhood accident. The small changes that came with age and time and existence. The softness at my belly that wouldn't go away. All the evidence of a life lived. He looked at me as though I were a revelation. "I see you," he said, and moved his mouth to my shoulder, to the hollow of my collarbone. "Ela Vaughn. Specific. Real. Mine. Every line, every scar, every mark that proves you've survived. I see you." The way he touched me was worship. His hands mapped my ribs, my waist, the sharp points of my hip bones. He kissed the inside of my wrist where my pulse hammered, traced my collarbone, kissed the spot where my neck met my shoulder. He learned the topography of my body, committing it to memory. I lay beneath him and let myself be unmade by the simplicity of being wanted. Not saved. Not rescued. Not chosen for what I could provide. Wanted. Specifically. Completely. For the woman I actually was. His skin was cool to the touch, Faye-marked, and when I pulled his shirt away, the scars across his chest revealed a history written in violence and time. I kissed them, the thin line from collarbone to ribs, the knot of tissue on his shoulder, and he tensed and released under my touch. He was lean and powerful, all efficient muscle beneath immortal skin. When he shifted to shed the rest of his clothing, I reached for him, guided him back down to me. "I want you inside me," I said. Because at 44 I'd learned that wanting something wasn't weakness, and I wasn't going to apologize for it. Not here. Not now. Not to this man who was offering me exactly what I wanted. Right now. His laugh was breathless, undone. Demanding even in this. Especially in this. The bond pulled taut as he positioned himself. There was a moment of preparation. He was careful, patient, giving my body time to adjust, but it was brief. When he moved into me fully, his pleasure was there in the sharp intake of his breath, in the tremor running through his arms, in the way his jaw clenched with restraint. He could feel mine because the magic made it possible. The bond let him know how completely I wanted this, how much pleasure spiraled through my body with each movement of his hips, how the sensation built until I thought I might shatter. I began to move with him, meeting each thrust, and the bond flared brighter, visible as gold light between our bodies. His pleasure arrived as a sensation. The grip of my muscles around him, the warm friction, the overwhelming reality of being inside me. It was everything. The missing piece I hadn't known was missing. "You're so beautiful," he said against my neck. "The way you move, the way you take me, the way you're not afraid of what you want." "I'm not surrendering," I said, and pulled his hair, made him look at me. "I'm claiming. There's a difference." His laugh was sharp, surprised, and then I kissed him, and there was no more talking. Only movement. Only the rhythm of our bodies finding each other, only the building sensation that tightened everything inside me, only the way the bond flared brighter and brighter as we moved toward the peak. I shifted position, pressing my hips up to meet him at a deeper angle, and the sensation changed. Sharper, more focused. His gasp came against my shoulder, his movements becoming less controlled. He was close. The bond showed me his pleasure spiraling towards something inevitable, and I wanted to be there with him, wanted to feel what it was like to come together, to reach that peak in synchronized timing. I tightened around him, set a faster pace, and felt his control snap entirely. His fingers dug into my hips, his mouth found my neck, and he moved with a kind of desperation that undid me completely. This wasn't the ancient, controlled regent of the Hawthorn Court. This was a man overwhelmed by want, by the simple reality of being inside the woman he'd orchestrated the entire bargain to have. "Ela," he said, and it sounded like a prayer. "Come with me. Come for me." The tension inside me coiled tighter, and then broke like a storm. I came with the bond flaring gold bright through my veins, with his name caught in my throat, with his hands gripping my hips and his mouth against my neck marking me. The sensations from his body, the peak of his release, the pleasure searing through him, crashed into me through the bond, spiraling me again, deeper. A pleasure so acute and specific it was being born, being unmade and reformed in the same moment. His release came inside me, his entire body seizing with the intensity of it, his pleasure overlapping with my own, until I couldn't distinguish where my sensation ended and his began. The bond flared so bright it lit the entire chamber, and for a moment we were luminous. Two people bound by magic that was real and tangible and undeniable. Then it subsided, settling into something gentler though no less present. The light faded to a soft gold glow. Our breathing synchronized. His weight settled fully into me, and I lay beneath him feeling his heartbeat slow against my chest. We lay tangled afterward, the magical light settling to a soft glow, liming the bare skin where our bodies touched. The bond settled too, satisfied, shifting from the urgent pull to a steady hum I knew I would carry forever. The marks were visible now as faint gold on his shoulders, the inside of my wrists, my collarbone where his mouth had rested. Not a brand, but a claiming, a recognition. His breathing steadied. His heart slowed beneath my hand. After a long time, as the first grey light of pre-dawn crept through the bed curtains, he spoke. "I have loved you since the moment I orchestrated the bargain," he said into the silence, and I felt the weight of the admission, the vulnerability of it. "Since I designed the spell that would call you to the court. Since I read your bloodline and understood what you were, who you were, before you even knew this world existed. I have loved you for longer than you have existed in this reality, Ela. Longer than is reasonable. Longer than I had any right to." I didn't recognize the darkness beneath those words. I didn't see everything that would shatter between us when he confessed the true nature of his binding, the way the bargain had been designed not as a gift, but as a cage, however loving. I only heard, "I have loved you." And I believed him. I turned my face into his neck and breathed in Hawthorn and old magic, and I let myself fall asleep in the arms of the man I'd chosen, the bond humming satisfied between our hearts. I woke to sunlight streaming through the chamber windows, Kael still beside me, the world fundamentally transformed. The marks on our skin had deepened. What had been faint gold shimmer the night before was now luminous. Gold threads bloomed across my shoulders, spiraled down my left arm, marked the inside of my right wrist. On his body, the same, my touch had left traces of magic, marks signaling to anyone that he was bound. Fully. Completely. No negotiation left. There was a knock at the chamber door. Kael stirred, his arm tightening around me, and I felt his reluctance to leave the bed, to step back into the world where duty and politics would start their claims again. He pressed a kiss to my forehead. "The court knows," he said quietly. "They will want to see you." "Let them wait," I said. But I was already stirring, already aware of the weight of what the night had changed. "Enter," Kael called. And the doors swung open. The attendant who stepped through was a young fey woman named Lyra. She took in the sight of us tangled together, the marks visible on both our bodies, the destroyed bedding, the residual gold light clinging to the air. She bowed lower than she ever had before. Lower than she bowed to Kael. To me. "My queen," she said. Her voice reverent. "The court senses the bond. The veil itself rings with it. I've been sent to attend you. To bring fresh linens, to offer bathing chambers, to prepare you for the morning court." After she'd left, Kael pulled me close again. "You are queen now," he said. "Fully. The court will recognize nothing else. There's no going back." "I don't want to go back," I said. I rose and dressed carefully, aware of every mark on my body, aware that they were no longer private between us. The invisible woman had become visible. The bond had made it impossible to ignore. I moved through the morning transformed. Not in myself, though something fundamental had shifted, but in how others regarded me. I walked through the Hawthorn corridors, and the fae who passed me bent lower, deferred, treated me not as the outsider they'd been skeptical of, but as the queen the magic had announced.
This was fact.
The bond settled into a satisfied hum, visible as gold light against my skin. On my wrists, my collarbone, the curve of my shoulder, every mark a statement, every shimmer a proclamation. No more invisibility, no pretending I was less than what I was. An attendant helped me dress in formal court robes, deep green, the color of hawthorn at midnight, embroidered with thorns that caught the light. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I barely recognized the woman looking back. It wasn't my face that had changed. It was my bearing. The way I held my shoulders. The way I met my own eyes without flinching. The invisible woman was gone. Someone who'd been chosen stood in her place. Not as a placeholder, not as a means to an end. Chosen specifically by name by an ancient being who'd orchestrated an entire bargain around her existence. The cost was real. The clock was ticking. Kael was aging. Every spell he cast to support the court, every use of his magic to hold the failing veil in place, burned through his remaining years. I'd seen it in the way he'd moved this morning, a slight stiffness that hadn't been there before. The bond let me feel his weariness, and I knew it was real. Everything I'd accepted when I crossed the threshold into his bed was now inexorably set in motion. The bargain was sealed. The bond was manifest. The court recognized what I was, and the veil knew I'd been marked. I walked toward the throne room where they were waiting, where Kael would be waiting. The weight of power settled across my shoulders like a cloak I'd earned through my own choice. Not through rescue or inheritance or destiny. Through decision. Through want. Through the simple, radical act of claiming what I desired. I was finally, completely, undeniably known. The knowledge that this knowledge came at a cost didn't diminish the satisfaction of it. Not yet. For now I had the luxury of standing in the morning light, watching the court bow, feeling the fae magic recognize me as their queen, knowing that, at 44 years old, covered in the marks of a man who loved me, I was exactly where I was meant to be. I pushed open the throne room doors and walked toward my future. Chapter 13. But the messenger arrived on a grey afternoon when Kael was in the lower vaults, ostensibly tending to something that required his attention and his magic. A young fae courtier with the sharp features of the Northern Territories brought word, a formal petition from the distant court of Ashenfold, requesting the Hawthorns' formal acknowledgement of a boundary assertion made during the third moon. The language was courteous, precise, veiled. It was a threat. I stood in the throne room with the great hawthorn wall at my back, that ancient living thing that responded to my presence now. I could feel it humming through the stone, shifting in recognition, branches stirring where no wind reached. The courtiers gathered for this audience watched me with the particular intensity of people testing a new queen. Thorns' faction occupied the space to my left, draped in the dark greens of the Northern Territories, their attention sharp as knives. The messenger waited for my response. He was young for all the formality he wore like armor. There was a particular exhaustion in his face from hard travel through the thinning places between courts. His fingers worried the edge of his sleeve, a tell that whatever he was delivering mattered more than his courteous tone suggested. The Hawthorn acknowledges Ashenfold's assertion, I said, letting the words settle into the formal register the court expected. Power dressed itself in courtesy. Strength was not flinching. We would welcome clarification on the exact boundaries in question. A formal embassy would be our preference, to ensure all terms are adequately understood and properly documented. It bought time. It signaled respect without submission. The messenger's posture shifted as he realized I wasn't going to panic and give away leverage on the first demand. I will convey the Hawthorns' willingness, he said, with the careful precision of someone delivering a scripted message. Ashenfold will send formal representatives within the new moon. The new moon. Weeks away. Time enough to shore up alliances, to understand what Ashenfold wanted, to figure out where Thorns stood in all of this and whether the boundary assertion was a move by one court or a coordinated pressure from multiple factions testing the strength of the newly inherited throne. The messenger inclined his head and withdrew. The courtiers dispersed slowly. Thorns' people filed out with the casual power of those who held the richest magic pools and knew it. I felt the moment Kael returned to the throne room. Not through sight but through the bond, that silver thread beneath my skin, thrumming with his presence. The bond sang with something strained beneath its surface welcome. He came to my side without hurrying. Hand found mine, and I felt the warmth of him, but something else underneath it. A faint tremor in his grip. Something spent. His fingers interlaced with mine, and he gave my hand the gentlest pressure, a private acknowledgement that I'd handled the diplomat well. Well managed, he said quietly. His voice carried approbation, but underneath it, something strained. Something that tasted like information he was choosing not to share. Evening had come when he was ready to be alone with me. We retreated to the private chamber, and I shut the heavy door behind us. He moved toward the window with that habitual gesture of his, that eternal sentinel's posture. But I didn't let him reach it. "What did that cost you?" I asked, and my voice was sharper than I intended. He stopped mid-stride, his hand half raised toward the window frame, and turned back to face me. The light was dimming fast, the sun sinking behind the distant hills, and the shadows were beginning to gather in the hollows of his face, deepening the exhaustion that lived there like a permanent thing. "Nothing," he said, and the lie twisted something sharp in my chest. The bond thrummed with his deflection. "The court needed to respond diplomatically, and you did that better than I could have. Kael. Ela, you did well today. The court is secure because of how you handled. Don't." I crossed the distance between us before he could finish and reached up to touch his face. My fingertips found the line of his jaw, traced the angle of his cheekbone, searching for what I'd felt shifting in him, that particular exhaustion different from his centuries-old weariness. And then my fingers found it. Stopped. Pressed harder. There was something there that hadn't been there this morning. The finest deepening in the line from the corner of his eye toward his temple. A new mark, subtle in daylight, but unmistakable now. A deepening of the pattern, the aging process accelerated in a single afternoon. I pulled back to look at him fully, and the weight of what I was seeing crashed over me. "Tell me," I said. And the words came out with a quality I didn't recognize, something cold and precise, the voice of someone who was about to hear something that would unmake her understanding of what she'd chosen. "Exactly." He waited a long moment, eyes closed, calculating. The decision between protection and truth. When he opened his eyes, I could watch the moment he chose to give me the truth. "The boundary assertion required me to mark the court's territory magically," he said slowly. "A simple spell in theory, but binding. It asserts the Hawthorn sovereignty using the deep magic tied to my will and my word. When I cast it, I felt it draw from something deeper than I expected." He moved toward the window, and this time I followed. His hands braced against the frame, and I could see the way his shoulders curved inward, pulling himself smaller, trying to contain whatever he was about to reveal. "Every spell cast to protect the court, every use of the bond, every manifestation of power in service to the throne draws on my immortality," he continued, barely above a whisper. "The magic has a price. I've known it since the bargain was sealed. But I hadn't truly felt it until today. The cost is paid in time. In life I won't get back." I stepped back, needing the space. I let my hand fall from his face and felt the loss of contact like a small death. "How much time?" I asked. "It varies depending on the scope of the magic, the reach of the working, how much power is required." "Don't give me the evasion," I said. "Be specific." He turned away from the window, and I watched him struggle with the decision to tell me. The Fae had a way of treating time the way mortals treated money, something to be spent or saved, carefully managed, rationed. Telling me the truth would make it real in a way that keeping it abstract had allowed him to avoid. Decades, he said finally, voice barely above a whisper. If I use magic sparingly, defensively. Centuries if I'm extraordinarily fortunate, and the court stabilizes quickly. But if there's real conflict, he continued. If I have to defend actively, a century of life reduced to a handful of years. The words landed like stones in still water, each one sinking, ripples spreading through everything I thought I understood about this. About the bargain. About him. You knew, I said. It wasn't a question. Yes. When did you know? Always. He turned to face me, and the expression on his face was ancient, worn, the face of something that had learned to accept dying a long time ago. The bargain didn't just bind me to you, Ela. It bound my immortality to the court's welfare. Every act of magic in service to the throne costs me directly. The more the court needs, the faster I burn through the centuries I have left. I've accepted this for a long time. What I wasn't prepared for was how it would feel to tell you. I sat down on the edge of the low bench, my legs suddenly unreliable. My mind was spiraling, calculating, searching for some variable I'd missed, some escape clause buried in the contract of a bargain sealed in blood. Why didn't you tell me before I accepted? My voice was steady, but only barely. Why didn't you explain what the true cost was? Because you would have refused, he said. And the court would have died. I was already dying, had been dying for centuries. At least this way, my death meant something. You chose this. Yes. You chose to burn your immortality away to bind yourself to me. To accelerate your own aging for a chance at a relationship. Yes, there was no regret in his voice. No hesitation. The calm acceptance of someone who'd already grieved this loss centuries ago. I would burn through all of it if it meant you got the chance to live, to rule, to matter in a way you never have in the human world. The words settled over me like a weight I couldn't set down. This was worse than I'd imagined. The core mechanism of the bargain. Every spell, every act of power to strengthen the court, every use of the bond was literally taking years from him. Was aging him. Was burning away the only advantage he'd ever had against the slow death claiming everyone in this dying Fae court. How long do we have? I asked. The question was impossible, obscene, but I needed to know. Needed the truth laid out in terms I could calculate, could plan around. Not the evasion. Not the kind you give diplomats. The truth. I don't know, he said. And that was the most honest answer he could give. I could feel the weight of his uncertainty through the bond. It depends on how much I have to use the magic, whether Ashenfold's assertion is the first of many tests, whether Thorin moves openly or tests from the shadows. 1,000 small variables that neither of us can predict. He sat beside me on the bench. I couldn't bring myself to lean against him. But the trajectory is clear, he continued quietly. If the court needs defending, years burn away fast. If we're fortunate and everything stabilizes, then decades. 30, 20 years. But not centuries. The Kael you're binding yourself to is a man counting down his remaining time. I stood up and walked to the window, needing space to think without the pull of the bond clouding my thoughts. The gardens below were darkening as the sun sank. The hawthorn trees glowed faintly in the gathering dark, responding to my presence with a kind of restless movement. I'd bound myself to this. Had made the choice with my eyes open, or so I'd thought. But I hadn't truly understood what I was choosing. I'd thought the cost would be abstract, immortality and centuries, things so vast and distant they were meaningless. A fairy tale price for a fairy tale world. But it was tangible. It was visible. It was written in the new lines forming around his eyes, in the subtle aging that time itself was marking on his face. It accelerated every moment he used the magic. Every spell to defend the court was taking years from him. Every manifestation of power in service to the throne was burning away his immortality in visible increments. I can't accept this, I said quietly, still facing the window. You don't have a choice. His voice was patient, gentle. The bargain is already sealed. The magic is already binding us. There has to be something, some way to undo it, some loophole. There isn't. His voice was matter-of-fact, full of the worn resignation of someone who'd already grieved this loss centuries ago. Undoing the bargain would accelerate the court's death. I'm already paying the price. The magic doesn't care if we speak the cost aloud or keep it secret. I burn either way. At least this way, the payment means something. I turned to face him. The expression on his face broke me. Acceptance. Peace, even in a way that was profoundly sad. How much time? I asked again, softer this time, the edge of panic muffled by the shock of accepting what couldn't be refused. If everything goes as well as possible, how many years do we have? 20 years. 30 if we're extraordinarily fortunate and the court stabilizes faster than I expect. Long enough that you settle into your power, that the court's magic stops depleting, that we have something that looks like a life together before the bill comes due. 20 years. 30 if we're lucky. I was 44. 20 years would make me 64 old, but not ancient. Still enough time to rule, to make the changes the court needed, to stabilize it enough that it could continue without me. Still enough time to see Tom through his 20s, to check in on Bex, to build something that lasted beyond my own natural lifespan. But then Kael would begin to fail in earnest, and I would watch it happen. Would know every moment of every day that I was the reason he was aging at all. That my presence, my need, my ambition to save this dying court was literally shortening his existence. I lay down on the bed, suddenly exhausted in a way that sleep wouldn't fix. Kael lay beside me without speaking. I could feel the bond thrumming between us, my fear and guilt singing through it. He pulled me close, and I let him. There was nothing else to do. The bargain was sealed. The cost was being paid. All that remained was to accept it. But acceptance tasted like ashes and dust. I couldn't sleep. I lay beside him in the darkness and felt the hours crawl past. By false dawn, I was up and moving, slipping from the chamber into the haunted corridors of the court. I needed space from him, from the way the bond would pull at me, from the weight of knowing that every breath he took was costing him something irreplaceable. The gardens were empty at this hour. The hawthorn bloomed in strange patterns, silver in the pre-dawn darkness, the flowers responding to my presence with something that felt like agitation. My magic was tied to the court's magic now. The garden bloomed wild when I was near, the flowers opening in response to my emotional state like extensions of my own consciousness. I walked the paths and counted years like coins in a purse. 20 years. 30 if fortune was kind. What did that look like? When would it start to show more clearly? How many seasons before the aging accelerated, before the lines deepened and his hair began to grey? How long before he started to look genuinely ancient instead of just worn? The worst part was knowing he'd made this choice. He'd taken the bargain knowing it would age him, burn away centuries to buy me time, tie him to a court that would die anyway, just more slowly. The veil was failing. The Fey world was collapsing. Eventually, no amount of magic could save it. So he was dying slowly to buy years we couldn't even keep. We were both paying a price that would never be satisfied. I found myself at the deepest part of the garden, where the hawthorn grew in patterns so ancient they had names. The threshold bloom. The binding grove. The dying heart, where the oldest trees stood twisted and grey, their power fading like everything else in this court. I ran my hand over the bark of the oldest tree, and I could feel the magic underneath, weak, thin, so depleted that it was transparent. This was what we were fighting to save. This slow, inevitable death that had already happened centuries ago and hadn't finished playing out yet. By the time I returned to the chamber, Kael was awake, watching me from the bed with eyes too old for his face. He was sitting up, waiting. My absence had cost him in small ways I could read in the set of his mouth. "I can't undo this," he said. Before I could speak, I know. I'm not sorry. I looked at him and understood it was true. He would burn through centuries to have these years with me. Would watch himself age into mortality if it meant I had a chance to live, to rule, to matter in a way I never had in the human world. It was both the most romantic and most terrible thing anyone had ever done for me. I got back into bed and lay against him, listening to his heartbeat, feeling the bond pulse between us like a second heart. I didn't know how to accept this, how to live with the knowledge that every moment of happiness I had was costing him time. Years, decades, centuries compressed into the lifespan of a mortal woman. But I knew that leaving wouldn't help. That walking away from the bargain would only make his sacrifice meaningless. So I would stay. I would learn to rule. I would figure out how to stabilize the court in whatever time he bought for us, and I would do it knowing that it was being paid for in the currency of his immortal life. I closed my eyes and tried not to think about what the next 10 years would bring. Tried not to calculate the deepening lines in his face, the way his hair would slowly grey, the slow, inevitable drift toward the mortality he was choosing. The bond thrummed with my fear and grief, and he held me closer, accepting the weight of all of it, asking nothing but that I stay. I stayed. The sun rose over the hollow, and the day began its work of aging us both. Chapter 14. The assembly hall filled like blood pooling into a wound, slow, then all at once, then suffocating. From my place at Kael's left hand, the factions arrived in their particular hierarchies. The old loyalists first, in their pale silks that whispered when they moved, the white hawthorn emblem stitched in silver at the shoulder. Then Thorns people, deliberate and slow, their darker colors marked with bronze and iron. The smaller courts came last, circling the edges like wolves assessing a kill, waiting to see which way the power would shift before they committed. The assembly hall filled like blood pooling into a wound, slow, then all at once, then suffocating. From my place at Kael's left hand, the factions arrived in their particular hierarchies. The old loyalists first, in their pale silks that whispered when they moved, the white hawthorn emblem stitched in silver at the shoulder. Then Thorns people, deliberate and slow, their darker colors marked with bronze and iron. The smaller courts came last, circling the edges like wolves assessing a kill, waiting to see which way the power would shift before they committed. The hall itself was designed to intimidate, vaulted ceiling that disappeared into shadow, pillars carved from stone that had been here longer than most Fae bloodlines, light from 100 candles that made the space breathe. The throne rose at the far end, ancient and thorned, empty because Kael still hadn't sat in it. That choice, made every day, told the court something about who held the real power. Not him. Never him. The representatives from the Eastern Holdings have arrived, one of Kael's advisors murmured near my shoulder. By my first week, running on instinct older than my marriage, I could read the room. 20 years in corporate strategy meant I could identify the power structure in the first 30 seconds. Who was speaking to whom, who was excluded and why, where the real negotiation lived beneath the surface performance. A quarterly earnings presentation, or a Fae throne room had the same grammar. People mattered more than logic. Alliances mattered more than strength. Desperation always showed if you knew where to look. Kael had arrived with 8 attendants, and the particular quality of aggression that comes from having nothing to lose. His court held the Eastern Territories, land that had once been richer, magic running thin like water through a cracked vessel. Kind of thin that made people do reckless things. He moved to the center of the assembly with the deliberation of someone who'd memorized every step. His hands were steady, but his shoulders carried tension like a garment. When he spoke, his voice had that particular quality of someone delivering a speech he'd practiced, one he wasn't good enough at improvisation to abandon if challenged. "We come to reaffirm the old boundaries," he announced. "The waters at the lawn crossing have been your territory for 4 generations. This is wrong. This is a taking. We claim them back." The throne room went still. That kind of still, the particular quality of silence that comes just before violence. The factions understood what this was immediately. A test. The kind of test had only one of 3 answers, and all of them bled. If Kael ceded without fighting, it meant the Hawthorn had weakened past the point of defending what was theirs. The entire court structure would fracture like ice on a spring river. If he fought and won, it proved he still had power, still had the magic to spend on dominance. The cost would be visible to everyone watching. If he fought and lost, I didn't let myself finish that thought. Trial by combat, Khalad continued. Or cede the land. Those are the terms. The weight of the choice settled like something physical in the air, in the way the assembled court held its breath. Kael's body tensed beside me, magic gathering in his palms, pulling up from the deep wells beneath the court itself. His hands clenched. Magic coalesced, that particular quality of power that came with cost. Every spell he cast was a withdrawal from his own reserves, a payment in time, in years off his face, another thread of grey into hair that had been black for centuries. The aging that was supposed to be theoretical was becoming more visible every day. The hollows beneath his eyes deeper. The lines around his mouth sharper. I placed my hand on his wrist. The magic halted, caught between his intention and my touch. It thrummed against his skin, ready to discharge, and I held it there in the space between what he wanted to do and what I needed him to understand. "Let me answer this," I said. The court inhaled like a single organism. Shock rippled through the assembled factions. Khalad's eyes widened. The moment he believed he'd won flooded his expression, the moment he thought the human was backing down, that I was conceding without a fight, that the regent was so depleted he had to send his woman to negotiate surrender. I stepped forward, releasing Kael's wrist. Magic settled back into his body, his hands relaxed, the moment when he chose to trust me enough to let me take this. The silence stretched. I moved into the space between the thrones and the assembly, and the entire room compressed toward me. "I don't think you want this territory," I said. My voice was clear, conversational. The tone I'd used in 100 negotiations with clients who thought they had leverage but were actually terrified they didn't. "I think you want what the territory provides. The water source, yes. The southern approach through Lawn Pass, the strategic position it gives you. That too. But the land itself? The land is work. The land is constant faction presence, maintenance of the borders, the slow exhausting effort of holding it against others who might want it next. The land is a burden if what you actually want is the resource." Khalad's jaw tightened. The tell moved across his face like a wave, the place where his careful script hit against truth he hadn't wanted named aloud. "Your court is struggling," I continued. Kael's attention tracked me, recognizing something in my approach that resonated. Reading. Assessment. Translation of threats into its actual language. The northern migration of the magical reserves has left you thin. You're not threatening because you want more land. You're threatening because you're afraid of what happens if you don't get more resources. And I understand that fear. I understand the math you're doing every night when you can't sleep. "The Hawthorn has," Khalad started. "I know what the Hawthorn has," I interrupted. "I know what it doesn't have. It doesn't have you. Not as an ally. It doesn't have reliable protection at its eastern border. It doesn't have a court it can count on when the pressure from the north gets worse, when the magic migration continues, when the smaller courts start failing, and the scramble for what's left becomes violent. What it doesn't have is partnership, alliance, mutual interest in survival." I turned to the assembled loyalty and let them see me clearly. The old loyalists, the fence-sitters, the ones still deciding whether this was a moment of weakness they could exploit or the birth of something new. And you don't have a reason to bleed for territory when there's a solution that costs nothing. When there's a way to get what we all actually want without having to carry the weight of war. I turned back to Khalad. He watched me with the expression of someone whose carefully rehearsed threat was dissolving in real time. "Cede your claim to this land, to the lawn territories, the waters, the strategic position. In exchange, the Hawthorn defends your border against the northern migration. Free passage for your water shipments through lawn, no tax, no delay. And when the pressure escalates, and it will escalate, we stand with you, not against you. Your court survives, and our territory stays intact. Everyone gets what they actually want, instead of everyone dying over a line drawn in the dirt 100 years ago when the magic distribution was different. The throne room held its breath. This was the moment that would determine whether I'd read him correctly, or whether I'd just committed the Hawthorn to an alliance with someone who wanted to destroy us. The calculation moved through Kalad's face like a storm moving across water, the moment when he realized that backing down wasn't surrender if he was getting what he came for. The strategic mind underneath the aggression doing math that made the trial irrelevant. "You speak for the court?" he asked finally. Kael shifted beside me, his silence asking, "Are you sure? Are you certain enough to claim this?" I held his gaze for just a moment. I sent everything through that look. "Yes, I'm speaking for the court. Let me." "I speak for what keeps the court alive," I said. My voice was steady. The ease of claiming this authority when the moment came surprised me. "I speak for survival that doesn't end in blood when blood isn't necessary. Your choice is the same as mine. You can fight, or you can live. I'm choosing life. I'm asking you to choose it too." Kalad was silent for a long moment. Then, "Your bargain is acceptable to me." The loyalists began the bow first, slow and deliberate. An acknowledgement of leadership that started in the front ranks and rippled backward like a wave moving through water. The old guard recognized what they were seeing. Not a human stepping out of turn, but a ruler stepping in. Not a temporary fill, but the real thing. By the time Kalad took the offered hand in the formal gesture of alliance, the entire court had already moved. They were bowing to me. Not the regent. Not to Kael, who still held the throne by ancient right and centuries of accumulated magic. To me. Kalad and his attendants departed as allies instead of enemies. The assembly dispersed with the particular quality of a room that had just watched a dominant structure reorganize itself. Standing in the center of the throne room, I felt the court move differently around me. They saw me differently. The shift wasn't subtle. It wasn't hidden behind courtesy or the careful politics of maintaining two sources of power. The entire court had reorganized itself in the space of 10 minutes, and they were no longer pretending otherwise. And then I felt it. A hitch in the air. Not the magic of the court, not the binding that held Kael and me together. The edge of the threshold flickered, the place where the hawthorn walls met the boundary between worlds caught in a draft like a candle. I'd felt it once before, weeks ago, faint instability Kael had explained as seasonal pressure, the normal give and take between fae and human. This was different. Sharper. The boundary thinned like paper stretched too tight, and for just a moment I could sense what lay beyond it. The human world, distant and muffled, pressing. The veil wasn't failing in some distant future. It was failing now. Already. In ways that would compound if the pressure kept building. I didn't mention it. The moment passed, the boundary stabilized, and I was alone with the weight of what I'd felt. A second sign, worse than the first. Not an ending yet, but a harbinger. Kael was silent. We waited until the attendants had withdrawn, until the last of the assembled factions had drifted away with their own calculations, remaking themselves in light of what they'd witnessed. Politicking continued in the corners, the smaller courts assessing their options, the loyalists solidifying their allegiance to the new power structure. When the hall was nearly empty, Kael reached for my hand. His grip was warm, but I felt the slight tremor in it. Something had shifted in him too, and whatever it was, it cost him. He led me toward the private chambers without speaking. The corridors were empty, the servants having learned to stay invisible when the regent was in a mood. We descended into the deeper parts of the court, where the tapestries were faded by centuries, and the air carried the weight of old magic, old decisions, old failures. The chamber was small, lined with tapestries depicting fae courts from eras that had ended before I was born. Oil lamps gave it a quality of dusk that didn't match the time of day. This was where regents came to process, the old records had told me. Where decisions were made that couldn't be made in public. where the true cost of leadership got examined without witnesses. Kael released my hand once the door was closed. "You were extraordinary," he said quietly. He just stood there, looking at me like I was a map he was reading for the first time, learning territories he'd never expected to find. "You could have let him challenge," Kael continued. "You could have let me fight and win. It would have proven the Hawthorn's military strength, shown the court that magic still matters, that the regent's power isn't theoretical. It would have been the expected choice." "You would have won," I said. "Yes, I would have." He moved toward the window that overlooked the gardens, and I followed, understanding that this was what he needed. Distance, movement, the sight of something that wasn't me while he said what he needed to say. And it would have cost me. Years, maybe. The kind of casting a fight requires is a drain that ages faster than simple existence. Every spell is a withdrawal. Every use of magic carved away at what I have left. He was right. I had read it before he even summoned the magic, sensed the cost in the way his body prepared itself, the particular gathering of power that came with a price. "And you saw that," he continued. "You understood what it would cost better than I did, and stepped in. You took the choice away from me." "No," I said. "I offered you a different one." He was silent. The gardens below were in full bloom, hawthorn season at its peak, white flowers opening in clusters that glowed in the afternoon light, branches bent under the weight of beauty and magic intertwined. "The court doesn't need me," he said finally. "It needs you." "That's not what I started." "No, I mean it." He turned to face me fully, and there was something in his expression that I couldn't pass completely. Not anguish, exactly. Something closer to acceptance, but the kind that comes with a very particular cost. I've been regent because I was what was available. The strongest magical presence, centuries of knowledge about court function and fae politics. The default option. But you're what the court needed. Someone who could see desperation beneath the threat and respond with strategy instead of dominance. Someone who could make them want to follow you instead of forcing compliance through power. I reached for him. He stepped back slightly, just enough to maintain distance. "Kael, I need you to understand something," he said. The formal quality of his voice told me he'd been preparing this while I negotiated. What I said weeks ago. About how I'd drag you down. How my love would be doom, my bargain a trap. I was wrong. Not about the cost, that's real, going to get worse. But about what it means. You're not going to fail because of me. You're not broken by this bargain. You'll thrive in spite of it. Maybe because of it. "At what cost to you?" I asked. He smiled, sad in a way that broke something in me. "The cost I accepted when I offered you the throne. I'm the consort now, Ela. That's what this has to become. I'm supporting the power, not holding it. I thought I needed to be the source. What the court needed was someone willing to be the source of something else. Someone willing to lead because they saw clearly and strategically, not because they were strong enough to force factions into compliance through raw dominance." I reached for him again, and this time he didn't step back. He pulled me close, his arms coming around me with the urgency of someone who needed to hold something real, something that wouldn't disappear. I felt his face press into my hair, felt the tremor that moved through his body as he adjusted to this new arrangement of what we were to each other. And I felt it. The shift in the bond. Not breaking, not severance. A fundamental reorganization of what we were. The magnetic pull was still there, still singing underneath, but different now. Deeper. Heavier with something like resignation, except it wasn't. It was accepting. Him making peace with the fact that his role had changed, that his power in this story wasn't the magic or the throne or centuries of knowledge. His power was standing beside someone becoming more than he was, willing to let that be enough. "I love you," he said. The words were the same he'd spoken before, but the weight had shifted. They meant acceptance of secondary, understanding that everything had reorganized around me, and he was choosing to make it work. We lay together as the afternoon light moved across the floor, and something profound and terrible shifted between us. The bond hummed with new dissonance. The heat we'd been building toward was still there, still singing through both our bodies, but intertwined with something else. Awareness of cost, of what it meant that I was becoming the power the court needed, and he was becoming the consort. He held me like I was precious, and I held him like he was something I needed to protect now. The roles had inverted somewhere between the throne room and this chamber, and we'd both felt it happen. Just accepted it as the natural conclusion of what the court needed, and what we were willing to sacrifice to give it to them. Later, as evening fell and the court settled into the rhythm of the night, I lay awake while Kael slept. His arm was still around my waist, his body still holding me close, but I was thinking about what came next. The court had seen me step in and make a choice that favored strategy over magic. They would test it again. They would push to see if this was a moment of particular competence or the birth of something new, something real. Kael understood that. He'd understood it the moment the court bowed. He was already accepting his obsolescence, and the bond was singing with the dissonance of it. I reached out through the bond and sent what I'd learned to send silently, wordlessly. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do this differently. In his sleep, his grip on me tightened, just enough to tell me he'd heard the message, that he was afraid. And I couldn't fix that. Not yet. Not until he told me what was coming next, what truth about the bargain and his planning, and how long this had been orchestrated was going to break the last thing I was holding intact. For now I held him while he slept and felt the weight of being seen fully, not as the invisible woman in the marriage, not as the heir to a dying court, but as the power that would determine whether the Hawthorn survived. I was visible now. The court recognized it in the way they'd reorganized themselves, in the way they'd bowed. The cost of that visibility was that I was beginning to watch the man I loved become less certain of his place beside me, and I didn't know how to stop it. Chapter 15. The courtier I knew as Meredith found me in the northern corridor late in the afternoon. The hawthorn light there was fierce, the blooms had shifted toward red as the weeks accumulated, and the light pooled in geometric shapes against the stone. I'd been walking the perimeter of the court all morning, mapping something in my head I couldn't articulate. The invisible pressure points that held a Fey realm together, the places where power could be redirected without causing collapse. Meredith was waiting at the corner where the corridor opened onto the gardens, terrified. I read it in the careful distance she maintained, in her fingers curling and uncurling against her skirts, in the precise angle of her body that said she was prepared to bolt. She'd chosen a spot where she couldn't be overheard from the main hall, where the stone made sound fall away into silence instead of carrying. Power teaches you to notice who's afraid and why. It teaches you to recognize fear the way a musician recognizes a note. I'd learned more about courtly anxiety in 3 weeks than in 44 years of marriage and corporate strategy. I need to tell you something, Meredith said. Her voice was steady, she'd clearly rehearsed this, had prepared the words carefully, had decided in advance that confession was safer than discovery. Before anyone else does. Before it becomes a liability for both of us. I didn't speak. The silence was a tool I'd learned from Kael, though I wielded it differently. Where his was ancient and exhausted, carrying the weight of centuries of unspoken truths, mine was new. The silence of someone learning that sometimes the best way to hold power was to simply wait and let other people fill the void. I made contact with Thorns' faction, Meredith said. The words came out in a rush, like she was pushing them out before her courage could fail. They found me 2 weeks ago. They offered me territory in the south if I would encourage you to reconsider the binding. They said you were poisoning the court with your human weakness. The anger came first. Hot and immediate and visceral, that spike of fury that burned up from my chest and sang through every nerve ending in my body. It was the anger of betrayal, the anger of someone you'd begun to trust testing your boundaries. I felt it move through the bond between me and Kael like a signal fire, burning, urgent, undeniable. I could sense him in the distance, feel his own fury meet mine. But the anger faded before I could act on it. Beneath the offer, beneath the betrayal, I could see the choice Meredith had made. Not the choice to betray me, but the choice to come forward, to place herself in front of me with her own failure, and ask for mercy rather than hiding and hoping no one noticed. I stepped closer. One step, deliberate. A movement that said, "I see you, I recognize what you've done, I'm deciding what this means." "Why tell me?" I asked. My voice was even. Controlled. The voice of someone who still held power, who was still learning how to wield it. "You could have hidden this. There's no way for me to verify whether you turned them down or simply lied about being approached at all." Meredith's eyes were bright with unshed tears, but she didn't look away. That took more courage than the confession itself. "Because you see people." Thorns' offer felt empty when I heard it. Like the same dying power pretending it hadn't already failed. Yours, the way you actually listened to what people needed instead of just taking what they offered, the way you held power without needing to punish anyone for surviving on their own. Before you arrived, it felt real. Worth choosing. I could have punished her. The thought came with cold precision. I could have removed her from the court, branded her a traitor, used her as an example that would harden every other courtier's loyalty through fear. That was how Thorin maintained his faction. But I was learning a different way. I was discovering that the strongest power wasn't the power that crushed those who questioned it, but the power that acknowledged the question and answered it truthfully. "You're loyal to the Hawthorn now," I said. Relief settled into her shoulders, her breathing slowed. "And you will never test that again. Not because I'll destroy you, but because you understand loyalty earned through trust is stronger than loyalty purchased through fear." She nodded, and the relief that flooded her face nearly broke something in me. Relief that I hadn't destroyed her. Relief that her betrayal had met mercy instead of vengeance. I let her go, and she left the corridor with her head higher. I'd demonstrated power. The kind that came from understanding people, from giving them the chance to choose loyalty rather than coercing it. Every other courtier would see that choosing the Hawthorn, choosing me, was worth the cost of honesty. But the realization that came with it wasn't triumph. It was dread, thick and cold and settling in my stomach like ice. They were still fragile. All of them. One good offer from Thorin, one moment of desperation, and someone else would fall. The court I was building was real. I could feel that in the way people responded to me. But it still stood on foundations of sand and intention. It hadn't yet become the kind of power that could sustain itself without constant effort, constant vigilance, constant proof that staying was worth the cost. I found Kael in our shared chamber as the evening darkened to night. The sun had been falling toward the western wells all afternoon, painting the sky in shades of amber and deep red, and by the time I reached the chamber, the light had turned golden and strange. He was sitting by the window. That window that had become his vigil post over the past few weeks. His shoulders were hunched. His hands were resting on the stone of the window ledge, and I could see the tension in them from across the room, the way his fingers were curled like he was gripping something invisible. He didn't turn when I entered. That was new. Usually he could feel me approaching, could sense me through the bond. But this was something different. This was deliberate distance, a closing off, a wall made of something far colder than magic could touch. "I handled the situation with Meredith," I said carefully. I kept my voice even. Controlled. She came to me with the confession, rather than waiting for me to discover it. She chose truth and mercy. He still didn't respond. Just kept looking out the window at the gardens below, where the hawthorn bloomed in patterns that seemed to shift every time I looked at them. "What's wrong?" I asked. Foolish as soon as I asked it. Something was wrong, days of it, a growing distance I felt in the bond as static, an interruption. Kael was pulling away and I didn't understand, and the not understanding was becoming panic. He turned to look at me, his face blank. Controlled. The face of someone immortal long enough to hide everything. "Nothing," he said. His voice was flat. "Court business. You handled Meredith well. Mercy was the right choice." "That's not what I asked." "I know. He turned back to the window. The light carved his profile from shadow and bone. It's all you're going to get. I crossed the room and reached out to touch his shoulder. The moment my hand made contact, I felt it, his entire body stiffening, every muscle rigid beneath my fingers, his breathing stopping like my touch was electric and dangerous. My hand fell away. The loss was like a small death, the bond stuttering, the bright, uncertain connection fraying. You're pulling away from me. Not a question. A statement I could feel in the way the bond was shredding. Every day you're further away. He got up, smoothly moving away from the window and me in a single motion, like he'd been waiting for the excuse. He crossed the chamber and stood at the far side, near the door, creating distance like it was something he could construct and maintain. No, he said. I'm not. You are. And I want to know why. My voice was rising now. I could hear it. The panic underneath the words, the fear that was beginning to vibrate through my entire body. We'd built something so fragile in these weeks, something so new and uncertain that it could shatter with a careless touch, and I could feel it cracking, could sense the fractures spreading like faults in glass. You won't touch me. You won't speak to me directly. You won't even look at me when I try to reach you. That's pulling away, Kael. That's moving away from me as deliberately as if you were walking out the door. You don't need me, Ela. His words cut through my thoughts like iron. Clean. Sharp. Final. No anger in his voice, which made it worse. You've become the court. You're doing everything I've been too passive to do for centuries. You've got strategy, vision, the ability to hold power. You've got the bond, which is giving you everything you need to rule this place. You're giving the court what it needs to survive. I'm just the cost. Just the weight pulling you down. The words landed deep, somewhere vital. The bond shrieked. I felt it. The rupture opening, the fracture widening, the bright and certain connection fraying. The pain was physical. Real. Like something was tearing inside my chest. That's not, I started, but he was moving toward the door. It's true, he said. His voice flat. Exhausted. We both know it. You haven't said it out loud yet. You don't need the immortal regent anymore. You've got the power. You've got the throne. I'm just the price, and it's written all over your face that you're regretting it. He left the chamber. The door closed with a soft click that echoed in the silence, and I stood alone in the golden fading light, feeling the bond twist and ache like something dying, bleeding out with no way to stop it. I couldn't sleep. I tried. I lay in the bed where we'd held each other just hours before. Was it yesterday? The day before. The timeline of my transformation in this court was blurring together, days bleeding into each other in an endless cycle of learning and power, and the constant, grinding anxiety of holding something that had started to crumble centuries before I arrived. The bed was still warm from where his body had been, but that warmth was fading, the way everything good in this place seemed to fade eventually. The bond ached. Constant, nagging pain that wouldn't let me sink into sleep. It was like something essential had been disconnected, like a limb had fallen asleep, and now that pins and needle sensation was keeping me awake, alert, aware that something was profoundly not right. The bond should have been strong enough to bridge distance, to maintain connection across space. But it was fracturing, breaking apart thread by thread, and I couldn't stop it from where I lay in the darkness. So I gave up on sleep. I dressed and made my way through the empty corridors to the throne room. The Hawthorn light was brightest here. The blooms had changed significantly over the past few weeks, shifting from pure white toward shades of rose and crimson, with the deepening of the magic in this place. The way my choice of the binding was remaking the fundamental nature of the court itself. The light fell in patterns across the stone floor like written language, and I stood in the center of those patterns and felt the weight of everything I'd claimed crash down on me all at once. I sat in the throne. Not because I wanted to claim it further, but because I needed something solid beneath me, something that wouldn't give way. My hands rested on the armrests, They were cold, the stone worn smooth from centuries of use. I felt small inside the throne in a way I hadn't felt small in weeks. Not because the throne was too large for me, but because the weight of what I'd chosen was suddenly too large for anyone to carry alone. The bond ached. It ached with a pain that was distinctly different from physical hurt. This was the sensation of distance, of disconnection, of a thread that was meant to be taut and shining going slack and tangled. I could sense Kael somewhere in the court, asleep perhaps, or standing vigil somewhere else, some other window, some other space where he could nurse his fears and his certainty of his own obsolescence, without having to witness my panic. The bond should have let me feel him clearly, should have given me access to his emotions, the way I could sense the magic in the lie lines. Instead, he was a shadow. A presence that was there but blocked, resistant, deliberately hidden from me. It was like he was using the bond itself as a wall, channeling his fear and his certainty into it, turning it into an obstacle instead of a connection. I tried reaching through it anyway. I closed my eyes and extended my awareness along the threads that bound us, the delicate, almost physical sensation of his consciousness brushing against mine. I'd been learning to do this, had discovered in the past weeks that the bond was like a sense, something I could practice, something I could develop, something that was becoming as natural as sight or touch. But it was like pushing against glass. A wall made of his fear, his determination to keep me out, his ancient certainty that I'd be better served if he removed himself, if he accepted his obsolescence the way he'd accepted so many failures over centuries. That was when the panic really set in. What if he was right? What if the cost of the binding was already becoming visible, already beginning to weigh on him in ways I couldn't see? I'd accepted that the bargain had a price, had made peace with the fact that immortality had a cost for him, that choosing me would age him, would make him mortal and vulnerable and human in ways he'd never been before. But I'd accepted it as something distant, something that would matter in the future, in the endgame of this story, not something that was already happening, already consuming him. What if it was already happening? What if every day I spent ruling this court, every moment I spent learning to hold power, every instant of strength I claimed was literally bleeding him dry? What if the bond that was meant to connect us was instead a slow-acting poison, turning him into something lesser, something expendable, something that would eventually burn out entirely? What if the panic in his eyes was fear, not fear for me, but fear for himself? What if he was already feeling it beginning, the first hints of the mortal dissolution that the bargain had promised, the aging that came with proximity to a human death that had never been his concern before? What if he was right, and I didn't need him anymore? The thought was so terrible I stumbled, had to grip the throne armrest to keep from falling. The stone cut into my palms, grounded me in something physical and real, when everything else felt abstract and dangerous. I stayed there until dawn cracked through the windows. I felt my choice eat itself, felt the triumph of claiming the court curdle into despair. Claiming the court had meant losing him, or beginning to, and I'd been so focused on winning, so determined to prove I could hold power and rule wisely and be worth the blood bargain, that I hadn't noticed the price arriving in pieces. I'd been so busy becoming the person who could rule a fey court that I'd forgotten to stay present for him, to check in, to make sure the cost wasn't showing itself in ways I couldn't see. By the time the light was gold across the stone floor, by the time the sun was high enough to turn the hawthorn blooms into unbearable beauty, I'd made a decision. Kael wanted to hide from me, wanted to protect me from the weight of what the binding was costing him, wanted to remove himself so I could rule without guilt. But I was done with him making decisions for me. Done with him deciding what I could handle, what I could bear, what I could survive. He'd offered me the throne and asked me to choose. I'd chosen him, not the throne, not the power, not the court. I'd chosen him, and I wasn't willing to let him undo that choice based on centuries of certainty that he was a mistake. Tomorrow, I would find him. Tomorrow I would corner him somewhere in the hollow where he couldn't run, where he couldn't hide behind distance and ancient wisdom. Tomorrow I would force him to speak the truth sitting between us like a stone, force him to tell me what was happening, what he was afraid of, why he was pulling away when the bond was screaming that we needed each other. Tomorrow I would make him stop running. I returned to the chamber as the sun climbed higher. The bed was cold. The bond was still aching. And I understood what it meant to have power, but be powerless to save the thing that mattered most. Chapter 16. The bond had gone quiet. The bond had gone quiet. Not severed, I could feel the thread of it, humming low in my chest like the last frequency of a song nobody was singing anymore. But the clarity had drained out of it. The warmth had turned cold. We were still touching. We were still sharing space. But something essential had shifted, and I couldn't find the fracture point, only the spreading silence of it. It had been 4 days. 4 days since the midpoint, since the bond manifested fully and the heat between us became something that couldn't be hidden or negotiated. 4 days since we both stopped pretending there was restraint left to hold. The open door part had come, earned and undeniable. His hands on my skin, learning the language of my body. My hands in his hair. Both of us learning what it meant to stop holding back, to let the fated mate bond do what it had been designed to do. To let the physical reality match the magical certainty that had been building between us. But the moment it ended, he'd pulled back. Not dramatically. If it had been dramatic, I could have confronted it, could have forced a conversation. Instead, it was subtle. The way he'd turn his face away when I reached for him in the morning. The way he'd create small distances where there hadn't been any before. The way his attention would fragment when I tried to meet his eyes. The way the bond would flinch every time I reached for it consciously, like touching it caused him actual pain. I let it go for 2 days, thinking he needed space, thinking the intensity of the manifestation had spooked him somehow. Immortals were strange about vulnerability. I'd told myself that. But by the 3rd day, the silence had started to feel deliberate, purposeful. Like he was making a choice to withdraw, and that choice was crushing something in me that I couldn't quite name. I felt his anxiety like it was my own. The sharp edge of it digging into my ribs. The weight of something he was carrying and refusing to share, pressing against my skin through the bond. His refusal to talk about it clawed at me. There was something he wasn't telling me. Something big. Yesterday he'd spent the entire day in the map room. I found him there at 3 in the afternoon, surrounded by old documents and sprawling charts of faction territories. When I tried to touch his shoulder, he flinched, like contact with me was painful. By evening he claimed exhaustion and went to bed without me. When I found him in the private study that morning, bent over a different set of maps with his shoulders rigid, I didn't ask nicely. I closed the door deliberately behind me. "You're hiding something," I said. "I can feel it." He didn't look up. His hand on the marker went still. The silence stretched between us, thick. His heartbeat spiked through the bond and into mine. "I'm processing the court's needs," he said finally, his voice carved hollow. "Nothing more." The lie tasted like copper. The false words hit the bond like electric shocks, tearing through me. After 4 days of distance, I wasn't pretending anymore. I moved closer, until I could see exactly which maps he'd spread. Strategic positions. Faction holdings. The same documentation I'd been analyzing for weeks, but his markings were different. Sharp, precise, with a finality that made my stomach drop. He was preparing for an ending, not preventing one. The marker had left dark slashes across the parchment like he was trying to wound it. "Don't lie to me," I said. "Not now." "Not after," I stopped myself. Stating the obvious would only give him more excuses to retreat. He finally looked up. The exhaustion hit me like a fist. Not the lazy tired of centuries, but something sharp. Something fighting tooth and claw. The hollows under his eyes had carved deeper. His mouth had gone hard and thin. The lines bracketing it cut like scars. He looked like something was eating him alive from the inside, and he was letting it happen. "There's nothing to discuss, Ela." Flatness in his voice tightened my chest. I knew that tone. Centuries of grief folded into one flat note. The voice of someone who'd given up on mercy, on understanding. The voice of someone preparing to lose. "Stop." I stepped into his space, closing the distance between us. Not to touch him yet, but close enough that he couldn't pretend I wasn't there. close enough that he'd have to look at me directly or actively turn away. Are you trying to leave me? Is the cost getting too high? Is that what this is? His eyes widened. I felt it in the bond before I saw it. Denial, fear, something sharp enough to cut. The reaction hit before he could stop it. No, he said. And the word came out raw. That's not no. Then what? I held his gaze, refused to let him look away. Because for 4 days you've been pulling away. 4 days of distance and silence, and the bond going quiet in ways it shouldn't. 4 days of you treating me like I'm something fragile that might break if you're honest with me. So tell me the truth. Now. He stood abruptly, the chair scraping stone with a sound that echoed. He moved toward the window overlooking the northern gardens, building the distance he'd been working toward for days. I followed. Couldn't let him hide. Talk to me, I said. Don't do this. Don't pull away and pretend everything is fine when it's not. Don't treat me like I'm fragile. I can handle it. I can handle you. I can handle the cost, the aging, all of it. But I can't handle the silence. The silence is what's breaking me. Not the truth. Never the truth. He stood with his shoulders hunched, bracing for impact. The morning light made him look thin, almost translucent. His hands trembled against the cold stone of the sill. The bargain was aging him, paying the debt for binding me to him. I'd chosen that. He knew I'd chosen it. Why was he acting like I didn't understand? Like the cost was something I hadn't already weighed and accepted? Tell me the truth, I said, and put my hand on his back. The contact hit the bond like a spike. Pain, resistance, shame. He flinched, but didn't move away. He took a breath that shook through him. When he turned to face me, the careful control had cracked. Underneath was something raw, terrified. The bond screamed with anguish, and I gripped the window frame to stay upright. Ela, I have to tell you something, he said. And the words came, like they were pulling him apart from the inside. What I'm about to tell you will change everything. Will change how you see me. How you see what we are. Everything. My heart picked up its pace. This was it. It's a secret eating him alive from the inside out. I felt it pressing against the bond like pressure building behind a dam, like a flood waiting to be released. And when it came, I didn't know if it would drown us both. I know, I said. And it was true. I could feel the weight of it through the connection, pressing down on both of us. The magnitude of whatever he was carrying. The size of the lie that had been built into this whole thing, solid enough to bear our weight. And I'm ready. Tell me everything. He reached for my hand. The contact made the bond spike bright and painful, electricity and anguish running down my arm. His grip was shaking, not weakness, but the shake of a man holding something so heavy he was dissolving under the weight of it. What I'm about to tell you, he started, then stopped. His jaw clenched. He looked at the hawthorn blooming below, pale in the morning light. The threshold where this began. Where he'd lied to me or withheld truth so completely it was the same. Tell me, I said. I squeezed his hand, forced him to feel that I was still here, still holding on. Whatever it is. He looked back at me. His eyes were bright with tears. I'd never seen him cry before. The bond thrummed with anguish, with the weight of a secret that had been destroying him from the inside for centuries. That's where it needs to start, he said finally, his voice nearly gone, eroded by the weight of centuries and this final confession. With what I've done. With how long I've been planning this. With whether your choice was ever really your choice at all. He took a shaking breath, and I could feel him gathering the courage to speak the thing that would break whatever this was between us and remake it into something new. Something that might not survive the truth. I owe you the whole truth, he said. And I'm going to give it to you. Right now. All of it. He moved to the chair he'd been sitting in when I came in. Not because he needed to sit, but because he needed to put something between us. Some barrier, some final distance. He sank into it, and the bond drained with the movement, pulled tight like a string about to snap. I didn't follow. I waited. I'd learned by now that Kael needed silence to find the words that wouldn't come easily. I stood at the window with my arms wrapped around myself, and I felt the dawn light beginning to strengthen outside, pushing back the darkness, making it impossible to hide anymore. "The bargain wasn't chance," he said quietly. The words came careful, each one costing him, like he was reaching back through centuries for something he'd never learned to articulate. It wasn't just a political necessity, a way to save the court. It was intentional. Planned. I knew who you were before the hawthorn bloomed. The world went very still. What? I didn't recognize my own voice. It sounded small, betrayed. "I searched for you," he said. His eyes were fixed on the hands in his lap. "Centuries, Ela. Not actively. I learned to stop hoping. But I understood what the bargain required. When I finally caught the scent of your presence in the human world, when I felt the edges of the magic recognizing you as the one the bargain was designed for, I made the choice to call you. To bloom the hawthorn. To make sure you would come." He looked up at me finally, and the pain in his eyes was acute enough to draw blood. "I manipulated you into a choice that was supposed to feel like freedom, but it was always going to be this. Always going to be me. Always the bargain. And I did it anyway, because I was selfish, desperate, tired of being alone." He stood abruptly and moved away from me, toward the far wall. He looked like he wanted to break something. The bond screamed with his guilt, shame, his conviction that what he'd done was unforgivable. "Tell me you understand what I'm telling you," he said, his voice breaking. "Before I go any further." I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. The truth was settling into my chest like something heavy, something that would take time to absorb and make sense of, to decide what it meant about everything we'd built in these past weeks. He opened his mouth to continue, then stopped. The conflict in his face was sharp enough to cut. The trapped look of someone choosing between two forms of destruction. "Not like this," he said. "Not standing in this cold room with you looking at me like I'm a stranger. Not until we can sit. Until I can tell you properly." He moved to the small sofa against the far wall, the one that faced out toward the gardens. He sat, a surrender of sorts, lowering himself into the cushions like the act cost him. He was asking me to come closer, asking me to still be willing to touch him. I went. The sofa was narrow. When I sat, our shoulders nearly touched. The morning light fell across us both, making every detail visible. The tension in his jaw. The way his fingers gripped the edge of the cushion. The bond thrummed between us, unstable, raw. He reached for my hand slowly, giving me time to pull away. When I didn't, his fingers curled around mine with an urgency that shattered something in my chest. "I need you to listen," he said. His voice was quiet now, the desperate edge gone. What remained was quieter, somehow more devastating. The voice of someone who'd already accepted he was about to lose everything. "I need you to hear all of it before you react. Before you decide. Can you do that?" I nodded, though my hands were shaking. I wasn't sure I could listen to anything that came next without shattering. "The bargain," he said slowly, "was intentional. Planned." His words came carefully now, a second reckoning. "I knew who you were before the hawthorn bloomed at the edge of your garden." The words landed like a confession of something dangerous. The bond recoiled from them, then surged back, trying to reconcile what he'd just said with what I thought I understood about how he'd come to be here. My stomach dropped. The shape of it was becoming clear, and it wasn't a shape that could accommodate anything I'd chosen. "What do you mean?" I asked, though I already knew. I could feel it in the bond. The shape of deception so complete it felt like truth. "I searched for centuries," he said, eyes fixed on our intertwined hands like he couldn't bear to look at my face. "I understood what the bargain required. The specific configuration of power, blood, and magic that could bind a human woman to this court could make her capable of ruling it alongside me. When I finally caught the scent of your presence in the human world, I made the choice. To bloom the hawthorn at exactly the place where you would walk. To make sure you would come. I wanted to pull away. Every instinct screamed it. But some part of me, the part that had felt his centuries, understood loneliness, kept me still. I manipulated your choice, he continued, grip tightening until I could feel the tremor in his bones. But it was always going to be me. Always the bargain. And I did it because I was selfish, desperate, tired of being alone. I chose you before you could choose anything at all. I stole the moment of your choosing and made it instead for you. He looked at me, and his eyes were stripped bare. The pain in them was raw enough to hurt to look at. The Bond screamed with his guilt, shame, his absolute certainty that what he'd done was unforgivable. That he was unforgivable. But that's not all, he said quietly. The bargain carries a cost. I told you it would age me. What I didn't tell you, what I've been trying to tell you, is how much. How much I knew it would take. I chose to incur that, knowing exactly what I'd lose. Because I wanted you more than I wanted to keep living. The Bond surged with the admission. The truth of it hit me like a wave. Your choice, he whispered, voice breaking on the words. The one you think is free, it's not. I already made it for you centuries ago. Before you were born, Ela. Before you took your first breath. I designed your life and called it love. I pulled my hand away. Not to hurt him, but because I couldn't breathe. My chest was tight with something I couldn't name. Rage, grief, understanding, all tangled together. Everything I thought I'd chosen had already been chosen for me before I was born. He didn't follow. His hand fell empty to his lap, and the loss of his touch through the bond left me gasping. The bond stretched thin and fragile between us, like it might snap under the weight of what had just passed. I'm sorry, he said again, voice barely audible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I didn't know what to say. Didn't know how to respond to a man who'd stolen my choice and dressed it as freedom, who'd loved me honestly anyway, who was now breaking himself apart because he couldn't live with what he'd done. How could I forgive him? How could I not? The chamber felt different after that. Or I felt different. The certainty I'd walked in with had shattered into something I couldn't name. The knowledge I had of myself, that I was making a choice, that I was the architect of my own life, had collapsed into something so complicated I couldn't untangle it. I sat at the window as hours passed, watching the light change across the gardens, watching the hawthorn bloom pale in the distance. The same hawthorn Kael had made bloom, knowing exactly what it would do to me. Knowing I would come. Knowing I would choose him anyway. The bond thrummed thin, aching between us. He was pacing somewhere else in the chamber. I felt the anxiety radiating off him like heat, the panic that I was about to walk away. He was waiting for me to do what I should have done in that room, leave him. Who's to be bound to someone who'd manipulated me so completely? But I didn't. I sat with the weight of it. The knowledge that Kael loved me enough to pay centuries of his life for me, and selfish enough to steal my autonomy to do it. And I understood both those things were true at the same time. And I chose him anyway, even knowing, even with the cost visible and the future uncertain, even with my freedom revealed as an illusion. I chose him. He stood in the doorway, watching me with eyes that held every ounce of his hope, his terror. The bond flickered with both. A wild, unstable pulse. He was waiting for me to leave. Waiting for me to do the reasonable thing. Tell me the rest, I said quietly, still facing the gardens. All of it. The full cost. What it means that you chose me before I could choose myself. He took a breath. I felt him gathering courage for the final confession. The thing that would break us or bind us beyond any possibility of breaking. There's more, he said, voice steadier now, like admitting this first piece had cleared something away. And you need to hear it all. You need to understand exactly what I've made you. What I've taken from you in the name of love. I turned and looked at him. Afternoon light filled the chamber now, turning everything gold. Everything that had been hidden was becoming visible. The weight in his shoulders. The way his hands shook. The absolute certainty in his eyes that I was gone. Tell me, I said. All of it. Don't stop this time. And he opened his mouth to speak the final truth. Chapter 17. The morning came too bright, harsh light filtering through the hawthorn windows. Sharp. Revealing. Light that exposed every line in the stone, every shadow on the floor, every place where the world could be seen too clearly and without mercy. The morning came too bright, harsh light filtering through the hawthorn windows. Sharp. Revealing. Light that exposed every line in the stone, every shadow on the floor, every place where the world could be seen too clearly and without mercy. I found myself alone when I woke. The space beside me in the bed was cold enough that he'd been gone for hours. The absence was physical. The bond pulled at my ribs like something with teeth, and his presence somewhere else in the palace, distant enough to sting but close enough that I couldn't pretend it didn't matter. The gold thread that had glowed between us yesterday was muted now, a dull ache instead of a song. We needed to talk. The moment I woke, I knew it. There was something in the architecture of yesterday that had shifted, some weight that hadn't been named aloud. The trial by magic. The messenger. The way Kael had stepped back and let me lead. It felt like a gift, like he was giving me space to be seen. But it also felt like preparation for something I hadn't been told about. I dressed myself, my hands steadier than they should have been. The chamber's mirror showed me a woman who looked unrecognizable. Someone with color in her cheeks, strength in her shoulders, a presence that couldn't be dismissed. Queen. Underneath that, a woman who'd spent the last 10 days terrified that this was all too good, too sudden, too much like the universe finally deciding she'd earned a turn. A woman waiting for the price to become clear. I found him in the private chamber that overlooked the Hawthorn gardens. He was standing at the window, his shoulders rigid with the kind of tension that came from holding something too heavy for too long. The morning light caught lines I'd noticed yesterday, the aging that came from using magic in defense of me, of the court. He looked like a man who was actively dissolving from the inside out. We should talk, I said, and the words came out steadier than I felt. He turned, and the look on his face was resignation wrapped in something sharp. Guilt. The kind that came from decisions made consciously, not mistakes that had slipped out of hand. Yes. We should. I crossed the room slowly, giving myself time to read him, but there was something closed off in his expression that I couldn't penetrate. The bond was moving under the surface of my skin like something restless. He was trying to hold himself still, as if any movement might trigger something irreversible. Sit, I said. I needed him still, needed to not have to chase him around the room while he told me things that were breaking me. It was practical demand that came from somewhere deep, the part of me that had managed a household for 20 years, that knew how to make things less chaotic even when the center was failing. He sat. I remained standing, my hands clasped in front of me. The conversation required distance, even though the bond kept insisting that I move closer. The bargain, he said. And there was no preamble, no gentle lead-in. Just the word, dropped into the space between us like a stone into still water. I need to tell you about the bargain. My stomach tightened. Something in the way he said it, the flatness, the finality, told me that whatever was coming, it was big enough to unmake things. What about it? He looked at his hands, turning them palm up like he was examining evidence against himself. It wasn't recent. It wasn't written when you came here, wasn't a negotiation I made when I sensed your potential. He paused, choosing words like someone choosing stones to step on over deep water. It was written centuries ago. The numbers didn't add up. My brain was rejecting the result. Centuries ago. I didn't exist centuries ago. Your bloodline did, he said. His voice had the flatness of someone confessing a crime, someone who'd made peace with the punishment before he ever opened his mouth. The hollow bloodline. Your family line. I made a bargain when your ancestor was born, betting that somewhere, centuries in the future, an heir would come. Betting that someone with your blood would be drawn to the court when the threshold was weakening. I sat down because my legs had decided they were done supporting my weight. The nearest chair caught me, and I lowered myself into it with the careful deliberation of someone who had just realized the room was moving. The words made too much sense, too fast. They slid through my mind like water, leaving only the cold behind. The Hawthorn, I said. Something was wrong in my own voice. Something brittle, breakable. The one that bloomed at my garden edge. The one that's been calling to me since I arrived here. I sent it, he said quietly. It didn't reach for me. The distance was a kindness, perhaps, or an acknowledgement that I wouldn't want him near me once I understood what he was telling me. A call specific to your bloodline. A magnet drawn to the one person whose blood could claim the court. I sent it when I felt the threshold beginning to fail. When I knew that, without intervention, the court would die within a generation. I stood up, needing to move, needing to do something with the energy building under my skin. I walked to the window and looked out at the Hawthorn gardens. They were in full bloom now, pale flowers glowing in the morning light. Beautiful. Orchestrated. Designed. Every petal a lie I'd swallowed. You knew I was coming, I said. The words came out flat, sharp as ice. Yes. You knew everything. The Hawthorn. The threshold weakening. All of it. Yes. My hands clenched into fists. I pressed them against the stone of the window frame, needing something solid, something that didn't pulse with the pull of a bond that was supposed to be choice but was nothing of the kind. The gold thread inside me was fracturing. I felt bone chips splitting under pressure, a sensation that went beyond pain into something more like dissolution. You chose me before I chose you, I said. The anger wasn't there yet, the sharp edge of understanding cutting through everything I'd known, every choice I'd made, unmade. You set this up centuries ago. Yes. No softening. No excuses. Just the weight of it landing in the space between us, heavy and final. And something ancient in me recognized itself in that yes. This wound. I knew this wound. Graham had made choices for me, erased me by deciding what I needed before I could ask. My mother had done it. My whole life had been other people's plans with me inserted as the necessary piece. And I'd thought when I came here that I'd finally escaped it. That I'd finally chosen. But I hadn't. I'd been chosen before my parents met. Before my bloodline even existed. I turned away from the window and faced him fully. He was still sitting, his hands turned over like he was offering evidence against himself. I've been erased my whole life, I said. My voice was steady. Graham made decisions for me. The marriage, the children, the life. I was a wife, a function. Furniture someone moved around to make their own life work. He looked up then, and I saw something break in his eyes. I kept talking before I could soften it. And I thought coming here changed it. I thought I finally mattered. That I'd finally chosen something for myself. I moved closer to him, and the bond begged me to stay. I thought for the first time in my life someone was seeing me, not using me to solve their own life, not treating me like a problem with a convenient bloodline. I thought you wanted me, not what I could do, not what I could save. Me. Ela. No. I held up my hand, and he stopped. My voice was sharp. I didn't choose. You did. I was always the plan. Always the bloodline that could save this court. You saw a problem, a dying realm, and you made a decision centuries ago. You picked me as the solution. Before I existed. Before my parents were born. Before your ancestors even met mine. The words felt true and impossible at the same time. I moved away from him, needing distance the way I needed to breathe. If I stayed close, the bond would convince me to forgive. And I couldn't forgive yet. Not while the truth was still fresh enough to cut. Every moment. The threshold failing exactly when you needed intervention. The offer of the court. The bargain written in my blood centuries before I was born. Every piece of this was engineered. You didn't fall in love with me. Not really. You loved what I could solve. You loved that I could save your dying court. That's what you wanted all along. My hands were shaking. I pressed them against my thighs, trying to ground myself in something physical, something real. You wanted me because I could save you. Because my blood could save your dying court. Because I was the one piece of the puzzle you'd been waiting for. And you knew before my bloodline even existed, that you'd need to engineer everything to make sure I would arrive exactly when you needed me. That I would walk into your arms believing it was my choice. The words tasted like poison. That's not love, Kael. That's not even close. He stood up then, and I flinched backward. But he didn't reach for me. He just stood there, shoulders rigid, resignation carved into every line of his face like something that had been waiting centuries to settle into place. But I chose you. That's the part that's killing me. I knew what you were, and chose it anyway. I opened my eyes and chose you, and you let me believe that meant something. That it was my choice. When really every step I took toward this was written before I existed. You didn't orchestrate just the court. You orchestrated me. The bond fractured. Not clean, something worse. I felt it shatter into pieces, each shard still pulling toward him but the whole collapsing. The gold light that had felt like gravity, like home, was fragmenting into something jagged and wrong. It hurt the way breaking bones hurt, the sensation of something fundamental tearing one piece at a time. The love is real, he said, desperation cracking his voice. Raw was bleeding out of him. Ela, what I feel for you. I know, I cut him off, and my voice was strange, steady, and far away. I know it's real. But it doesn't matter because I was never free. Not once. Every choice I made was already written. The Hawthorn calling me. The threshold failing exactly when you needed intervention. The bargain with my blood already signed centuries ago. You made sure before I was even born that I would walk into this exact moment and believe I was choosing. I turned away from him, toward the window. The garden spread out below, full of flowers he'd planted, calling to bloodlines he'd been waiting for since before kingdoms fell. I was the solution, I said, not the choice. The bond pulled at my ribs, both broken and impossible to break. We were still bound, and the magic knew what I was beginning to understand, that I'd never had a choice at all. Every promise I'd made had been written into my blood centuries before I was born. I walked toward the door. The palace corridors beyond were full of a court that recognized me as their queen. A position I'd earned through accident of birth and orchestration. Through being the bloodline he'd been waiting centuries to find. He didn't try to stop me. He just let me go, the way you do when you've been prepared for this moment your whole life. When the loss is already factored into the plan. I need to be alone, I said, because it was the only true thing I could say. I need to think without the bond screaming at me, without your presence in my head telling me what I should feel, without you making me feel things not mine. I left before he could answer. Left before the fracture could deepen any further, before the broken pieces pulled me back toward him. The bond was still alive in my chest, still trying to convince me that this pain meant we were connected, that the hurt meant something real. I knew better now. I knew it was all orchestrated. Even my love had been written in advance. The chamber I found was empty in the way old palaces hold silence. One of the older rooms, one that didn't matter to anyone. The windows looked out toward the Hawthorn gardens from a distance, which felt important. The flowers were still in bloom, still luminous in the failing light. They were just flowers now. Beautiful because they had to be, not because of what they meant. Not because they'd been sent to call my blood across worlds. I sat on the window seat and felt the bond. Worse than clean. The fracture still alive, still pulling, still trying to convince my body that the separation was temporary. Every time I thought of Kael, his confession, his yes without excuse, the way he'd known this was coming all along, the broken pieces sent a jolt through my ribs. The gold light was in shards now, each piece pulling in a different direction, none of them strong enough to hold me together, but all of them strong enough to hurt. The magic still worked at a level deeper than thought, still trying to convince me that he was essential, that we were essential, that this bond was the only real thing in a world full of lies. The bargain. Centuries of it. The bloodline seeded like a crop he knew would grow, one ancestor at a time, until it produced exactly what he needed. The Hawthorn sent to call exactly this blood, my blood, to a court that was dying. The intensity of his focus, the way he'd watched me like I was the answer to a question only he understood. Was it love or obsession? Was he choosing me or filling in the last blank in an ancient equation? Both. It had to be both. He loved me specifically, ached for me in ways that felt genuine. And he chose me before my ancestors met. Both truths lived in the same moment, and neither one erased the other. The hawthorn at my garden edge. It had seemed a sign, like the universe finally calling me home. It was a law. Calculated and ancient. Magic pulling my blood toward a dying court that needed me to survive, not because I was special, but because I was the right bloodline. The right solution. Sitting alone in this empty chamber, my hands shaking, the bond pulled me back toward him. The fated mate magic didn't care that he'd lied. It didn't care that I'd been chosen before time, that every moment between us had been orchestrated, that my love had been written into my blood centuries in advance. The magic only knew he was essential. That we were essential. That losing him would cost more than any betrayal. I thought about what came next. Tomorrow I would need to walk out of this chamber and face him. Face the court. Face the reality that I was still queen, still bound, still caught in a web of obligation and bloodline and magic that didn't care whether my consent had been real. The bond would keep pulling. The court would keep needing. And I would have to decide what to do with all of it. The court still needed me. Queen or not. Powerful or not. My blood had claimed the court, and that claim was real. The power was real. The authority I carried when I walked through those corridors was real. But every choice I'd made since arriving here had been his. Every path laid down centuries before my bloodline even existed. And the worst part wasn't the orchestration, it was how familiar it felt. How it echoed backward through my life. Graham had decided my life for me, piece by piece, year by year. My mother had done it before him, carving me into the shape she needed. And now Kael, deciding my life before I was born, before my parents met, before kingdoms fell. The same erasure, dressed up in fey magic and immortal love and centuries of patient, deliberate waiting. By evening I was hollow in a way I recognized. It was the hollowness that comes from being had, from understanding that the game was rigged before you ever sat down, that your opponent had centuries to stack every deck you'd ever think to play. There was no escape. No choice. Just the slow, bitter realization that every move you thought was yours was written down long before you were born. Before your ancestors were born. Before the world knew your family name. The palace moved around me. I could hear it, conversations about territory and resource agreements, the machinery of a court continuing its survival. The sound of people who didn't know their queen was broken in the way that could never be repaired. I could choose whether to join them or not. I could walk back out there and rule. That much, at least, was mine. The court still needed me. Still recognized me as their queen. Still would live or die based on the choices I made from this moment forward. The weight of that rule, the power of that position, that was real. Even if the path to here had been planned 1,000 years ago, the choices I made now were mine. Had to be mine. The hawthorn light was dimming as night fell. I pressed my forehead against the cool stone of the windowsill, and the bond ached in my ribs like something that had forgotten how to sing but was still trying. Tomorrow would bring choices. Whether to try to mend this fracture, whether to let it break completely. Whether I could rule this court without him bound into every breath I took. Whether I could find a way to be queen without being bound. But tonight, I was just alone. And the loneliness was honest in a way nothing else in the palace was. It was the only true thing. The only thing that hadn't been choreographed centuries in advance. The only thing that was entirely, completely mine. Chapter 18. The palace was hollow after dark. The kind of hollow that meant everyone had retreated into their own calculations, their own alliances, their own bets on which way the wind would blow when the Queen and the Regent finally came to war. Because that's what everyone believed was happening now. That's what the silence meant. A court holding its breath while two people it depended on were tearing each other apart. The palace was hollow after dark. The kind of hollow that meant everyone had retreated into their own calculations, their own alliances, their own bets on which way the wind would blow when the Queen and the Regent finally came to war. Because that's what everyone believed was happening now. That's what the silence meant. A court holding its breath while two people it depended on were tearing each other apart. I'd been awake for 2 days. Paralyzing wakefulness. The love she'd trusted was built on a foundation that was crumbling. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see the new lines in Kael's face, the fine wrinkles spreading from the corners of his eyes like he'd been squinting against a bright light. The cost made visible. Made undeniable. The rupture itself had been clean. Clinical. We'd been in the private chamber overlooking the court that had become ours when he'd said it. I can't do this. Not a question. Not an argument. A statement of fact delivered with the precision of someone who'd already done the calculation and found it unbearable. Do what? I'd asked. Though I'd known. Since I'd traced those new lines on his face and understood what they meant. Every time I stood in the throne room and wielded power, I was aging him. Every choice I made as queen was costing him time he could not replace. Every moment he loved me was a moment he was less. Watch you rule while I fade. There was no anger in it. Anger would have been easier to answer. This was grief, pure and unarguable. I can't survive knowing you chose this bargain with full awareness of what it cost me. I can't bear being loved like that. The words had hung in the air between us, and I'd realized something in that moment. He loved me, yes. But he also hated me for being willing to let him pay the price. He couldn't endure the weight of my choice because it meant he was choosing to be unmade by it, and that was a kind of slow torture he couldn't survive. So I'd left. Gathered my things and moved to the chamber overlooking the Hawthorn gardens, the one that had been empty for centuries before I'd claimed it. I'd left him with the silence and the fractured bond, and I'd spent the last 2 days alone, trying to understand what happens to a woman when the love that was supposed to save her turns out to be just another form of erasure. But that wasn't the whole truth. That wasn't the story I'd been telling myself alone in the dark. Around midnight on the second day, I'd walked to the gardens. Needing to move, to be somewhere other than the chamber where every shadow looked like him, where every silence sounded like the bond trying to reach me across the distance. The hawthorn was blooming more profusely than I'd ever seen it. The white flowers luminous even without the fey light, responding to something in the air. To my presence, to the fracture in the bond, to something deeper that I didn't yet understand. Each petal seemed to glow from within, pale and tremulous in the darkness. I walked deeper into the gardens, my feet finding the marble paths without my eyes. My body knew them the way it knew the layout of my own apartment before the divorce, muscle memory and habit, and the simple fact of having lived in a place long enough for it to become part of your physical geography. The marble bench was where it always was, the one farthest from the palace. The one where you couldn't see the lights from the windows, and could almost pretend you were alone in the entire world. I sat, and the cold of the stone settled under me, clean and real and honest. Not softened by comfort. Not complicated by companionship. For a long time I just sat there, the hawthorn blooming around me. The bond a thin, fragile thread that hummed every time I took a breath. Somewhere in the palace, Kael was sleeping, or pretending to sleep, or lying awake the way I'd been lying awake. Both of us on opposite sides of a fracture neither of us knew how to bridge. The night air was cool, carrying the green smell of growing things and something older underneath it. The scent of fey magic, of thresholds, of spaces between worlds. My cardigan settled close against myself as I leaned back against the bench. The paths in my own history mapped themselves the way the paths in a fey court did. The way you read power by understanding what people were willing to sacrifice, where they drew their lines, what they fought for. 24 years ago, I'd married Ela Vaughn because he was steady. Because he had a good job and a clear path, and he wanted a woman who would make his life run smoothly. I had been young enough that I thought being wanted was the same as being chosen. Young enough that I hadn't yet learned the difference between being married to someone and being slowly, methodically erased by them. The erasure hadn't happened all at once. It was too subtle for that. It was the gradual learning that every opinion I had was a friction point. Every time I suggested something I wanted, it became a problem I had to solve by simply not wanting it anymore. Every conversation where I disagreed with him would continue until I broke first, until I apologized for disrupting his peace, until I promised to be easier to be with, more amenable, less sharp. I'd become excellent at reading him. Expert at knowing exactly what he needed to hear, what time of day he was most receptive to suggestions, how to frame conversations so they felt like his ideas instead of mine. I'd learned to make myself so useful that my absence would have been inconvenient, even if it wasn't particularly mourned. 19 years. That's how long I'd spent learning to be invisible. The divorce had been an extension of the same machinery. Clean. Efficient. Another erasure process through the machinery of law and settlement agreements until I'd been removed from his life so completely that it took only months. He'd remarried within 2 years. He'd never called to ask about Tom. He'd never once suggested I deserved anything other than what the standard calculations assigned me, because that would have required admitting I'd ever been anything other than a vessel for the life he'd wanted to live. And then 5 years alone. Genuinely alone. Not the companionable solitude I'd pretended to want, but the specific loneliness of a woman who'd been made invisible and was starting to wonder if the invisibility was the only thing that had ever been true about her. I was 44 now. Past the age when it was supposed to matter what I wanted. Past the moment when the world had decided I was worth choosing. 44 and unclaimed, unspoken for, written off as irrelevant by the mathematics of youth and fertility that the world ran on. And somewhere in those 20 years of erasure and 5 years of solitude, I'd learned something I could finally articulate. The invisibility was an education. Those years reading Graham's moods because my survival depended on it. They'd taught me how to read power in a crowded room. Those years listening more than I spoke because my words had been deemed less valuable. They'd taught me how to hear what people weren't saying, how to understand the architecture of a negotiation by the words people were carefully leaving out. Those years of being unseen had taught me how to see. When I'd walked into the Hawthorn Court as a stranger to fey politics, I'd walked in with the toolkit of someone who'd been forced to understand power through observation, rather than through the exercise of it. I could read Kael's hesitation and know that it wasn't weakness. I could pass the court's factions and understand which alliances were real and which were theatre. I could look at Thorns' messenger and see the desperation in him before he even opened his mouth. I'd learned to see because I'd spent 20 years being unseen. The invisibility wasn't the punishment. It was an education. The hawthorn flowers were beginning to intensify around me, their luminescence growing brighter. Not in response to magic. In response to attention. To understanding. To the moment when a woman who'd been erased finally started claiming what she actually was. I stood. Not slowly. Not carefully. Movement that claimed space instead of asking for permission to occupy it. I am 44 years old, I said aloud to the garden, to the hawthorn, to the bond that was listening across the distance. My voice carried with the kind of clarity that came from speaking something you'd been afraid to speak. The bond flared, a sudden bright intensity that made me catch my breath. He was awake. He was listening. I have survived a marriage that required me to be invisible. 19 years of being rendered inconvenient. 19 years of learning that my desires were problems to be solved, my opinions obstacles to be overcome, my ambitions too sharp and needed to be filed down. The hawthorn bloomed brighter. The entire garden was beginning to glow with pale luminous light. I was made a ghost in my own marriage. My competence was useful but not valued. My opinions were tolerated but not heard. My body was something he used but never chose, not the way a person chooses something they genuinely want, but the way someone uses a tool that serves a function. I moved deeper into the garden, and the blooms followed the path of my movement like eyes tracking across a room. I have survived a divorce that left me erased so completely that I spent 5 years wondering if I had ever existed at all. If the invisibility had always been the truth about me. If there was some fundamental wrongness that made me unworthy of being seen. My hands were shaking, but my voice was steady. I spent those 5 years rebuilding myself from nothing. From the assumption that I was broken. From the belief that no amount of work could make me the kind of woman someone would choose specifically, completely, in the way that actually mattered. I stopped in the center of the garden, surrounded by blooming hawthorn, surrounded by the pale fey light that was growing brighter with each confession. But I was wrong about what the invisibility meant. I was wrong about what those 20 years had cost me. I took a breath. The night air was cool, and it tasted like hawthorn and something older, something that belonged to the spaces between worlds. The invisibility didn't destroy me. It educated me. It taught me how to read the architecture of power. It taught me that being unseen is not the same as being powerless. Those years were not wasted. They were the price I paid to become someone who could walk into a court of ancient, immortal beings and understand what they were afraid of. It taught me how to see. The moon broke through the clouds overhead. It had been covered the entire time. The stars had been my only light, and I hadn't noticed. So I claim those years, I said, and my voice was strong now. Not soft. Not gentle. Strong like a woman who'd earned the right to speak about her own devastation. Every moment of being erased. Every moment of being told I wasn't enough. Every moment of disappearing myself because staying visible would have cost me my marriage. Every disappointment. Every compromise. Every time I swallowed something I wanted to say because the asking would have disrupted someone else's peace. I touched my face with my fingertips, traced the lines around my eyes, the fine wrinkles at the corners of my mouth, the asymmetries that hadn't been there in my 20s. I felt the architecture of 44 years of living written in my skin. These are the marks of a woman who survived. This face. These hands that read power. This body that has lived through everything the world could throw at me and is still here, still standing, still capable of making choices that matter. I pulled my fingers down to my throat, my collarbone, my ribs, touching the places where age had written itself into my body. My age is not a deficit. It is not a flaw that I carry like a burden. It is evidence. It is proof. It is a credential earned through 44 years of survival. An education purchased with the currency of every invisible year. The hawthorn was so bright now that I could see every detail of the garden in perfect clarity. The stone paths worn smooth by centuries of use. The ancient flowers that had been here longer than any of the people who tended them. The gates that marked the boundary between the court and the liminal space beyond it. The fey light had become almost white, so intense that it was almost painful to look at. I turned in a slow circle, addressing the entire court even though the court was sleeping. Speaking to Kael even though he was in a different chamber on a different side of the palace. I am the queen not because of a blood bargain or an inherited throne or a man's sacrifice. I am the queen because I choose to be. I am the queen because I earned it through 20 years of learning how to see what other people miss. I am the queen because I survived being made invisible, and I know exactly how to make myself visible on my own terms. The bond flared between us with sudden, searing intensity. Not gentle. Not tentative. The full force of his awareness, finally, completely fixed on what I was doing. On what I was claiming. I was told I was past my prime. I was told that 44 was too old to matter anymore. I was told that my window for being chosen had closed. That the best I could hope for was companionship with someone my own age. Something quiet and manageable and acceptable for a woman in her 40s. My voice rose, clear and direct, the voice of someone finally speaking what needed to be spoken aloud. And I claim that as a lie. My age is my advantage. My history is my strength. My survival is the thing that makes me capable of reading a court, of making choices that will change the trajectory of an entire realm, of loving someone in a way that requires understanding exactly what the love will cost and choosing it anyway with clear eyes and a willing heart. I pressed my hand to my chest, felt my heart beating underneath it, solid and alive and mine. And now I choose what to do about Kael. I said it aloud into the night, and the hawthorn responded with such intensity that the light became almost blinding. The entire garden had transformed into something luminous and alive. The court was acknowledging the choice my survival finally claimed. I sat back down on the marble bench and waited for dawn. The bond hummed with the weight of everything I'd claimed, every invisible year, every moment of erasure, every day I'd spent rebuilding myself from nothing into something that couldn't be broken again. I understood now what it meant to be 44. Not past my prime, but in my prime in a way that youth could never touch. Not irrelevant, but finally capable of seeing exactly how power moved in the world. Not unworthy of being chosen, but worthy of choosing, worthy of understanding precisely what a choice would cost and making it anyway with the full knowledge of the price. I had survived 20 years of being made invisible. I had survived divorce and loneliness and the terror of believing I was broken beyond repair. I had survived the slow, patient work of rebuilding myself from the ashes of a marriage that had tried to erase me completely. I could survive being loved by an ancient, immortal being who would age for me. I could survive watching that happen. I could survive knowing that every day I chose him, every moment I stood in the throne room and wielded the power that was binding us together, was costing him time and strength and the slow dissolution of everything he'd been. I could survive that because I had already survived worse. By the time the garden was beginning to pale from dark to grey, the decision was solid. Final. Unarguable. I would send for him at dawn. I would tell him that I understood the cost and I was choosing it anyway, not despite the cost, but because of it. Because a love that costs him everything is a love that says I matter in a way that no amount of erasure could ever erase. Because a woman of 44 who chooses a man with full knowledge of what that choice will cost is not being manipulated or controlled or bound by a bargain. She is finally, completely choosing for herself. The hawthorn settled into a steady, constant luminescence as the first hints of sunrise began to paint the horizon grey. The light of a court acknowledging its queen. Acknowledging the choice she'd made. Acknowledging that power had been reclaimed not through inheritance, not through bargain, not through any man's sacrifice, but through the sheer earned will of a woman who'd been invisible and had finally learned to see. I stood and moved back toward the palace. My chambers first, to send the message that would tell him I was coming. Then to him. The sun was breaking the horizon in earnest when I reached the threshold. The palace was still mostly dark, the court not yet stirring. I would have a few hours before anyone needed me to be more than I was in this moment. A woman in her 40s, marked by survival instead of marriage, moving toward a choice that was entirely, completely, irreducibly her own. I was no longer the woman Graham had erased. I was no longer the ghost of the divorce. I was no longer waiting for someone else to decide I mattered. I was 44. I had claimed every invisible year as the education it actually was. And I was choosing Kael not despite the cost, but with clear knowledge of exactly what the cost would be. I moved to the palace corridors with the kind of deliberation that came from knowing exactly what I was doing. The message I would send required my own hand, not a servant's. It required me to touch the paper, to choose the words, to make the gesture personal in a way that couldn't be mistaken or reinterpreted. In my chamber, I found paper and pen. The light was still grey, pre-dawn, the threshold time when the world was neither night nor day. I sat at the small desk and held the pen for a long moment, feeling its weight, feeling the choice settle into my hands. I wrote the message with my own hand, my fingers steady. I'm coming to you. The words were simple, but they carried everything. They carried the choice. They carried the understanding. They carried 44 years of a woman finally learning to choose herself and everything that choice would cost, and choosing it anyway. I sealed the message and pressed it into the hands of a court attendant with instructions to deliver it to Kael's chambers. The attendant's eyes widened slightly. They'd all been waiting to see which way this would break, whose side would win in the rupture. But they said nothing. They simply took the message and left. I dressed as queen. Not in the formal robes, but in the clothes that meant I was moving through the court with purpose. The marks on my skin from the fractured bond were visible along my collarbone, faint but present. The evidence of what binding him to me was costing. I didn't cover them. I let them show. Let the court see what love looked like when it was real and expensive and chosen anyway. By the time I sent the message, the sun had broken the horizon fully. The palace was stirring. The court would know within hours that the rupture had ended. That I'd chosen to return. That whatever cost that choice would exact, I decided it was worth paying. I stood at the window of my chamber and watched the hawthorn gardens below. The flowers were still blooming, but they'd settled into a more moderate luminescence now. The fey-light was fading as the sun rose higher, but it didn't disappear entirely. It transformed. It became part of the day instead of dominating it. And I understood what the transformation meant. The survival wasn't something that happened once, at a moment of realization. It was something that had to be claimed every day I chose to stand in my power instead of hiding it. Every day I chose Kael with full knowledge of what that choice cost. Every day I chose to be 44 and magnificent in the ways that only 44 could achieve. The bond was waiting for me. Patient. Hopeful. Stronger on his side now that he knew I was coming, that I'd understood the reclamation and chosen it anyway. I moved toward him through the palace corridors as the court began its day. Chapter 19. The doors to his chamber were closed, and I came up the spiral stairs in the half-light, my hand trailing the cold iron rail. The palace was quiet at this hour, the kind of quiet that meant everyone was either asleep or pretending to be. Day 26. He'd been avoiding me for 3 days, and I'd spent those understanding. I could choose the hard thing. I could look at something that would destroy me and decide the destruction was worth it. The doors to his chamber were closed, and I came up the spiral stairs in the half-light, my hand trailing the cold iron rail. The palace was quiet at this hour, the kind of quiet that meant everyone was either asleep or pretending to be. Day 26. He'd been avoiding me for 3 days, and I'd spent those understanding. I could choose the hard thing. I could look at something that would destroy me and decide the destruction was worth it. The hawthorn light from the gardens below filtered up through the narrow windows, pale gold and restless. It did that at night, when the veil thinned and the magic of the court bled closer to the surface. Now the light terrified me. It was all I had to see by, and what I needed to see was what it had cost him. What he'd been burning away, piece by piece, year by year, to hold me steady while I learned to rule. When I pushed open the doors, I found him at the window. He didn't turn at first. Just stood there silhouetted against the pale glow, his shoulders drawn in on themselves in a way that looked like surrender. The resignation was visible in the line of his spine, in how he held himself apart from the warmth of the room. The tells gave away what someone was too proud or too broken to say aloud. His hands trembled. His breathing had become shallow and deliberate, rationing breath, each exhale calculated. He'd given up. Somewhere between the night I'd left and now, he'd made a decision. Probably drafted it already. A dissolution. The formal unbinding of the bargain that would release me from everything we'd built together, that would let me walk back into the human world and leave the hollow to die quietly, without witnesses, without the weight of my presence accelerating its collapse. "I've been waiting for you to bring me this," he said without turning. His voice held the weight of rehearsal, spoken aloud to the empty room 100 times before I arrived. A dissolution. I've drafted it. Unsigned. I was waiting to know if you'd ask. I didn't answer immediately. The moment was too fragile for words, and I needed to see what the bargain had done to him. I needed to understand the full weight of what I was about to choose. The shock of it was physical. He was old. No one who hadn't traced his skin would see it. But I'd known him, and the difference was a crack in glass, invisible unless you knew where to look. The silver in his hair had claimed more territory, spreading like something alive. His hands were scarred, not with wounds but with fey-like burns. Magic turned inward. Using power not to defend the court but to hold it together while everything fragmented. While he fragmented. The aging wasn't theoretical. It was now. Visible. Real. It had come because he'd been using magic to hold me steady while I learned to rule, to choose, to become the person who could stand in front of a court and remake their future. I paid for my power with his years. The thought brought me to my knees. Show me, I said, and my voice was rough as if I'd cried. He turned then, and his face held every consequence of the cost he'd been paying. Fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that hadn't been there a month ago. Shadows under his cheekbones. He looked like an immortal aging in reverse, burning through centuries in weeks because magic had its own hunger. Every spell cast in my defense, every barrier raised to hold the court together, was payment he made with the only currency he had left. His time. His life. His immortality, spent. I stepped closer, and he flinched. My presence crushed him. He moved to the desk where parchment lay, written in his careful hand. The dissolution. The words were formal, precise, the kind of document that would stand in any court as binding. It released me from the blood bargain, the court, from him. All I would have to do was sign it, and the Hawthorn would open, and I could walk back into my human life and pretend this had never happened. He didn't show it to me directly. His hand covered it, protecting himself from begging me to take it. I'm not taking it, I said. He closed his eyes. Ela. I need to speak first, I said. And the words came out steady because I'd been rehearsing them for 3 days, walking my own chambers at night, talking to the walls and the silence and the growing weight of understanding. Turning over every moment of the bargain, every choice I'd made, every time he'd offered and I'd accepted. So you have to listen. He opened his eyes and waited. The window behind him framed him as a portrait of something dying, something burning. The hawthorn light caught the silver in his hair, and he looked like a man who'd loved too much to let her go. I began to move toward him, closing the distance between us inch by inch, not rushing, giving him time to object, to turn away, to protect himself from whatever I was about to offer. I know you orchestrated this, I said, and my voice was steady now, clear. All of it. Hawthorn that bloomed at the edge of my garden at exactly the moment I was most raw from the divorce, most empty, most ready to believe that something out there had chosen me specifically. The threshold opening exactly when you needed it to open. The blood bargain on terms that were always meant to bind me but seemed like they were binding you, like they were costing you something precious. You sent all of it across the veil. You made an offer you knew I couldn't refuse because you understood what I needed to matter, to be chosen specifically, to find power in a world where I'd become invisible. To be seen. I was close enough now to see the fine texture of the aging, the way his hands trembled when he reached toward me and then pulled back. But here's what I need you to understand, I continued, holding his gaze, making sure every word landed. The orchestration doesn't unmake the choice. It makes it more complicated, but it doesn't unmake it. Yes, you engineered the circumstances. Yes, you designed the setup. Yes, you spent centuries betting on my bloodline, and I walked into exactly the trap you set. That was manipulation. I won't call it anything else, and I won't forgive it, because forgiveness suggests moving past it, and I'm not moving past it. And I'm not moving past it. I'm moving through it. He tried to speak, but I held up my hand. "Let me finish," I said. And I stepped close enough that we were nearly touching, close enough that the bond between us hummed with restless energy, trying to rebuild itself while we were still arguing. "You orchestrated the opening. But you also, and this is the part that matters, you let me refuse. When I tried to negotiate the terms, you let me negotiate. When I asked for more autonomy, more control, more of my own agency inside the bargain, you gave it. Every step of this bargain, you could have locked me down with the bargain's magic. You could have compelled me through the fated mate pull. You could have used the bond itself to override my choices and make me grateful for the overriding. But you didn't." I reached out and took his hand, felt the fey-light burns on his skin, traced them with my thumb as if reading his suffering in braille. The scars were hot under my fingertips. Recent, raw, tender with the inflammation of magic turned inward. Every burn was a spell cast, a piece of his immortality traded for my position, for the court's survival. I pressed my palm flat against his, and the echo of that burning moved through my own bones. Recognition. His suffering was written in my hands now, in the sensation of damaged skin beneath my touch. "You offered. You waited. You let me decide every single step of the way," I said. "And that's what I need from you now. Not because you need forgiveness or absolution, but because I need to know that going forward, I'm choosing this, all of it, the truth of it, the cost of it, with my eyes open and my consent present. Not erased by your engineering, not overridden by your power, but given freely after I've seen exactly what it costs." He tried again to pull his hand away, but I held it. "What are you saying?" he asked. And his voice was raw. "I'm saying I need you to acknowledge what you did," I said. And the words came out sharp enough to draw blood. "Not as apology. Apologies are for people who regret their choices. I don't think you regret this. I think you'd do it again in a heartbeat. But I need you to name it. To say it aloud. Not as deflection but as truth. That you spent centuries orchestrating this. That you set the trap. That you knew, going in, what you wanted and you positioned yourself to get it." "I did," he said quietly, and the admission hung in the room. "All of it. Exactly as you've named it." "And you knew it would cost you," I continued, watching his face. "You knew that every spell you cast in my defense would burn through your years. You knew that binding yourself to me through the bargain would aid you into mortality. You chose that knowing it would end you." "Yes." The word was simple and complete. No excuse underneath it. No explanation. Just the acknowledgement that he had done the thing, and he knew what it cost. "Then here's what I'm choosing," I said, and stepped closer so we were almost touching, the bond like a living thing between us. "I'm choosing to stay. Not because I've forgiven the manipulation. I'm choosing despite it. Knowing exactly what you did and what it's costing you. I'm choosing it as a decision made by me for me because you're worth paying for." "Ela, you don't understand what you're choosing," he said. And his voice was ragged, broken. "I'm aging. Every spell I cast, every time I move magic through my body to defend the court, I'm losing years. Maybe centuries. By the time this is over." "I know," I said. And I raised my other hand to cup his face, to make him meet my eyes. "I know exactly what I'm choosing. And I'm choosing it anyway. Not despite the cost, but because I've seen the cost and I'm deciding it's worth paying." The bond between us fractured then. That same violent break I'd felt in the private chamber. But this time I understood what it meant. It wasn't breaking. It was reforging. The magic was unweaving itself and rewinding itself around something different. Not the pull of fated mates. Not the compulsion of destiny. But the deliberate choice of two people who knew exactly what they were binding themselves to. "Don't ask me if I'm sure," I whispered. He held me as if I was the only solid thing in centuries, the answer to something he'd been asking since before I was born. "Don't give me an out. Just let me choose you." He buried his face in my hair and I felt him shaking. The resignation and despair he'd been holding in his bones moved somewhere else, transformed, made into something he could carry. We stood like that in the window's light for a long time, the hawthorn glowing pale gold outside, the bond settling between us as commitment. The choice of two people who understood exactly what it would cost them. The hours dissolved into late night. We moved to the bench by the window, and he showed me the dissolution, the formal unbinding laid out in his careful hand. I took it without reading it beyond the first line and tore it down the middle, watching the pieces scatter across the floor like the breaking of an old covenant. Ela, he started to ask me to reconsider. I've thought about nothing else for 3 days, I said. And I let the pieces fall further, watched them scatter. And I've decided. We don't get to be kind to each other by letting go. That's what the world tells us. That love is sacrifice. That real love means stepping away. That the greatest gift you can give someone is releasing them. But that's not what love is. Love is staying. Love is choosing the hard thing. Love is looking at the cost and deciding it's worth paying because the alternative is losing the only thing that matters. He listened while I talked. Understanding settled into him. I wasn't offering mercy. I was offering partnership. I was offering to stand beside him and pay the price with him, to bear the weight together instead of watching from the margins while he aged for my benefit. Tell me what you're feeling, I said. Relief, he said after a long moment. Terror. As if I'm standing at the edge of a cliff and you're jumping off it. Then jump, I said. I'll be right beside you. He was quiet for a long time after that, holding me. I felt the shift happening inside him. The resignation cracking. The possibility of hope beginning to take root. He was fragile, but he was choosing. Not because the bond demanded it, not because fate had scripted it, but because I was here and choosing him. Why? He asked finally. Why would you choose this, knowing what it costs? Because the cost is the price of something real, I said. And I've lived long enough to know that real things don't come without cost. The only question is whether the thing is worth paying for. And this is? You are, I said. This is. We are. He reached out and pulled me back down to him, and we sat in the narrow space between the night and the morning, while the hawthorn glowed outside and the bond between us settled into something new. Not the wild pull of fated mate recognition, but something steadier, more chosen. Tomorrow, I said. We show the court that I've chosen, both of us, together. He nodded, understanding. The court needed to see us unified. Not because they doubted the bargain. They didn't anymore. But because the aging had begun to show, and rumors would start, and whispers would spread about their regent becoming mortal while the new ruler grew stronger. We needed to control that narrative, to frame it not as loss but as transformation, not as sacrifice but as choice. Tomorrow, he agreed. I lay against him as the light outside shifted from false dawn to true morning. He gradually relaxed, the tension draining away. His heartbeat was steady under my ear. His arms were around me. And I wasn't choosing between myself and him. I was choosing us. That was the true bargain. Not the blood binding, not the fated mate pull. This, the daily choice to stand beside someone and pay the cost together. The morning found us still together when the court began to wake. We didn't hide it. I had him take me by the hand as we walked down into the great hall. The aging was clearer in grey morning light, silver in his hair. The new fine lines. The way he moved as if he'd burned through years and was finally beginning to show the price. The court noticed. Of course the court noticed. Conversation stopped. Courtiers exchanged glances. Observers leaned toward the loyal factions to whisper about their regent becoming visibly mortal in weeks. But when they looked at me, they saw something else. They saw someone who had looked at that cost and chosen it anyway, who was holding his hand as a commitment, who was stepping forward to meet her own power instead of waiting for him to deliver her. The bond hummed between us, visible to anyone who knew to look. That thin gold thread had fractured and reformed, stronger because it had been tested. Because we'd both chosen it when choosing it destroyed the comfortable fiction that love could exist without cost. And I understood then why the old stories mattered. Why fae bargains were written in blood. Why choices had to cost something to mean anything at all. Because a choice without cost was just a thing that happened to you. And I was done letting things happen to me. I was choosing. And I would choose again and again, for as long as we had, for as long as the bargain held, for as long as there was breath in my body and magic in my bones. I had chosen the cost. And now I would live with it. Chapter 20. Kael. Kael. The throne room filled as dawn broke, courtiers moving through the vast chamber in silence, the way creatures learn to do when they've forgotten how to expect anything good. I'd spent centuries in this room, long enough that its stones had learned to settle around me the way a body learns to carry an old wound. The hawthorn woven through the pillars glowed faint in the morning light, responding to the absence of something. The cold iron fixtures threw long shadows across the floor, and the temperature was the particular cold of a place that was losing magic, the kind that settles into bone and doesn't leave. 73 courtiers. A habit from centuries of taking inventory of who was still coherent, still holding their shape, still functional. The full assembly, including those who rarely left their quarters anymore, those fading so slowly they'd stopped bothering to pretend they weren't. They'd felt the shift in the bond through the night. Magic had stilled and then, impossibly, deepened. The court had learned skepticism from centuries of failure. They wanted to see her before they believed in the alternative. I stood at the edge of the dais where the throne cracked with its slow leak of power. The position was deliberate. Not behind the seat, not in the regent's space where I'd stood for longer than most of these courtiers had existed. The weight of that decision sat strange in my shoulders, present and undeniable, fundamentally changed from what it had been. My hands were marked with it. The aging had started earlier than calculated. The magic spent during the rupture, during the binding, during 3 days of sustaining her while she shattered the old architecture of the court, had accelerated the timeline. My knuckles had new creases, the skin beginning that paper-thin quality that comes after millennia when the end finally admits it's close. There were silver threads through my dark hair now, distinct enough to catch the light. The faces around the room took inventory of that. The courtiers saw the marks of depletion and understood finally what the bargain had really cost me, what it had always been designed to cost. The doors at the far end of the throne room moved. She walked in with the same steadiness from the first morning, when she'd stepped through the threshold garden in sleek clothes, assessing the dais and dying court and ancient stranger the way she'd read a structural problem. Her clothes were formal now, though she wore them like someone whose relationship with ceremony was one of practical necessity rather than reverence. Dark silk, cut close, unadorned except for the silver at her throat, the mark of her acceptance, the visible binding. Her eyes found me first, a fraction of a moment before they turned to the court. In that flicker, a check. Steady. Understanding. With her? Then she faced the assembled power of the Hawthorn Court. And the room shifted. No one gasped. No courtier fell to their knees. But the quality of attention changed. The way light changes when a cloud moves through it. They'd been waiting for an heir. They'd been accepting, with varying degrees of grace, that the bloodline had called and a woman had answered, and now they were bound by magic that predated most of them. But they hadn't been prepared for her to claim it. She didn't walk to the throne. She walked to the center of the room, where the morning light fell thickest, where a human would naturally stand to address people gathered in a hall. It was everything. The deliberateness of it, the understanding that where you stood when you spoke carried its own grammar of power, told me she'd been processing everything I'd shown her, everything she'd observed, and had already drawn her conclusions. "I am your queen," she said. Her voice didn't echo off the stone, the way a throne room voice should, the way mine would have echoed, amplified by magic and centuries of authority. It was conversational, clear, the way someone speaks to people they respect, even when they're telling them something irrefutable. I choose this court. I choose to lead it. That choice isn't negotiable. The silence that followed had weight, literal and physical. I could feel it pressing through the chamber like pressure before a storm. Some of the older courtiers exchanged looks. One of Thorns' people in the back shifted, calculating. Thorns' faction is no longer welcome in this court, she continued. I tensed for the resistance. A woman had claimed sovereignty in a room full of beings who'd been arguing about hierarchy for centuries. Someone would object. You sought to undermine the throne. You tested the new queen. The test is failed. You will cede the northern territories and withdraw from the Hollow within the month. A figure rose from the assembled courtiers. Lord Mervyn, one of Thorns' representatives, minor house but old grievances. He had allies in the room. Calculation worked behind his eyes. He opened his mouth to object, to lay out the precedent and tradition, and the sheer audacity of a recently arrived human claiming to command Fey territory. She didn't let him finish. I'm not negotiating. I'm telling you what will happen. The words were spare. No magic, no power flex. A woman telling you what the world would look like. Mervyn closed his mouth. The muscles in his jaw worked. He looked down at the floor and sat back down. The silence that followed was cleaner. Something in my chest might have been relief, or the particular fear that comes from watching someone else carry weight you've carried for centuries without the magic that made it bearable. The weight of leadership, for the first time, without the Immortal's buffer. The court business unfolded across the morning in a way I'd never seen before. She conducted it like a professional managing a restructuring, ruthless in what needed cutting, generous in what needed nurturing. When the representative from Thorns' northern holdings tried to argue the territory transfer, she turned to Seren with a single glance. Seren stepped forward with the accounting of resources stockpiled, the hidden payments, the mechanism of sabotage. The North will transfer to my direct holdings, Ela said. You can stay in the Hollow and manage the transition, or you can leave. Choose. The representative chose to stay. Ela granted him a minor position in the reorganization. Mercy, wielded like a blade. Who will stand with the Hawthorn? She asked next. 3 courtiers rose without hesitation. Seren, old guard, ancient by human standards, though still young compared to me. Aldrich, minor house with careful ambitions, waiting to see which way the wind shifted. And Lysa, fading but rallied the moment she sensed the direction of power. Ela named them allies. She granted them titles, not ornamental, but functional. Seren became Lord Steward. Aldrich became Master of Resources. Lysa became Keeper of the Eastern Thresholds. More courtiers stepped forward. A war leader offered his house. A merchant representative pledged stability and outlined 3 initiatives for human trade that would shore up resources. A young Fae, barely coherent, fading, asked if the court would hold long enough for her to help build it. Ela answered yes to all of them, and then she did something I hadn't expected. She asked them what they needed. What they needed to believe the court would survive. What they needed to commit their power to it. Seren asked for confirmation that the old bloodlines would be honored. Ela promised it. The merchant representative asked for clarity on trade rights. Ela outlined a structure that gave them autonomy while keeping the court's interests protected. The young Fae asked for a role in healing the gardens. Ela named her Deputy of Restoration and outlined a specific timeline. She answered every question with the same precision. She wasn't using magic. She wasn't drawing on the bargain or the bond or any of the ancient mechanisms I'd built. She was simply knowing what she wanted, what the court needed, and building the structure that would hold both. The court began to stabilize. I watched it with the clarity of someone who'd spent centuries watching destabilization. The weight shifted. I'd carried it so long I felt it leave like cold air on skin. Not magic. That struck me most forcefully. watching her command the room without gestures that required anything beyond will. She wasn't using the bond. She wasn't drawing on the power that ran through the bloodline call, the centuries-old magic that had named her the one who might save us. She was using what humans had always had, the ability to read a room, understand what people needed to hear, and tell the truth in a way that made it feel inevitable. The court saw it. They saw that she didn't need immortality to rule them, that she didn't need ancient magic or bargains written in bloodlines or any of the elaborate mechanisms I'd spent centuries constructing. They saw that she was choosing to be bound to one anyway, and that made all the difference. The court adjourned by mid-morning. The dissolution took longer than formal ceremony. She moved through it with efficiency, but not the speed that would signal impatience. She acknowledged courtiers with respect, dismissed those lingering for private audience with the finality of someone who'd learned that boundaries were kindness, accepted the weight of dozens of decisions waiting on a throne. I followed her. At her side, not ahead, not behind. Present, but secondary. The way a consort should stand when the queen has finally arrived. She caught that too. The corner of her mouth twitched, a recognition that I was reading the room the same way she was, that I understood the theatre of power and was choosing my position with the same care she was choosing hers. The corridors of the Hawthorn Court had never felt smaller. I'd walked these passages so long I'd stopped seeing them. The hawthorn twisted through walls, creating decorative functional lattice, stones fitted centuries before my time, places where magic used to flow bright and now was thin. Walking behind her, I saw them fresh. An old building. A calcified system. A place that needed new hands to reshape it. When we reached the private chambers, she didn't collapse the way I half expected her to. She was exhausted. I could see it in the set of her shoulders, the careful way she moved through the doors as if the formal clothes had weight. But she didn't fall apart into the kind of vulnerability that would have been honest and human and would have killed something in me that was only barely alive. She shed the formal clothes like she was shrugging off a day of work at an office she'd inherited. By the time she settled on the cushioned seat by the window, she was simply Ela again. 44 years old, divorced, competent, done with pretense. There was a faint bruise on her shoulder from the crown. The weight of it had marked her. "How did I do?" she asked. I wanted to tell her she was extraordinary. Exactly what the court needed, what the realm needed, what I'd spent centuries hoping might exist. The answer to a prayer I'd forgotten I was making. Instead, "You were queen." She smiled at that, the same expression that had been my undoing the first morning, when she'd read a dying court and decided to be functional about it. Thorns' faction seemed to hate it. "They're afraid of you." Good. Fear is useful. Fear is honest. She turned from the window, her eyes tracking to my hands. I was holding them still, deliberately, but they were shaking in the way centuries of hiding emotion had taught me to hide, small movements, barely perceptible unless you were looking. "Kael." "Yes." I sat, admitting the truth. I could rest in her presence. No need to hold the position of power anymore. Not since she'd risen to meet what needed meeting. The aging had settled into my joints. 3 days pouring magic into the bond, sustaining her, keeping the court from falling apart while she rose to meet it, had cost more than calculated. My hands shook when held still. My eyes needed longer to focus. The silver in my hair had multiplied. Lines had developed on my face, the kind that come from time suddenly accelerated. "I didn't think I would survive to see you crowned," I said. The words came from deeper than planning. The place where the bargain lived, where the centuries-old hunger had found its answer. She turned to look at me, and I saw the moment she registered it. The aging in a matter of days. The marks my immortal body had started displaying as magic burned away faster than it could replenish, faster than calculated, faster than the original bargain predicted. She didn't flinch. Simply looked, taking inventory the way she took inventory of everything. "You survived centuries for this moment," she said. It wasn't a question. I did. The exhaustion in my bones was real now, in a way it had never been in immortality. When you have forever, exhaustion is a luxury. This exhaustion, from magic burning through me like fire, consuming the immortal engine, was different. The bidding of mortality. The cost made visible. She pulled me closer, and I rested against her shoulder, my head bent so I couldn't see the crown she was wearing or the throne room beyond the window or evidence of what the bond was doing to me. Her hand came up to my hair, her fingers careful. For the first time in centuries, I could stop waiting for something else to happen. The transformation was complete. Not because of magic. Not because of the bargain. Not because of elaborate mechanisms woven into bloodlines and bonds centuries ago. Complete because she'd chosen to stand in a room and claim a throne, knowing I would stand beside her, and I had been grounded enough by her choice to stop waiting for death and start living the time I had left. I didn't need the bond to rule, she said, quiet into my hair. I didn't need your magic or your bargain or any of it. I know. But I chose it anyway. The acceptance of that she could have walked away and didn't, reframed everything. The centuries of waiting, the bargain woven like a prayer into a bloodline I'd never expected to meet, the decision to spend my immortality buying her time. All of it suddenly made sense, not as sacrifice but as choice. Mine and hers, intersecting where the court needed both of us to stop accepting failure. I'd calculated perhaps 50 years left before the acceleration became critical. Perhaps 100 if careful. Perhaps less if she needed the magic more than accounted for. But those years, whatever their number, had shape now. Meaning. Her in them. Your choice reforges it, I said. It makes it real. She was quiet for a long moment. The light was shifting toward evening, the particular golden quality that comes just before the sun descends past the threshold mountains. Outside the window, the hawthorn was still blooming, the white flowers almost luminous in the fading light. We should sleep, she said. Tomorrow there will be more territory disputes. There will be courtiers wanting private audience. There will be the human world complications that Thorns was using as leverage. Yes. But neither of us moved. I sat with her as evening light shifted through the chamber, and I felt the aging in my body, the way you feel weather in an old wound, present, undeniable, but less important than the weight of her against my shoulder. Less important than the fact that she was choosing this. Choosing me. Choosing to spend her decades with an immortal burning himself down to mortal speed to stay beside her. By the time she fell asleep, I understood. I didn't need centuries anymore. I needed only the time she would give me. The wrinkles in my hands, the silver in my hair, the way my eyes needed longer to focus, visible proof that the bargain had cost exactly what it cost. Worth every year I was burning away. Worth every breath accelerated toward mortality. I thought about the next 50 years, the next 100. Watching her age the way humans do, gradually, while I aged in acceleration, burning faster as decades passed. The moment when I would become older than she was, when the immortal would become vulnerable, when she would become my anchor in a way the bond had never been. And I was willing. I was grateful. The court would follow her not because I'd woven a bloodline call centuries ago, but because she was choosing to lead, and they were choosing to let her. The bond was no longer the mechanism of salvation. It was simply what bound two people who'd chosen each other despite the cost, or perhaps because of it. By morning, I would be older still. The aging would accelerate as the weeks passed. But for tonight, I could rest. She was sleeping in my arms. The court was steady. The transformation from ancient despair to grounded hope was complete. It was enough. It'd always been enough. I just needed to stop waiting for something else to make it matter. Needed to stop accepting that centuries of failure meant failure was inevitable. Needed to understand that the moment she stepped through the hawthorn and read the dying court and decided it was worth saving, that was the moment hope became real. Not magical. Real. The kind of real that holds weight, that cost, that matters because it chooses to matter despite everything that argues against it. I sat in the darkness with her sleeping against me, and for the first time in longer than I could calculate, I didn't think about loss. I thought about what came next. Chapter 21. The throne room held breath. The moment I stepped through the entrance, I felt the air press. Heavy, expectant, like a stage in the seconds before a spotlight burns. The hawthorn woven through the pillars was blooming, impossible in this late season, white flowers opening like stars scattered across stone. The light fell gold and thick through the high windows, turning the room into something less like architecture and more like intention. Even the shadows had weight. The court had assembled. They lined the walls in clusters, shifted from the previous day. Seren stood near the dais with her arms crossed, the new Lord Steward in position. Aldrich was beside her, whispering something that made Seren's mouth twitch toward amusement. The merchant representatives had positioned themselves with the discipline of people used to negotiation, spines straight, eyes tracking the room with the attention of those who understood that positioning was its own language. Lyessa stood at the threshold's edge, her fading frame somehow more present than since I'd arrived, as if claiming a role had given her permission to believe she might survive long enough to use it. Courtiers I'd spoken to filled the remaining space, some standing, some gathered in small configurations that suggested alliance. One of Thorns' people turned their head as I entered, watching with the kind of neutral expression that required work to maintain. No one was hostile. That was surprising. They'd all felt the shift in the bond. They all understood what was about to happen, even if they didn't understand why I would choose it. And Kael stood apart. He was at the edge of the dais, not behind the throne as he'd stood for centuries. The difference was deliberate enough to read. The aging had accelerated. It was written on him now, undeniable. New lines had carved themselves into the corners of his eyes and mouth. Not the kind of lines that came from smiling, but the kind that came from centuries of holding still. His hands, visible at his sides, were marked with creases I hadn't seen 2 days ago, the skin beginning that translucent quality that comes after millennia when the end has finally stopped being abstract. The silver in his dark hair had multiplied, concentrated now at his temples and along his hairline, striking enough to catch the light like the frost finds the north side of a house. His eyes found mine across the room and held. There was a moment where I could have flinched, could have reconsidered, could have looked at what the bargain had already cost and stepped back. The human part of me, the part that had learned through 20 years of marriage what it meant to tie yourself to someone's decline, recognized the pattern and wanted to run. I didn't run. Instead, I held his gaze and walked deeper into the room. The Queen arrives, a herald announced, a young fae whose eagerness had marked him as one of the rising generation who'd started to believe the court might not die after all. His voice rang off the stone, but the quality of it was hopeful. Not certain. Hopeful. No one bowed. That was the first thing I registered, not the absence of ritual, but the presence of something else. The court watched. The way people watch a high wire. The way they watch to verify what they're afraid might be true. I didn't walk to the throne. I walked to the center of the room, where the golden light fell thickest, where the hawthorn's reflected glow made everything seem touched by something other than sunlight. The same walk as yesterday, but clearer now. More sure. My breath was steady. My hands were steady. The crown I wasn't wearing yet pulled at me the way the moon pulls the tide. The crown rested on a stand, simple iron worked into the shape of hawthorn branches, thorns and all, with a pale stone caught at its crown that I realized was hawthorn crystal, not borrowed magic. The light moved through it the way light moves through something alive, something breathing. 3 feet away, it sat, waiting. I stopped in the center of the room. The silence that followed had texture. I could feel it on my skin the way you feel humidity. The courtiers held their breath. Even the light held still. I didn't come here to be chosen, I said. My voice didn't echo the way throne room voices should. It was just my voice, conversational and clear, the kind of voice that works at council tables and merger presentations, not at coronations. but it carried. I could see them listening. The magic in your bloodline called me because I was already who you needed me to be. Competent. Practical. Done with pretense. That was the fated part. I turned slowly, looking at the courtiers as I spoke. Not all of them, that would have been theatrical. But the ones whose eyes tracked mine, whose bodies leaned fractionally forward. But there's nothing fated about what happens next, I continued. This is choice. The choice to stay. The choice to lead. The choice to take the crown from this stand myself instead of waiting for someone to place it on my head. The choice to acknowledge that what binds me to this court and to Kael is not destiny. It's decision. And decision can be revoked. Thorns' representatives shifted. Mervyn moved his weight from one foot to the other. I saw him calculating whether this was a moment to object or to verify whether I was strong enough to rule before committing to follow. Behind him, one of the merchant lords exchanged a glance with their counterpart, the kind of glance that meant opportunity or threat, depending on what happened next. The room held its breath. Not the theatrical breath of expectation, but the breath of people watching to see if power could actually be claimed here, or if the court was about to fracture. I didn't address Mervyn. I moved toward the crown. The bargain seals today, I said. Each word clear, deliberate. Not by magic spoken over me, not by oath forced into my throat, but by my choice. I claim this throne. I claim this court. I claim Kael, and the cost of that claiming, because I choose to. Fully informed. Eyes open. Understanding exactly what I'm trading for what I'm getting. The bond moved at my words. Not the gentle thrum I'd learned over weeks, but a sudden sharp crystallization like frost spreading across a window. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming, like being struck by something that had been traveling toward me for centuries. The hawthorn light in the room blazed. Not gently. Not softly. Blazed. Everything's shadow leapt into sharp relief. The light seared outward from the center of the room, from me, in a wave that I felt as much as saw. Concussion of magic that had been waiting to settle now finally settling. The courtiers gasped. Some stepped back. Some raised their hands to shield their eyes. The older ones closed their eyes as if the light was too bright to bear, and also couldn't possibly be real. And from the threshold, the actual physical threshold, where the hall opened to the outer courtyard, came a sound. Not a voice. A low, grinding protest of magic itself, as if something ancient had heard this choice and was objecting. Mervyn's head snapped toward the sound, and for the first time I saw calculation shift to something sharper. Something that might be alarm. This was a threshold challenge. Thorns Court was signaling. So you crown yourself. We acknowledge you see it. The light held steady. My light. My choice. My power now, and however brief the moment before negotiating with whoever Thorin sent next, right now it was mine. The hawthorn blooms froze in place like amber preserved in resin. I reached for the crown. My hands were steady. The surprising thing wasn't that they didn't shake, but that I felt the tremor running through my whole body and refused to let my hands participate in it. The thorns of the hawthorn branches were sharp when I touched them. That was real. Cold iron and fey magic, bound into a single weight. Not heavy, but present. Immediate. Undeniable. I lifted it. The crystal caught the light and threw it back in fractured prisms. For a moment, the crown was its own source of illumination. Not because of magic, but because I was holding it, and the light was moving through me now, and anything I touched caught fire. I placed it on my head. The moment it settled against my hair and skin, the light in the room shifted again. It didn't dim. It crystallized. The hawthorn blooms froze in place like memory made physical. The bond in my chest transformed from tether to choice. I could feel the difference with the precision of someone who'd spent weeks learning the language of magical binding. The link to Kael was no longer fate-pulling. It was me choosing. Deliberately. Visibly. In front of 73 witnesses, I claimed it. And in the same instant, I saw him age. It wasn't metaphorical. It wasn't subtle. Years settled into Kael's face like a hand pressing down hard enough to leave marks. Not gradually, but in the space of a breath, visible as light itself. The silver in his hair turned white, not gradually but all at once, as if the cost was immediate and comprehensive. The creases around his eyes deepened by half. The skin at his jaw, skin that had held centuries of certainty, seemed to release, to soften, to acknowledge that time had finally caught up. His shoulders, which had held a certain power for centuries, seemed to recognize their own mortality and adjust accordingly. His hands, which had been marked with aging already, aged further. He looked like a man who'd aged a decade in a heartbeat. He took a step toward the dais, and the motion was visibly harder. The motion revealed the new weight of his body. He was heavier now, the heaviness of someone carrying decades in a way that immortals never have to. He was moving like someone who would feel that weight when his head hit the pillow. Like someone for whom rest would become necessary. The court had gone silent. Not shocked silence, but witnessing silence. They could see the cost. They could see exactly what the bargain had taken from him, visible on his face and in the way his body had to relearn how to move. He didn't flinch. He simply let it happen, the way you let dawn happen, the way you accept the inevitable cost of getting what you wanted badly enough to trade your forever for it. I did not look away. This was the moment the bargain had always been designed for, not the binding, but the knowing. The moment when I saw exactly what the magic cost and chose it anyway. The court watched me watch the centuries settle on him like snow. Watched me place the crown on my own head, and decide that what waited on the other side of that moment was worth burning his immortality for. The silence that followed had a different quality. Not shock, but acceptance. The kind of silence that comes when you've seen something you didn't expect to survive witnessing and realize that you have. "I am your queen," I said. The words were quiet now, not a pronouncement but a statement of fact. Not because the blood said so. Because I'm choosing it. Seren's expression shifted, recognition of something that hadn't been in the Hawthorn Court's lexicon for longer than she'd been alive. Queen who'd chosen her position. Who'd seen the cost and claimed it anyway. Aldrich's eyes were wide. His jaw moved slightly, as if he was rewording something in his head. Lysa's fading frame straightened incrementally, as if she was pulling herself together with the precision of someone who'd realized she wasn't going to have to watch another queen fail. The rest of the court bowed. Not to the bargain. Not to the magic, which had done what it would do, and was now spent like a bell rung once, cleanly. They bowed to the choice, one by one, crossing their hands over their chests in the old gesture I'd seen Seren teach me. Acknowledgement and acceptance, the willingness to follow. The gesture spread like dominoes falling, the room slowly reorganizing itself around the new architecture of power. Even Mervyn performed it, though his eyes remained calculating. The work of claiming a court was not finished. But the coronation was. Through it all, Kael stood with his aged eyes fixed on me. His pale silver-blue eyes that had been the first beautiful thing I'd noticed about him. The immortal had been burned away, but the man remained. The man who'd spent centuries building toward this moment. Who'd chosen to accelerate his own ending so I could have the beginning I'd never been allowed. "The court adjourns for celebration," I said. And the words came easily, with the weight of someone who'd finally stopped waiting for permission to say what came next. The Northern Territories transfer tomorrow. The alliance with the merchant houses finalizes under new terms. Mervyn's jaw tightened at that. The merchant lords exchanged another glance, less calculation this time, more calculation. They'd come expecting a regent's puppet. They were getting a queen. The difference was already starting to matter. "Rest tonight," I continued, my voice dropping to something quieter but sharper. "Tomorrow, we rebuild. And anyone who objects to who I've chosen to do that alongside can test their power against mine." The silence that followed was the kind that could have broken things. Then Seren crossed her hands over her chest and bowed. The gesture was not ceremonial. It was personal. Recognition of choice, yes, but also warning to anyone watching that she'd already decided. The others followed, one by one, but the speed of the dissolution mattered. The hesitation mattered. They filed past the dais slowly, each one pausing to acknowledge the crown, to verify what they'd just witnessed, to recalibrate what power meant now in this court. Some of them looked stunned. Some looked calculating. All of them were reorganizing something fundamental about how they understood what came next. When the throne room had emptied except for the necessary few, Seren lingering, Aldrich waiting for instruction, the herald confirming tomorrow's schedule, I descended from the dais. Kael was waiting. He moved toward me, and the motion was slower than I remembered. Not weak, the power still traveled through his shoulders, still controlled his descent into a kneel at the edge of the dais where I stood crowned. But it cost him now. Everything cost him now. "Rise," I said. It was the first time I'd given him a command. The first time I'd used the power that the crown represented. I held out my hand instead of requiring him to stand on his own. I was the queen now. But I was also still Ela, and Ela didn't make him carry mortal aging alone. He took my hand and rose. Contact was steady. The aging hadn't made him weak, it had made him finite. Different. But still solid. Still present. "You waited centuries for this," I said. We were standing close enough that the new lines around his eyes were visible in detail. The immortal body was still strong, but was finally, visibly, admitting to time. Yes. It was a word that closed something, completed it. The throne room held its breath again, but this time the breath was the one that comes after the moment of impact, when you're still deciding if you survived. I held his aged hand, and the bond between us was no longer a living thing. It was simply the shape we'd chosen to hold. The magic was sealed now, crystallized into something that didn't need to move anymore. It was done. The court business could wait until tomorrow. Tonight there was only this. A woman with a crown on her head, and a man with centuries behind his eyes, standing together in the gold light of a room that had just learned how to hope again. Standing together because they chose it. Standing together because the cost was visible, and they were claiming it anyway. The corridors to the private chambers were familiar now. The hawthorn twisted through the walls in its lattice, and the light was softer here, evening light, gold bleeding toward amber. My crown caught that light and threw it back again, fractured into pieces. My reflection caught in a dark marble panel as we passed. The crown was real. The choice was real. The woman wearing it was someone I'd become instead of someone I'd always been. Kael followed a step behind. The slowness of his movement struck me again, that depletion, that cost made physical. He was still strong. The immortal hadn't become fragile. But he'd become finite, and finite has its own particular weight. In the chamber where we'd spent the previous night, the evening had already begun settling. The windows showed the threshold mountains in their blue-dark stage, the moment between day and night when the world feels like it exists in a different time than human measurement accounts for. The light was old silver. "Come," I said, and sat on the cushioned seat by the window. I held out my hand. Not commanding this time. Offering. He came and took it. I turned his aged hand over in the evening light. Studied it the way an archaeologist studies an artifact, with respect and attention, with the understanding that I was looking at a map of time made visible. The creases were deep. The spots that come with time had begun their work. The nails were still strong, but everything around them was slowly forgetting immortality. The scarring from old battles was still present, but the skin around those scars had begun to age faster, as if the magic had been leaving his body from the wounds outward. "I never let myself imagine this," he said. "You crowned. Be here to see it." His voice was different too. Thinner. Like something heavy was learning to be light through sheer attrition. I looked up from his hand. His face in the evening light was ancient and newly born at the same time, stripped down to something essential, something that had used up its magical armor, and was learning to be just a body, just a man, just someone who had chosen to stop forever so he could have decades with me instead. You outlasted centuries, I said. Not a question this time. You'll outlast this too. He was quiet for a long moment. The silence wasn't the kind that needs filling. It was the kind that sits full of its own meaning, the space between two people who decided to choose each other despite everything that argued against it. The aging will accelerate, he said finally. Every day that passes, the end comes faster. The magic that kept me alive is now burning away like a fire running out of fuel. In 50 years, I might be gone. In 100, certainly. The bond required the sacrifice, and it will continue to require it. Every moment of my life now is borrowed from a future that used to be infinite. I let his hand rest in mine and moved closer. The evening light caught the crown and scattered it across his aged face. Then we'll make sure those years matter, I said. We'll make sure that 50 or 100 is enough. He lifted his other hand to touch my cheek. It was tentative, as if he was still learning that he was allowed to touch me, that the power dynamic between us had shifted and I would permit his vulnerability instead of his protection. I need to touch you, he said. Before the aging settles completely. I need to know what's left of the immortal is still enough to be with you. I understood then that the climax was finishing itself. Not the coronation, but what came after. The moment when choosing the bargain became choosing each other, when the magic was done and only the humans remained. He took my crowned head between his aged hands, careful with the crown. The contrast was impossible to miss. The new power against the old mortality, the moment settling between the cost and the acceptance of it. The bond hummed. Not with power. Not with pulling. With recognition. With the pure physics of two people who'd burned everything to stand here and deciding consciously, deliberately, to light the fire again. He kissed me. It was different from the times before. Gentler, somehow, despite the intensity. The kiss of someone who understood that he had limited time left and was determined to spend it being present for every moment. The kiss of someone who'd sacrificed forever and was making peace with the fact that forever was no longer his to spend, only now, this moment, this breath between us. I tasted the cost in it. The blood price of the bargain, of magic spent, of immortality cashed in like currency. And underneath that, the taste of choice, of deliberateness, of a man who could have stepped back and instead walked forward into this moment, this aging, this finite future. When we broke apart, the crown was still in place. His hands had been careful with it. His respect for what I'd claimed was written in the way he'd held me, with reverence but not worship, with desire but not possession. This was partnership. This was the thing that magic had been pushing toward all along. We have this time, I said. That's enough. He was quiet, and I let him be quiet. Outside the windows, the evening deepened. The hawthorn blooms had closed, the impossible flowers settling into their necessary rest. And in the private chambers of a dying court that had just become a living one, an immortal who'd chosen mortality and a mortal who'd chosen an immortal held each other as the amber light faded into blue. The bond between us was quiet now, having done its work. The fates had written themselves into a bargain. The bargain had taken its price. And what remained was choice, the thing that neither magic nor fate could buy or force or guarantee. The court could wait until tomorrow. Tonight there was only this. The space between two people who'd seen exactly what they were choosing and decided to choose it anyway. The crown on my head was simply the symbol. The man beside me, aging, costly, finite, was the answer to every question I'd been afraid to ask. The bond between us was no longer fate pulling. It was just us, in the quiet after the moment of impact, learning how to breathe in a world that had finally let us choose our own story. Chapter 22. The human world was smaller than I remembered. The human world was smaller than I remembered. I stood in my kitchen at dawn on day 29, though day counting was starting to feel like a human habit I was already forgetting. I looked at the space that had contained 20 years of a marriage that had erased me. The counters were clean. Bex must have been here in the weeks I'd been gone, tidying against the weight of abandonment. The refrigerator hummed its patient hum. Everything smelled like old coffee, and the faint mustiness of a house that held its breath too long. I'd come through the Hawthorn alone. Kael waited at the threshold on the Fae side, with the kind of patience that meant he understood this was mine to do. No witnesses. No claim. Me, deciding whether I was leaving this house or leaving it behind. The divorce papers were in the study, filed and witnessed, and as final as paper could make them. I picked them up, held them for a moment, then decided they could stay. They were already done. Burning them later would be performance, and I'd paid enough dues to other people's narratives. I set them back in their drawer, under the tax returns and the insurance documents, just another piece of the wreckage of the life I'd been. The photograph, though. I took it. Tom at 19, grinning from the edge of his graduation gown, already out of reach in the way children are when they become adults. The photograph proved he'd existed as himself, separate from the woman who'd raised him, trying to be invisible. His smile was entirely his own. I slipped it into my jacket pocket and felt its weight like an anchor to something true. In the bedroom, I found the sweater. The one I'd worn before Graham, before the marriage had compressed me into smaller and smaller shapes until I barely fit inside my own life. It was cream-colored, soft from a decade of washing, and it smelled like the version of me I'd been when I chose comfort without shame. I folded it carefully and held it to my chest, and the familiar scent brought back the memory of being 34 and alone in a department store, buying something because I wanted it, not because anyone was watching or it served anyone else's purposes. The garden was wild. The hawthorn at the threshold had bloomed in my absence. A riot of white flowers opening against the early morning light, visible to me now in a way it never had been when I was human enough to only see hedges. The other plants had gone to seed, to root-deep survival. The grass had forgotten it was meant to be lawn. I stood looking at it for a long time, breathing in the smell of a garden that had stopped performing and started being itself. The roses I'd planted were choking under wild clematis. The lavender had spread across the gravel path like a purple claim. This was what things looked like when you stopped asking them to be useful and let them be alive. I called Bex from the threshold stone, my thumb tracing the hawthorn's carved surface. She answered on the third ring, her voice rough with sleep. Ela? Jesus, where are you? I'm home, I said, and meant both places simultaneously. I need you. The threshold. My garden. Can you come? Give me 20 minutes, she said. Don't move. She was there in 15. She'd beaten the clock by sheer force of will. She looked like she hadn't slept. Dark circles under her eyes, her hair in a braid that had come half loose, wearing clothes she'd pulled on without thinking. The car was still running in the drive. But she'd come. You're here, she said, crossing the garden path to reach me. Her steps were careful. You're actually here. I had to, I said, and held her, feeling the shape of her worry pressed against my side, the tremor in her shoulders that meant she'd been carrying fear I hadn't known about. I had to come back one more time, to choose it properly. Are you? She pulled back, held me at arm's length, looking me over. You look different. Faye, I said. Different relationship with time. Right. The Faye thing. Which is real. Because you're actually a Fae. That's something I'm still processing. She breathed out. Okay. You said you needed to choose properly. What does that mean? And is this a goodbye? No, I said. But I want you to see. I want you to understand what I'm choosing. She nodded, and there was something in that small gesture, the way she didn't ask permission or soften the weight of what I was about to show her. That's why I'd chosen her as the anchor to the human world. Bex didn't flinch from hard truths. She'd spent 40 years looking at complicated things and finding the strength to stay present with them. I took her hand. Her palm was warm, familiar, marked with small scars I recognized from our shared history. She squeezed my fingers once before I pulled her across the Hawthorn line. The threshold is not a place you can describe in words. It's the space where both worlds are equally visible, equally real, equally available. On one side, her car visible through the office window. The ordinary morning of the ordinary world, with the radio still playing, the day-day-day repetition of human time continuing its march. On the other, the Hawthorn Court spreading like dawn in cold, precise lines. Every edge sharp. Every color vivid. Every presence aware in a way human space could never be. And standing at the edge of the court, waiting where I knew he would be, was Kael. Bex made a small sound, the noise a person makes when they've been confronted with something their mind is still trying to categorize. He was aged now in a way that reading about it couldn't have prepared her for. The Kael she'd never met, preserved in beauty and agelessness, had become something else. The silver at his temples had spread to streak his hair entirely, dark threads turning to platinum. The lines around his eyes had deepened into something that looked like hard-won wisdom or expensive regret. His hands were scarred, worn, marked by the cost he'd agreed to pay. His shoulders carried a weight that hadn't been there before. He looked at Bex with acknowledgement, a small dip of his chin, and then his eyes found me. "She bless the choice," he said. "I can see it on you." "I need to ask her," I said. "In her world. With the human weight behind it." Bex was still holding my hand, her grip tightening. "You're leaving?" she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I said. "But not goodbye." "Not really. I'll be here at the threshold. Whenever you need me, I'll be here. I can cross back through the Hawthorn. The court needs me, and I need to be there, but the human world, that doesn't disappear because I'm choosing something else." She was quiet for a moment, processing. When she spoke, her voice was careful. "He's aging," she said flatly. "The cost. The bargain is aging him. I can see it. You described him to me, ageless, untouched, and that's not the man standing there. He's worn a decade in the weeks you've been gone." "Yes," I said. "I know. And you're choosing it anyway. You're choosing him, knowing he's literally dying to keep you." "I'm choosing him," I said. "Knowing he chose me first. Knowing he understood the cost and decided I was worth it. And I'm choosing to be worth it. Not by dying with him or suffering alongside him, but by being the person who makes his choice right. By being the person who takes the power he's giving me and builds something that lasts longer than he does." Bex looked at Kael, really looked at him for a long moment. She studied his scarred hands, the silver in his hair, the set of his shoulders. When she spoke again, her voice was steady. "In 40 years of friendship," she said, "I've never seen you choose yourself. Not once. You were invisible in your marriage, and then you were trying to be invisible in the Fae Court too. But you're not invisible right now." "No," I said. "I'm not." "Then I need to know," Bex said. "Is he worth it? Not the bargain, not the magic, but him. Is Kael worth every year you're giving up, every moment of the human world?" I looked at Kael across the threshold space, at the aged regent waiting patiently for me to answer. I thought about the choice he'd made, the cost he'd already paid, the way he'd let me find my own power instead of giving it to me. I thought about the moment in his chambers when he tried to remove the crown, and I told him to keep his hands where I wanted them. "Yes," I said. "He's worth it." Bex turned back to me. "Are you sure?" she asked. "I've never been more sure of anything," I said. She exhaled. Something released in her. The hope that I might choose differently, combined with the relief that at least I was choosing with knowledge. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of paper, worn soft with folding. "Remember what we wrote?" she asked. I unfolded it carefully. It was from years ago. We'd been drunk, sitting in her garden on a summer night when everything seemed possible, and we'd written down what we wanted if we ever got the chance to start over. My handwriting was shaky. I want to be the person I am when no one is watching. Bex had written in her careful script. I want my friends to choose themselves, even if it means I lose them. I'm choosing myself, I said. I'm becoming the person I am, completely, without apology. Good, Bex said. She folded the paper and pressed it back into my hands. Keep that. And come back. Not to stay, but come back. I need to know you're there, even if you're there, over there. I pulled her deeper into the threshold space, where the hawthorn bloomed around us in that eternal evening, and both worlds were equally real, equally close. I held her while she adjusted to the sensation of existing in two places at once. It made most humans dizzy, disoriented, their eyes struggling to track something their brain insisted wasn't real. But Beck steadied, breathed through it, and looked up at the Fey Court visible through the hawthorn bloom, at Kael standing motionless in the distance, at the crown I was wearing without having noticed I'd put it on. The crown felt light and heavy simultaneously. You're a queen, she said wonderingly. You're actually a queen. I know, I said. It's been as much a surprise to me as it apparently is to everyone else. Well, Beck said, her eyes still on the court, go be a queen, and come home sometime. I stepped back toward the Fey Court, still holding her hand, but she held firm. No, she said. You do it. You take the step. You choose it completely. So I did. I let her hand slip through mine, felt the moment the threshold released its hold on both of us simultaneously. I stepped back from the threshold with my feet finding the hard ground of the Hawthorn Court, and I kept my eyes on Bex until she was no longer in focus, until the hawthorn had settled into its evening bloom between the worlds, and the threshold was just a thin place again, visible, permeable, but separate. I watched her lift her hand in something between a wave and a blessing, and then I turned away. Kael reached for me, and I took his hand. The scarred hand. The aging hand. I pulled him away from the threshold and into the heart of the court. Where? He asked. Somewhere private, I said. And then we're coming back out. I have something to do. He led me through the corridors of the Hawthorn Court, past the throne room and deeper into the spaces I was still learning to navigate. The walls here were older, worn smooth by centuries of hands and movement. His chambers were in the back, away from the press of court business and attention. A space where he'd held the loneliness of being regent for far too long. Stone walls, high windows that opened onto the court's perpetual twilight, and a bed that looked like it had been made for someone who'd forgotten how to actually sleep. Just a place to lie down and wait for morning. Ela, he said. And there was something in his voice. A question, a hesitation. A pull back from the edge of something he wanted. I'm here, I said. I came back. I chose the court, the binding, and now I'm choosing this. I moved to him. The crown was still on my head. He reached to remove it, and I caught his wrist. No, I said. I keep it. I keep it for this. He understood what I was offering, not submission, not service, but the opposite. A queen choosing. A woman knowing exactly what she wanted and taking it. I undid the laces of my dress myself, shrugged out of it, stepped out of it, completely. I kept the crown. I kept the presence of the court beyond the windows, held in that moment of awareness that we were seen and chosen and mattered. The cold of the chamber raised goosebumps across my skin. My breath came shallow in anticipation. He was still holding back. I took his scarred hands and placed them exactly where I wanted them, on my ribs, under my breasts, holding me like I was precious and irreplaceable, and his only because I said so. I took his mouth and showed him what I wanted, certain and claiming and absolute. Just the knowledge that I'd been erased long enough and was taking what was offered. The heat between us was different than before. The fated mate pull was still there, the bond humming between us like a constant current, but now it was my hand guiding the direction.
My choice. My heat.
My claim on him. He was king in name, but here now I was the architect of every moment. I took him to the edge and pulled him back. I showed him exactly what I desired from his body, his breath, his surrender to my will. The moment stretched, timeless, held in the space between the threshold of his chambers and the court that waited beyond. His scarred fingers traced the curve of my spine, and I felt centuries meeting the moment of a single choice. He gave himself to it completely, and in giving, took what he needed, and the balance between us shifted into something that looked like the kingdom it would eventually become. Power traded, responsibility shared, choice fundamental to everything. I was queen, and I chose to let him inside, and I chose to take what I wanted from him, and every moment of it was mine. When it was done, we lay still, and the bond between us sang. Afterward, we lay tangled in the high bed while the court's twilight settled into full evening. He was asleep beside me, his scarred hand resting on my waist, his breathing deep and even. I lay awake, listening to the hum of the bond, feeling the weight of the crown still in my hair. This was what it meant to be chosen and to choose. This was what it meant to have agency in your own life. The realization settled into me like a permanent thing. Not something I had to fight to hold, but something I was now. I'd come home to the human world one last time. I'd said goodbye to the version of myself that needed permission or blessing to exist. I'd chosen. The human world would be there at the threshold whenever I needed it. Bex would be there, anchoring my past, keeping it real and accessible. But I would never live there again. There was no part of me that wanted to. I was queen. I was bonded. I was seen. I was staying. Kael stirred slightly, his arm tightening around me, and I felt the moment he reached awareness again. That strange fey consciousness that seemed to happen all at once rather than gradually surfacing. His eyes opened and found me in the darkness. "You're still here," he said. "I'm still here," I said. We rose before the court fully woke, and we walked out together into the pre-dawn light of the Hawthorn Court. The corridors were quiet, empty of the usual bustle. Our footsteps echoed against stone. He stood beside me as I climbed to the throne, and he knelt. Not in submission, but in the ritual acknowledgement of what we were building together. It was a moment that held the weight of centuries and the lightness of a new beginning. The court gathered slowly, respectfully. The outcasts who had risked everything. The lesser fae who had stayed when they could have fled. The ones who'd chosen to build rather than surrender. The ones who understood that the story was changing in real time. They saw the queen crowned and bonded, alive in a way she hadn't been when she arrived. Become herself. They saw the regent aged by choice, scarred by the cost of love, kneeling not to power but to the woman who'd seized it and chosen him anyway. Thorns Court was watching from across the veil, assessing. The hunger was still pressing at the margins of our world, always waiting. The veil itself was fragile. I'd noticed it at the threshold, noticed how the boundary was growing thinner than it should be, how the light from the human world seemed to seep through more easily each moment. Battles ahead.
Costs.
Betrayals and victories and the long grinding work of learning to rule. But the story of the Hawthorn Court was no longer one of slow dissolution and ancient despair. It was becoming a story of choice, of reclamation, of a woman who'd been erased learning to take up space and never apologize for it. And that, I thought, standing in the cold light of the Fey Court with Kael's hand in mine, his aged fingers steady in the crook of my palm, was exactly what I'd been waiting 44 years to discover. This moment. This choosing. This becoming. The woman I'd always been beneath the erasure, finally visible, finally real. Chapter 23. I'd been queen for 2 days when the veil tore. I'd been queen for 2 days when the veil tore. Not visibly. Not in any way that would have sent the court into panic or summoned the guards to battle-ready positions. But I'd spent time learning to read the subtle shifts in Fey magic, the Hawthorn's reaction to pressure, disturbances in the cold iron fixtures when something is wrong, to know that something fundamental had shifted. The air in the throne room felt thinner. The light from the tall windows seemed to flicker, just barely, as if it was passing through something unstable. I was sitting in the throne when the hawthorn barrier rippled. I was getting used to the weight of it, the carved arms fitting my hands exactly, as if the court itself had been waiting for someone my size to claim it. Not a bloom. Not the gentle shimmer when courtiers passed through the threshold. This was a rupture, a moment where the boundary between the Fey world and whatever lay beyond it ceased to be solid. The light pouring through was different, older, stranger, carrying the cold of a place I'd never been. It carried a smell too, ozone mixed with the mineral scent of stone sealed underground for centuries. The court felt it. Seren, discussing the Southern Territory disputes with two minor lords, stopped mid-sentence. The words cut off mid-word, leaving a gap violent in its incompleteness. Aldrich turned toward the barrier, his hand moving to the ceremonial blade at his side. Instinct, not strategy. A gesture from a time when threats were physical and response was simple. Lyessa, keeper of the eastern threshold, stood slowly, her fading frame gathering itself into readiness. Several younger courtiers moved back, creating space, and I understood. This wasn't an expected visitor. This was something the Fey court recognized, on some level deeper than consciousness, as a breach. "Hold," I said. One of the strange gifts of the crown was that people listened, even in whispers. I felt the weight of my own authority settle into the silence, odd and terrible and necessary. A figure stepped through the hawthorn. Not Thorin. I knew Thorin's faction. The particular flavor of their fear and anger, their magic carrying the stamp of his bloodline. This was something else. The figure was neither Fey nor human, was both, was neither. Age impossible to determine. The body was small, delicate, built for movement that didn't follow physical rules. It moved like smoke dispersing, present and absent, never settling into fixed location. The face was kind the way beauty is sometimes kind. It made you want to trust it, and that wanting made you deeply uneasy. The figure bowed. Not the bow that the Fae gave. Not hierarchical calculation and ancient protocol, not careful placement of hand and degree of spine bend. This was something else, something that bent in the middle in a way that bodies weren't supposed to bend. When it straightened, it looked directly at me with eyes that might have been silver, or might have been something that looked silver because no color in this world could quite capture what they actually were. "I have come to ask about your queen," it said. The voice was neither male nor female. It wasn't old or young. It was the voice of something that had learned human language the way you learn a tool. Perfectly, but without quite understanding why it mattered. Each word was shaped correctly, but carried an accent that didn't belong to any country I'd ever heard of. The accent suggested the speaker had learned language from something other than lips and breath. The court held its breath. I could feel the physical silence, the courtiers not moving, not shifting, barely blinking. Kael, who'd been standing at the edge of the dais in consort position, not regent position, had gone absolutely still. The choice made deliberate and visible. Not the stillness of someone trying to be unobtrusive. Stillness of someone who's recognized something. I could feel the bond hum with something like recognition or maybe warning. The bond had its own intelligence, its own currents of knowledge, and right now it was moving through my veins like a river that had suddenly caught a new scent. I stood. The crown didn't slip, didn't wobble. It had become part of my skull, my bones. The kind of weight that stops feeling like weight and becomes what your spine carries. "You have the privilege of your arrival," I said. Standard Fey courtesy. The equivalent of speak, but in a register that acknowledged this figure's power. The tone was the thing. I'd learned from watching Kael negotiate with the older lords that the actual words mattered less than the underlying message about who was allowed to demand whom to act. "What brings you to the Hawthorn Court, and what would you ask of its queen?" The figure moved into the center of the throne room. The courtiers shifted back, creating space, and I realized they were scared. Not the managed fear of Thorin's faction. Something deeper. Something ancestral. Something in their bones remembered this figure, even if their conscious minds couldn't. "What is your claim to the Hawthorn Court?" the figure asked. It wasn't hostile. It wasn't friendly either. It was the voice of something conducting an examination, observing, testing. "Blood and bargain," I said. It was the truth, as far as it went. The crown sat heavy on my head. I'd stopped taking it off after the coronation, and now it felt like an extension of bone, weight that had become normal. The air moved differently around it, as if the magic of the court had learned to flow around my presence in a new way. I am descended from its founding bloodline. I accepted the bond willingly. Both claims are in me. "And how strong is this bond?" the figure asked. I could feel Kael's presence at the edge of my sight, steady, not flinching. The bond hummed in my chest, warm and constant. So constant I'd stopped noticing it, the way you stop noticing your own breath. It was baseline now, part of what being alive meant in this configuration. "Unbreakable," I said. The word carried certainty. The word carried weight. I chose it. I hold it. It is mine as much as it is his. The figure tilted its head. The angle was wrong. No spine should rotate that far. No neck should bend that far without snapping. This being had moved past physical limitation long ago. "Do you know why the veil is failing?" it asked. The question landed like a blade. I didn't know. I'd noticed things since crossing the threshold. The boundary shimmer wasn't stable. The light through it looked strange sometimes, refracted through something that shouldn't exist. But I'd been managing court disputes and learning centuries-old power dynamics, and making immortals take a human woman seriously. I hadn't solved the Fey realm's fundamental mysteries. I was too focused on the immediate to see the extensional. "No," I said. The word hung in the room like a confession. I could hear it echo off the stone, could feel the weight of it land on the courtier's shoulders. The Queen didn't have the answer. The Queen had claimed the throne, had seated herself in a power that predated human civilization, and she didn't have the answer to the most important question. Kael moved then, barely. A shift of his weight, a turn toward the figure. The aging had taken more from him in 2 days. His hair, dark as obsidian, was shot through with silver like marble. The lines around his eyes were deeper, permanent creases, as if his face had been reshaped by time's acceleration. His hands shook slightly, a tremor he was working hard to hide. Centuries of practice in stillness. And now his biology betrayed him. "The veil is not merely a boundary," the figure said. It wasn't smiling, but there was something satisfied in its voice, the tone of someone delivering information that had weight. "It is a lock. And the lock is breaking." "A lock on what?" I asked. My voice was steady. I was grateful for that. "That," the figure said. And now there was something almost kind in its expression, "is what you must discover. That is the weight the crown carries, is it not? That the answers you need are not given to you, they must be earned." The temperature dropped. The courtier's breath began to mist, small clouds dissipating against the cold. Cold iron fixtures on the walls gleamed with frost. Actual frost, which shouldn't exist where magic kept the temperature by Fey preference. Not warm but not hostile, a balance between human comfort and the court's natural state. The frost spread like capillaries, veinwork of a larger system becoming visible. "The veil will not hold much longer," the figure continued. It wasn't threatening. It was simply stating fact, the way someone tells you it's raining, the way someone tells you the sun rose. The Fey and human worlds are converging. The boundaries are becoming permeable. What was sealed is unsealing. When the veil fails entirely, when the lock finally breaks, you will be forced to choose. Will you choose between worlds, choosing one and abandoning the other? Or will you attempt the harder thing, to hold both, to bridge them, to become the threshold? I didn't answer immediately. It was a tactic learned from reading rooms. Sometimes silence is more powerful than response. But this time, silence came from genuine unknowing. I'd focused on winning the court, on holding Kael, on becoming a queen, that I'd missed the larger picture. The veil wasn't just a boundary. It was a lock. It was breaking. And I had no idea why, no idea what it locked away, no idea what would pour through when it finally gave. "And what," I asked slowly, "are you? You've come from beyond the veil. You smell of things that don't exist in either world. What are you, and what do you want from a queen who's been crowned for 2 days?" The figure regarded me for a long moment. I felt it calculating, assessing, turning the weight of my questions like someone turning a stone to see what lives underneath. "A messenger," it said finally. "One of many who walk the spaces between. We watch the boundaries. We know what's coming. We know what moves in the locked spaces. And we wanted to take the measure of the queen who claims this court before the real war begins." "The real war?" Kael's voice. Quiet, but with an edge that suggested centuries of meetings had just crystallized into a single point. The voice of someone whose entire body had just recognized a threat. "What war, and who will be fighting it?" "The one that begins when the veil fails," the figure said. It stepped back toward the Hawthorn barrier, toward the strange light that had stopped rippling and had become almost solid, almost a door. "The war between worlds. The war that happens when that which was meant to stay sealed breaks free. The queen will need to choose, and her choice will reshape everything." "Wait," I said. It wasn't a question. It was a command. "You haven't answered." But the figure stepped back through the barrier. The hawthorn sealed behind it. Not gently but deliberately, as if the boundary refused entry to anything else, asserted its own agency. The strange light folded in on itself and disappeared, leaving only the normal shimmer that marked the threshold. The air warmed. The frost on the iron fixtures began to melt, running down like tears. The court exhaled, a collective breath that suggested they'd held it through the entire exchange, braced for something worse. But the question remained, hanging in the cold air like a ghost that refused to be exorcised. I didn't wait for the court to settle. I simply stood, the motion deliberate, the crown catching the light in a way that suggested I knew exactly what I was doing, and descended from the dais. The courtiers parted before me, creating a path. Kael followed, as I knew he would, without being asked. The private chambers felt smaller than that morning. I'd claimed them as my own. I'd moved the furniture, brought in books from the library, tried to make a space that belonged to someone who'd been queen for more than 48 hours. It hadn't worked, hadn't it? The room felt borrowed, felt like I was playing a role in someone else's story. But now it was the only story I had. I turned to face Kael as soon as the doors closed behind us. "Who was that?" "I don't know," he said. It was the first time I'd heard him say it. Those words, in that tone, like they physically hurt him to speak. An immortal, ancient beyond human calculation, a being who'd lived longer than recorded history, and he didn't know. The words landed in the room like a confession. Like the failure was personal. "I've lived in this court for centuries. I've lived in this realm for longer than your civilization has built and torn down its cities. I've never encountered anything like that. I don't have a name for it. I don't have a history to measure it against." He moved to the window, looking out at the court as it settled back into ordinary business. Shock absorbed, fear swallowed, the machinery of hierarchy resuming. Courtiers returning to conversations, guards standing down, the rhythm of court life settling into its cadence. He gripped the window frame, knuckles white with pressure, tendons standing out under skin that had become paper thin. "The veil," I said. "What is it? What?" "A boundary," he said. He didn't turn from the window. "Between the Fey world and the human world. It's always been there. It's always been stable, so stable that we stopped thinking about it as a thing that could change. It was simply the nature of reality. But it's not stable now." "No," he said. He turned back to me, and I saw it clearly for the first time. The cost written in his body. The aging. The way his hand had to grip the edge of the table to steady itself. the silver threading through his dark hair, spreading like infection. No, it's not. Do you know why? I asked. I moved toward him, but I didn't touch him.
Not yet.
Not until he was ready to accept that contact meant something new. That I understood what the bond had cost him, and that I was still choosing it. No. He said it like it was a confession. Like the fact that his centuries hadn't given him the answer he needed was a personal failure. I know it's a boundary. I know it predates me, was ancient when I was born. But a lock? A mechanism? I don't have that history. The knowledge of what it locks away, what it prevents from crossing, what war has been fought and won beyond that barrier. I don't have it. The court's memory is older than my memory, and it doesn't carry the answer. I felt something shift in me. Not the bond, I could feel it humming, steady and present and useless against the unknowing. This was something else. This was the moment when becoming queen wasn't about having all the answers. It was about having the will to find them, about sitting in the gap between the question and the answer without breaking. There's an archive, Kael said. He was thinking it through, turning it into a problem with a solution. This was the thing that had kept him alive for centuries. The ability to take the unsolvable and make it into a map with coordinates. In the deep court. Records that go back further than my memory. Books older than my time, written in languages that are almost dead. We can search. We can try to understand what the veil was built to protect against. We can find the mechanism, if nothing else. We will, I said. I moved to the table where I'd set down the crown. Small habit, taking it off to think, putting it back to act. I picked it up, feeling its weight settle into my hands. It was warm, as if it was part of my body temperature, as if magic and flesh had become the same thing.
Tomorrow.
We'll start at dawn. We'll search the archive. We'll find what we can find. He nodded. I could see the relief in him, the grateful sag of shoulders that had been carrying weight for too long. At least there was a direction now. At least there was something to do other than wait for the veil to fail completely, to sit in passive observation while the worlds converged and something locked away for centuries broke free. Your choice, he said quietly. To rule. To ask the hard questions. To find the answers that no one else will ask for. I stood with the crown in my hands, looking at him. Looking, seeing the aging that 2 days of pouring magic into our bond had cost him. The silver in his dark hair. The lines around his eyes. His hand shaking barely, as if his body was running out of fuel and admitting it. The bond pulsed between us, steady and strong and absolute. It was costing him everything. He was burning through centuries of magic, accelerating toward mortality, because that was what it meant to bind an immortal to a human. The human won the race toward time, and the immortal had to match her pace or lose her to the future. He was choosing to match her pace. We have time, I said. Do we? He asked it like a genuine question, not an accusation. Like he really didn't know the answer. The veil is failing. Something is locked away on the other side. If the figure was right, if the lock breaks, then we solve it, I said. I set the crown back on my head. The weight settling into a rhythm I was beginning to know, a weight that felt less like something imposed and more like an extension of my own will. We search the archive. We find the mechanism. We find who or what is locked behind the veil and why. And then we decide what to do. I reached for his hand. His fingers were cool and his grip was steady even though the tremor was visible, even though I could feel his pulse racing under the thin skin of his wrist. This was what the bargain had cost him. Not just his immortality. That was just the mechanism. The real cost was this. Having to stand beside a queen who was still learning to rule, having to trust her to find the answers that centuries of his own knowledge couldn't provide. We'll find the answers, I said. He squeezed my hand once, a pressure that carried weight beyond the physical. Acknowledgement. Agreement. The understanding that the easy part was over. Claiming the throne, bonding with him, defeating Thorns' faction. That the real story was just beginning, the kind of story that doesn't have a neat ending because it's the kind of story that changes the world. By the time evening settled into night, I sat alone in the throne room, the crown heavy on my head, thinking about locks and breaking points and the moment when two worlds would converge. The hawthorn was still blooming where the barrier had torn. I could see it from where I sat. That luminous white signaling a threshold, a place where the boundary learned to be permeable. The veil was still there, still technically holding, but the question was no longer whether it would break. It was when. And what would be on the other side when it did. I sat in the throne, a 44-year-old divorced woman who'd stepped through a magical boundary and found herself a queen, and I waited for the answer that I knew, with absolute certainty, was coming. The court could wait. Kael's aging could wait. The mysterious visitor and its terrible knowledge could all wait. For now, the unanswered question persisted. The veil's purpose remained hidden. And what lay waiting on the other side when it finally broke? I held the crown and waited for tomorrow, when the searching would begin. Chapter 24. The hawthorn at the boundary of two worlds was blooming. The hawthorn at the boundary of two worlds was blooming. The threshold lay exactly where I'd found it 30 days ago, where the garden ended and the Fey court began. Where human light bent into something older and more intentional. The blooms were heavy as before, white and impossibly thick. The scent settled into my lungs like a greeting I'd learned to recognize. Clove and almond and something mineral underneath, something that tasted like iron and growing things. I breathed it in deliberately, the way you might breathe in a room you'd claimed as yours. This was mine. All of it. The threshold. The blooms. The thin space where two worlds pressed against each other and made room for something new. The iron crown sat cool against my skull, its weight no longer something I calculated or resisted. It was part of my spine now, part of my alignment. The weight never became unbearable. The weight wasn't the problem. Invisibility had been the weight. This was just power, and power felt different on a woman who'd stopped trying to pretend she didn't deserve it. I stood with my hands at my sides, my feet planted in soil that answered to me now in a way the human earth never had. The garden behind me held its breath, the perennials in their careful order. The bench where I'd sat invisible for 2 years watching my own life happen to someone else, the stones I'd chosen and placed myself. It was all still mine. It belonged to someone different now than the woman who'd measured sunlight angles with a protractor and called that rebellion, while Graham told her that wanting things was selfish. That woman had been brilliant at disappearing. She'd been erased in increments, in the small ways people are unmade when they stop demanding to be seen. I wasn't that woman anymore. The crown meant I didn't have to be. "You're thinking very loud," Kael said from behind me, and I felt the familiar pull of the bond, steady as a second heartbeat. The connection had texture, not the violent magic that pulled me across the threshold, but something quieter, something that lived in my bones rather than burning through them. It was presence. It was a choice repeated every morning I opened my eyes and decided to continue this binding, knowing its cost. He'd learned not to startle me into defensiveness. He'd learned that I needed to reach for him. 3 centuries and 1 mortal woman had taught him that fated mates who were also real people required consent with every breath. I needed to be asked. Not bound by destiny alone. Magic meant nothing if choice was absent. I turned to him and let myself see what the bargain had taken. His hair held its copper depth threaded with grey, real grey, not the faded ancient kind that immortals carried like a fashion choice. The lines at the corners of his eyes had deepened, turning his gaze into something more vulnerable, more human. His face was still sharp, still beautiful, still the face that pulled my blood toward him. Age was written into him in a way that made him more real to me than he'd ever been. When he moved his hand to gesture, I saw the tremor. Something learning mortality for the first time, learning what it meant to have a body that could fail. His hands were thinner than they'd been, the skin more fragile over the knuckles, the veins more visible. He caught me looking. His jaw tightened, about to hide it. I stepped toward him before he could turn away and took both his hands. When I pressed my thumbs against the back of his hands, I felt the fragility. The bones closer to the surface, the skin thinner, the whole architecture of him more vulnerable to breaking. These were hands that could fail. Someday they would stop moving. Someday they wouldn't exist. That knowledge made what I was choosing feel exactly right. I was choosing finite time. I was choosing to love something I couldn't keep forever. That was the only kind of love that actually meant something. How much time? I asked him. We'd agreed not to lie about the terms. Honesty was the only currency that mattered between us. Asking for that meant giving up the fantasy of forever, the idea that love could exist outside the bounds of real consequence. He was quiet for a moment, considering the question. By human measure, he said. Perhaps 50 years. Perhaps 70. The aging accelerates as the veil weakens, as the worlds press closer. When the separation ruptures, my decline will escalate. I don't know if I'll survive the rupture, but I'll have long enough to see what comes after it. Long enough to help you navigate what's coming. Long enough to choose each other every day knowing it had an end. No more infinity. No more taking each other for granted. Just time, specific and real and numbered, and we'd have to decide if it was enough. 50 to 70 years, I said, testing the numbers on my tongue. My own lifespan had always felt contingent, uncertain. Menopause was coming. Health was one diagnosis away from catastrophe. 20 years married to Graham made clear that my utility was finite. Now I was being offered finite time with someone who knew exactly what he was trading for it. There was something honest about that. And if I'd run yesterday? If I'd decided the cost was too high and gone back to the garden? Then the court would fracture. The veil would fail without a queen to understand what it meant. I would have aged anyway, faster, without the possibility of it meaning anything. He looked at our joined hands, then back at my face. I chose you long before you crossed that threshold, Ela. I chose you when you were invisible. I'm still choosing you now that you've learned how to be seen. The precision of that gutted something in me. That I could be worth the end of eternity. Then we'd better not waste it, I said. Relief crossed his face, and I knew he'd been afraid I'd do the logical thing. He didn't smile exactly. Just a slight shift at the corner of his mouth. Kael didn't perform emotions. He lived them. On what would you spend it? He asked. His hand was still in mine. There was that old playfulness in his voice. It was how he tested to see if I was actually present, or just performing what was expected of a queen. I was always present now. The crown meant I couldn't disappear into the margins of other people's narratives. I had to take up space, be visible, make decisions that shape things. On ruling, I said. On learning what the court actually needs instead of what they've been pretending they need. On asking the hard questions about why the veil is failing. On finding out who's pushing from the human side. I let the smile form reach my mouth. Not a performed smile, the kind I'd given marketing clients for 2 decades. A real one, the kind that made my cheeks ache. On holding your hand while we figure out what comes next. He drew me closer, his aged hand finding the small of my back. The touch was careful, deliberate, asking permission. I let him pull me in. The contact was warm, the pressure of his hand against the silk of the gown I'd chosen for the threshold crossing something I could feel. He smelled like stone and something green underneath, like the particular mineral scent that came off him whenever the bond hummed. The bond hummed, a steady vibration in my chest like a second heartbeat. It wasn't magic anymore. Magic was flashy, temporary, something that could be broken. This was choice, repeated every morning I opened my eyes and decided to continue this binding. It was commitment, not forever, just now. And again now. And again now, knowing someday the nows would run out. He held me against his chest, and I felt the beat of his heart, slower than it had been, more deliberate, the pulse of something learning to pace itself for the long decline ahead. His arm settled around me with the care of someone handling something fragile. I let him hold me at the threshold, let him have this moment of cherishing, because it was a moment of saying goodbye. Every time he held me like this, I was aware his arms would someday fail to close, that his heart would someday stop. That this strength was borrowed, temporary, counted in the time I had to both hold it and let it go.
Come on, I said,
pulling back far enough to see his face, to hold that aged beauty in my hands one more time.
The court is waiting.
I don't think they'll appreciate it if their new queen is late to her first official assembly. Will it? He asked, amusement in his voice. What will they say about us? That I'm delaying to make them anxious, I said. That I'm establishing dominance through minor power plays. I tugged him toward the Hawthorn. Mostly that. I've learned a lot about strategy in the past 30 days. Behind the Hawthorn, the Fae court was waiting. I felt them like a weight on the back of my neck. The court officials arranging themselves according to hierarchies I was still learning. The younger Fae who'd begun to believe a mortal woman could lead them, because the alternative was watching their realm collapse into dust while they debated procedure. The whole desperate infrastructure of a dying court waiting to see if their new queen would solve problems or add new ones. They'd tested me these past 30 days. They'd sent the difficult supplicants first, the ones whose grievances didn't have easy answers. They'd proposed policies they knew were impossible, waiting to see if I'd refuse or if I'd cave. They'd whispered in corridors, spreading rumors about whether the human was soft, whether my choice would unravel, whether I'd run back to my garden. I'd given them decisions instead.
Hard ones.
I'd set terms. I dismantled the old systems that had let the veil fail, the ones that had prioritized stability over learning why the worlds were converging. They'd begun to listen, not because I was beautiful or powerful in the way they understood power, but because I asked the questions they'd been afraid to ask. I looked at what was broken and named it. I looked at what was necessary and made it law. I was learning to rule the way I'd learned to survive Graham's erasure, by paying attention and never bending below what dignity required. But something was coming. Rumors of a messenger, someone from beyond the veil with answers the court had stopped looking for. The rupture between worlds wasn't random. The veil wasn't failing because age had weakened it. Someone had designed it to fail. Someone on the human side had found a way to seep through into Fae space, and they'd planted a weakness in the membrane that separated everything, a thinning that only a queen would recognize, would be forced to acknowledge. The court whispered about it in the corridor shadows. I could feel the tremor of it in the bond, in the way Kael's aging seemed to accelerate the closer we came to understanding what was happening. I'd broken the old rules when I crowned myself, and the universe was already spilling in through the cracks. Book 2 was waiting on the other side of this moment. I could feel it like a pressure in my chest, the question that had no answer yet, the threat that had no name. The failing veil was beautiful as metaphor. It was terrifying as fact. And I would have to navigate it with a man aging toward mortality and a court that half believed in me and a human world that had no idea what was coming. I stepped forward, Kael at my side, and pushed through the Hawthorn. His hand found the small of my back, not a guide, just a touch that meant he was there. That he chose to be there. Every step toward the throne room was a choice. Ours together. The transition was seamless. The blooms parted like they were expecting me. The threshold recognized its queen. The scent wrapped around us both as we crossed, sweet and mineral and alive, and on the other side the Fae court came into focus. The throne room was vast in a way that shouldn't have fit in the space I knew. The ceilings arched up into shadow. The walls were stone that looked like it had grown there, organic and ancient, and deeply real. The light was golden, not sunlight. Something else that came from the stones themselves, or the magic that sustained the court, or the particular quality of air where two worlds pressed too close. The court rose to acknowledge their queen, though I noticed they didn't stand until I entered the throne room proper. Small resistances. Testing my authority. I'd crush them gently, the way I'd learned to do. Not with rage, not with violence that could justify rebellion. But with clarity. You either served or you didn't. And if you didn't, we'd discuss what that meant for your place in a court that had to change or perish. The crown felt right on my head. Not the weight of obligation, that was something I'd carried too long. This was the weight of choice. Every single day I chose to wear it. Every single day I could choose to take it off and walk back to the garden. The fact that I didn't meant something when I made decisions. It meant I was actually committed, not just performing a role someone else had assigned. It meant I was here by choice, which was the only reason that mattered. The throne room held its breath. The court waited. Kael stood beside me, not behind me. He was my consort the way he'd wanted to be all along. Present, aged by his choice, real. I sat on the throne that had been waiting for me, and I felt the Fey realm recognize me in the bones of the stone itself, the ancient magic responding to a queen who'd chosen the throne rather than inherited it. The stone was cold under my thighs, real, present. It smelled like centuries, like minerals and old magic, and the particular scent of a place that had absorbed centuries of power. This was the center of the Fey world. This was where decisions got made. This was where I would decide the fate of the Veil, of Kael's aging, of what came when the human world finally broke through. The Veil was failing somewhere beyond the walls of this court. The human world was pressing through, learning the rules of magic, learning what they could do with it if they were unscrupulous enough to weaponize it. There were questions I still didn't have answers to. There was a messenger coming, and he'd bring knowledge I wasn't ready for, disruption I'd have to manage, choices I'd have to make that would cost more than I could calculate. The old Ela would have been calculating exit strategies, measuring the risk. But that woman was gone. She'd been burned out in choosing the crown, replaced by someone who'd learned that visibility meant responsibility, and responsibility was the only power that meant anything. I looked out at the assembled Fae, some kneeling, some standing, all watching to see what their new queen would do. There were faces I didn't recognize yet. Names I still couldn't attach to the courtly hierarchy. Questions about loyalty and competence and whether they'd support me or undermine me at the first opportunity. It was going to be complicated. Real in a way I'd never experienced anything being real. But I had time. Decades, Kael had said. Decades to figure out how to rule a dying court and failing Veil and whatever came after the worlds collided. Decades to build something new from the rubble of something old. Decades to stand at the threshold between what was and what might be and decide again and again what I was willing to sacrifice. Kael would age beside me, would help me navigate it, would give me the benefit of his centuries of experience for the comfort of being seen by me. It was fair. It was real. It was the kind of partnership I'd never thought existed outside of fantasy. The old Ela would have calculated the cost too precisely to move. She would have weighed the outcomes and decided safety was worth invisibility. She would have chosen the path that hurt the least, which had meant hurting so slowly she didn't notice until 20 years had passed. She would have looked at this throne and seen only the trap of expectation, the weight of responsibility. The new Ela, the queen, the woman visible at last, simply sat in the stone throne and let the Fey realm recognize her as its own. I felt Kael's presence beside me like a second heartbeat, solid and real and aging towards something I couldn't prevent. I looked out at the assembled court and felt the weight of their attention like a thing I could carry, a thing that didn't crush me because I'd learned to be strong enough for it. We had chosen this time, and that was enough. The Veil would fail. The worlds would collide. A messenger would come with answers that spawned new questions. But for now, in this moment, in this throne, I was visible and chosen and powerful. Kael's hand rested on my shoulder, an anchor, a witness, a consort who'd learned that the only power that mattered was the power to keep choosing each other. And it was enough.